Yo, my music isn't working. What's up with the website? I guess I could just sing for you. The sun will come out tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow. It seriously won't work. I think we're in trouble. I don't know what I'll just I was prepping. I usually do this to prep. I take this time to prep, so I guess I just have to entertain you with my voice while I do the things I need to do. Just ad-lib it. Don't know why the music isn't working. But I don't want to have it to be dead air, you know? It literally is impossible to handle right now. Maybe maybe God will help. We might just need to get right into it. I seriously, this has never happened. I'm sorry. Maybe I can like say other things. What the hell? Don't unsubscribe. Have you tried turning it off? And I have. Don't you ever fuck with me? Hang on. What if I close the browser? It's so weird. Maybe it's time to change something. Maybe it's time to upgrade the computer. But I think I have a good rig. Nope, the browser. Maybe it just what if I just put in oh my god. Is the computer just not working? Flamenco music. Oh, I guess it'll work here. Maybe it will. Let's see. What? Oh, I'm a genius. Buenos días, ¿qué tal? We'll start a little early though. Don't worry. We did it. We did it, Morty. Morty, you gotta put on the music, Morty. You gotta make it real loud. It's a legal stream, Morty. A lot of clowns these days. My rig is very good. Oh, you like it? Make seats, Morty. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Oh, you like it? Take these, Morty. Take these. Da, da, da. 100 years, Rick and Morty. Every day. I don't know. This is why I don't turn the mic on during the intro. I'll just say random shit. Today's stream is brought to you by being a hood rat, which I am right now. I'm all hoodied up. You like the Hutch impression? You just like to fucking stir the pot, don't you? Wait, why isn't this... Why can't I bring your chats up? Why is none of this working? Alright, YouTube. Today you get extra cut because I can't even show your fucking shit on. Well, maybe. Hang on. Nope. Yo, Faith, I was literally... That's one of the clown videos we're watching. Legal mindset wants to breed the rest of the country with mail order brides. Stirring the pot. Oh shit. That was supposed to be studio mode. Fuck! Yo, what up, everybody? Welcome to another great weekend on this, our solar system, and now human music. Just kidding. I'm not gonna just do quotes all the time, though I exist in multitudes, and I could if I wanted to. Everyone's texting at the same... Do you ever get that when you're streaming? Because you guys are all streamers, right? All of a sudden, you're blowing up. And you become the most Mr. Popularity. All right. Are there any Stern fans in the chat? Howard Stern fans? I just thought... I just thought of something. Do we have any Stern fans? Howard Stern? Make yourselves known. Used to watch a lot of Stern clips on YouTube. Big fan of Beetlejuice. Beat. What's going on with you, Beat? My favorite was when Beat got mad at Artie Lang. It was pretty wild. You're a Beetlejuice fan in the 90s. Yeah, it just reminded me, I don't know if you remember High Pitch Mike. There was an arc for High Pitch Mike where he went to Disneyland by himself, or Disney World by himself, and they were all like clowning on him for deciding to go to Disney World by himself. And then he so they're all like just ragging on him, and he happened to go there on gay day. It was gay day when he went, and he has like a very high pitched voice. I know I'm not Mr. Popularity. He went on gay day. Or gay week. He went to Disney World by himself. Oh, so good. So good. Artie Lang. Everyone is sexting? What the hell? Fan is a strong word. Who's sexting? Oh, the phone. See, I'm on a delay. My brain's a little scrambled. Sometimes. On the weekends, especially when I haven't finished my coffee. You guys have a good Friday? Gay or otherwise. Hope we have a wonderful weekend. Hope you are doing good things, making good choices. If you're in school, that you're staying in school. If you don't want to go to school, that you're not going to school by accident or on purpose. Morning bakes. Guys, I have an eye condition. I don't bake. There's no baking. The only baking I'm doing is... I actually don't bake at all. I don't really... I'm not into sweets or desserts. I might have like a savory palate. Does that make sense? Is that a word? Now my Twitter's not working. Is Twitter down for all you guys too? Or is it just my computer? Let's see. Is Twitter down? Users report no current problems. You had the gayest Friday. Thank you, Liz. Liz Divine. That's two worlds. Violent Smoker says, I have that eye condition. You remember? All right, folks, we got a lot of fools to talk about today. A great many fools, but also there will be vegetables sporadically placed that you have to eat. There will be some actual legal analysis, but I know that you guys like to have that packaged in a fool casserole. You like to, get your legal bits of knowledge. I have to like hide it in you, like you're some kind of dog taking a medicine. Like you have to put it in the peanut butter, because otherwise you guys go crazy. You love your legal vegetables. Was that murderer calling on Stern real? I think it might be. You're being serious. You actually kill people, huh? That was like a freaky call. That was like a freaky call. Let's start first with our favorite lolcow of the day, Asmongold. Asmongold, this dipshit doesn't know anything about anything, but he has this this thing that popular people have, which is ego. And especially if you're a man with an ego, this is for all the men out there, I'm just being honest, they feel they're like experts on everything and they can just say whatever the fuck they want to say. You know? But it's a good moment to zoom in on the clownness of Asmongold, this loser, dumb piece of shit. But also take a little moment to recognize the rank hypocrisy of some of the conservative talking points here that through osmosis have kind of drifted their way into his 2 IQ brain, and I'm sure those of many of his followers. And so useful to understand that. Okay, so why don't we get started with this tweet, which says, hopefully they'll end birthright citizenship, an obvious exploit clearly intended for former slaves. Birthright citizenship, that is, right? If neither of your parents are a citizen, then you shouldn't be defaulted to one either. So notice immediately first, he doesn't know the history of the 14th Amendment, right? Imagine speaking, and this, it's crazy because it happens. Imagine acting like you know something when you don't know, But, right, it's like to even come to this opinion, right? You'd say this amendment was clearly intended for former slaves. And what's left out of this is, and only former slaves, right? This amendment, that is the 14th Amendment's citizenship clause, was clearly intended for former slaves to the exclusion of other things. That's one thing there. Is like, well, you actually need to have a citation for that it was only for former slaves. That's number one. Two, you haven't done the base amount of work needed to actually analyze and understand the citizenship clause in context. For those of you who aren't read in, oh my God. I can't type. Oh, whenever I do anything, it's all right. I'm just going to have to not use the keyboard at all. And whenever I need to bring up text, I'll just do it on my phone. Because I don't want to stop the stream to fix it. Okay. So for those guys who are not well read in, this is what the 14th Amendment says, verbatim. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. Okay? That's the citizenship clause. And what the conservative talking point meme is, that this line, subject to the jurisdiction thereof, means whatever they want it to mean. But it doesn't. And it means a specific thing to the framers who wrote it down. But they don't really care about what the citizenship clause means. They just care about the result. And you can tell by that last sentence here, if neither of your parents are citizens, then you shouldn't be defaulted to one either. That's just like his ethical view, right? It's not actually engaging with what the 14th Amendment means. And those of you who are regulars on the stream, you know what that proviso means, subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Proviso means like a condition, right? A person isn't a citizen, obviously, so it doesn't say, this clause of the 14th Amendment, all persons, by which they mean sons of citizens, right? It says all persons. That's another indication of the way that conservative, manipulative propaganda will try to use this whole like textualist, originalist frame selectively. So when the Constitution is clear where citizenship applies and where it doesn't, it says so. These are lawyers who are drafting these constitutional provisions, and they know what the hell they're talking about. And they know when they put person that they could have put citizen, or when they put person, they could have put child of citizen, where at least one parent is a citizen. They didn't do that. And this is an example where, look at what Asmongold is suggesting. The fact that an amendment was intended for one purpose means we should ignore the text, right? Would they ever apply that to any other amendment, like the Second Amendment, for example? Second Amendment wasn't intended to apply to state governments when it was enacted. The Second Amendment wasn't intended to, at the time, wasn't, in my opinion, understood as a individual liberty. It was for this kind of federal versus state fear, the fear of encroachment of federal law on the state's abilities to marshal a militia and arm their militia and train their militia. But what the textualists tell us is you have to read the words of the Constitution. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. And how often do you hear conservatives say, shall not be infringed, shall not be infringed? Always, right? And it says a right, the right to keep and bear arms. It doesn't say, and so, though you might take a different reading of it, we were told that you have to read the words. What do the words say? The words say all persons. Doesn't say some persons. Doesn't say child of citizens. Says all persons. And what Asmongold wants you to do is to say, ignore that. Ignore that. Ignore that it says all persons. Ignore what it says. And only limit it to the specific fact pattern in front of them. Well, if we were to listen to the Asmongolds of the world, why would we have integrated schools, right? The framers, when they were passing the same amendment, the 14th Amendment, with the same section 1, the Equal Protection Clause is within Section 1 of the 14th Amendment, they did not think that what they were doing was getting rid of DEI. They didn't think that what they were doing was integrating schools. They didn't think that what they were doing was getting rid of affirmative action. They didn't think that what they were doing was, so you understand the line there? But we have these words, and they're not just limited to the specific triggering purpose. It was to settle a broader issue, in fact. It wasn't just to provide citizenship to former slaves. It was to resolve questions of citizenship, which in some sense is the overall triggering event of the Civil War. In some sense, right? Is who's part of the club? Never forget, what was Dred Scott, that decision about? That decision was resolved on grounds of jurisdiction. It said, in order to have jurisdiction in the federal courts, you need to have diversity of citizenship. That is, a citizen of one state and a citizen of another state, they can use the federal courts and do battle, right? On the substantive issues. That's one way you can get in federal court, is there could be a federal issue or there can be diversity of jurisdiction. And the Dred Scott decision says what? It says, well, to be a citizen of a state, you must be a citizen of the United States, and black people aren't citizens of the United States. And because black people are not citizens of the United States, black people are not citizens of any particular state. And because black people are not citizens of any particular state, they can't be taken advantage of diversity jurisdiction, which requires citizens of different states to do battle against each other. That's the logic of Dred Scott. And that has to do with citizenship. It's a club. Who's in the club? And so partly for that and partly to resolve the issue, because the Constitution does not say a lot about citizenship. The Constitution, crucially, does not define citizenship. The Constitution says that Congress has the power for naturalization. It has references to citizenship. But again, naturalization is not citizenship as such. It's how someone can become a citizen who is not a citizen, right? Someone who's not a citizen, how can they become a citizen? That's the power that Congress has. And other parts of the Constitution mention things that citizenship provides or requirements for certain positions or, citizenship for a given term. And the purpose of the amendment was not just to free former slaves. It was to codify the English common law rule of citizenship which existed at that time. Now, as it happens, the English common law rule changed after the passage of this amendment. But at the time the amendment was passed, this 14th Amendment was doing no more or less in the minds of the framers than codifying as a matter of constitutional provision the pre-existing English common law rule into constitutional law so that there could be no more question about it. We're not going to have this fight anymore about citizenship. And certainly we're not going to key it into the whims of the societies at the time. Maybe on naturalization and other things, but there will be a baseline, and that baseline is going to be the English common law rule of blood by soil, okay? Blood by soil. Sorry, what did I fucking just say? Citizenship by soil, not blood. That didn't make any sense. I'm a little slow in the morning. Give me a break. And so you have all these pseudo-intellectuals who look at this and say, subject to the jurisdiction thereof. And that means whatever we want it to mean. So in the context of what they're saying here is like, aha! Illegal immigrants are not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. Because words can just mean whatever. And of course they are. Of course, people who are here without status are subject to the jurisdiction of the United States of America. To say otherwise would be laughable. Laughable. The English common law rule at the time had a few number of exceptions, and those were the only exceptions that were carried over. That exception first was the children of invading armies, right? So a military force going into England and, let's say the children of that invading army, and we're not talking about people who are vagabonds traveling over. We're not talking about anyone who lands there. We're talking about military conquest. That in those circumstances, any child born of that individual, they're not going to be considered citizens. And crucially, right, if they're invaders in that sense, they're not subject to the jurisdiction of England. They're not subject to the laws of England. They're subject to the laws of war and the law of nations. Likewise, the children of ambassadors who have diplomatic immunity and are literally, as a matter of the law of nations, not subject to the laws of that foreign state, called diplomatic immunity. Okay, so this person, new spin, you're going to trigger me. I'm inviting you again to the chat. I am going to be very, very rude to you. And not like such that we can't have a conversation, but I'm not going to be like nice I'm going to be pretty ruthless. Just heads up. I don't want you to take it personally. Why can't I join the live? Why is my click not working? Why can't I join my own channels? Why is nothing working? Did I do something wrong? Did I like hurt someone? Okay, click works here. All right, let me try to. Okay, I can quit out of things. I can open programs. Let me join a fucking channel. I can't click anything within an app. God damn it. What is there some other mouse or shift that's like clicked or something? Is this just my life now? I can't click within apps? No, I see you moving around there, Grip. It's definitely my computer. You pieces of garbage. This will not do. This will never do. Well, hang on. Let me see. Can I at least click these YouTube videos? I can't even click the fucking YouTube video.
What is laid
okay,
out?
The keyboard works a little bit.
Looks like the current.
So space works to play, or what about K? No, it doesn't. Only space works. So something's fucked. Is it sticky keys? What did I do? Space works for YouTube videos, but not K. K does something else. What is that? What is that? There must be something. Pressing K does random things. What did I do? I can't even. Oh, and then maybe this is why I can't click on your chats. Unplug the devices from your computer and plug them back in. Oh, is it numlock? No way. No way that's working. That's going to work. No, it's not numlock. Stuck modifier. Control Windows. Okay, Windows works. Oh. Oh my God. That did it. Oh my God. Thank you. All right, I'm going to be nice now. All right. You changed my mood. New spin. You can come in. I'll be nice. Because of Valkyrie. The numlock. Thank you, Valkyrie. I'm now in a good mood. So if you want to come in, I will be nice. You did it. Loisimos, we did it. We did it. We did it. Using Pisco's own logic, why has the U.S. never had open borders? It has. Wait, Armed Golem, please. One of you guys. I need a conservative. I need a conservative. What are the odds that Thomas steps down and nominates Asmon? That's low, but Thomas stepping down is high. Please, one of you conservatives. I need to come and learn you about this. You're just wrong about open borders, immigration, all this stuff. I'll tell you why. I'll learn you. This will be helpful. Yes, we literally have open borders until 1870. 1875, actually. And I will be nice initially, unless you really start getting evasive. That's the problem, is when people get evasive. That's one of the things I really appreciate about my conversation with Avi is we move through things because he's willing to answer questions. And it's not like I have a problem sometimes with like Connor getting him to answer a question. I think sometimes because he wants to talk about other stuff and give like a long spiel. But I have this problem with conservatives all the time. They just don't want to answer it. But like we're so efficient when you just answer questions, and it just is it's night and day. Newspin, please, one of you guys. No, that was not open borders in the same context of open borders today. It's not even the closest. Come in and argue it, armed. Come in and argue it. Seriously. If you are confident about this, just come in and argue it. You have to, like, once in your life, right? You have to just take a stand. If this is something you believe, that there is a difference in open borders in those contexts, come in and argue them. Make the case. Win in the marketplace of ideas. I'm so tired of, like, chicken shit conservatives who won't actually engage. Once in your life, health measure. I mean, that too, but I know, Jen, but I want people who are, they might be stuck in quarantine. Oh, fuck. We did that, didn't we? Quarantine appeals. I don't think they are. Wait, quarantine chat? I don't think they're stuck. Even in the Newspin, I'm talking to you, Newspin. You're wrong, okay? You're wrong. Just come in. You've been on stream before. Oh, they can go into voice chat if they're quarantined. Ah. All right. Thank you, Grip. Grip is he's a good man. The Discord is in our links. All right. Okay. Since I've not seen any updates. Did you do St. Nicholas Day? I don't know what that is. I don't know. You guys are asking a lot of questions. I'm feeling. Stop attacking me. Wait, did you guys see that Meat Canyon? Do you guys know who Meat Canyon is? I don't know if I can. Will this get flagged if I show this? It's not that long. It was good. Hang on. You like Meat Canyon? Papa Meat? Oh my god.
You're the third employee.
That is not what I wanted to show you.
Ariana, okay. Cynthia, thank you for your time. What? So, tell me, what was it like being on the Wicked set again? Was it a lot of fun?
Why would he bring that up? Why would he bring that up?
Did you enjoy singing on the set?
No!
It's okay. It's okay. We can get you a...
It's okay. Don't touch her!
Nope.
Don't touch her!
I'm not going to touch her. Okay. It's okay. Must be...
If you've seen the interviews, then I guess you know. If you know, you know. Do we have a conservative yet? No, we don't. See, I'll just like to start. Do you have any positive thing to say ever, good Luca? Do you ever have anything positive to contribute to? I always see you're fucking talking shit, saying negative stuff. Can you just for once make a positive contribution? Yeah, I do see you in the chat. You guys don't think I remember your names? Nice glasses. Yeah. Oh, thanks. Hey, see? Don't you feel better? Charlie, you don't actually have to lick the walls. All right. I haven't seen the new Wicked. Sorry. We were on something before I had the technical problems. No one's coming on. They're all too scared. I have begged to have discussions about this argument. In fact, the last time I interacted with Charlie Kirk, because I did interact with him, it might have been the only time, exclusively through Twitter, he responded to me on this point. I wanted to schedule a debate with him on it. And before I could use my connects to try to get it in with Charlie Kirk, some bastard shot him. So that I've been trying to get a conversation with someone who will debate the other side of the citizenship issue for a while. It's just not a good argument. So let's first let's address the issue of subject to the jurisdiction thereof. I just gave you the kind of backdrop here, where what the English common law rule was establishing. But the history of quote unquote open borders is actually relevant to what the citizenship clause means in that subject to the jurisdiction thereof, is talking about the inherent power as sovereign. You do not be remembering no chat names, big dog. I do remember you as well, Alpha. You're another dipshit conservative who's too scared to come in the chat. Always. I know you guys. I know you all. I know Only Pencil. I know, what's this other guy? Fuck. He's in my DMs. Always just messaging me and saying stupid shit. I know Only Pencil. I know Lisandro Peña. They might be the same person. Who else? I used to know more. My mind is scrambled. Drew Pavlou would do it. But I want someone who actually believes the constitutional argument. Drew Pavlou is just going to talk about how you're suicidal if you want to send in a bunch of Muslims in your land. You're suicidal. I just want my country. And this level of immigration, it's not possible. It's not possible. It really isn't, Pisco. It's not possible. Close the borders for the billionaires. Make them unable to leave. You're the most non-conservative. Okay, then maybe I forgot you, Alpha. All right, whatever. I took a chance. I took a chance on you. All right. Take a chance. Take a chance. Lisandro and Only Pencil are the same people. Okay. Calling all. Oh, Debate Boar. Yes, Debate Boar. Who got Debate Boar? Was that Common Good? Common Good. I'm not a conservative. Every dude too pussy to call themselves one. Wow. We have from the South Side, huge Hassan stan. Everyone who hates Hassan, go yell it from the South Side. Lol. Your impressions are spot on. Oh, you like the impressions? Yo, what up, Tomato? Would you ever go on a middle guy panel? I went on one with Actual Justice Warrior. Crushed them. And also, I'm remembering from the Actual Justice Warrior panel, that one was live though. It wasn't like on. Oh, and I did another one on their channel, Modern Day Debate, with Alex Stein. Anyway, we had a challenge in the Actual Justice Warrior one where I said, if prices don't come down in like 11 months, are you going to say that Trump fucked up? And I think he said yes. So I'll try to get the exact quote there because I knew that prices weren't going to come down. Because it also, unfortunately, this is going to be blackmailing for you. It's probably not desirable for overall price levels to come down. We probably don't want a deflation situation. It might just need to be certain industries and, making sure real wages are rising, that kind of thing. Bully him. Bully my own viewer. I do see someone. Cole, if this isn't a disagreement of some kind, I swear. I swear. What up, Cole?
Oli, hey.
How you doing, bro?
Pretty good. How about you?
I'm doing great, man. I was in a bad mood, but then someone fixed my shit, and now I'm in a decent mood.
Cool. Thanks for streaming. I really enjoy your streams lately.
Thanks, dude. Thank you. Thank you for watching.
Yeah, of course. Anytime. I really think like Dems or the left are like missing a huge piece. And it's kind of, I guess it'd be more of a critique of like the not even messaging, because I don't think it's a popular stance, but like I think education needs to be fixed really badly.
Education?
Yeah.
In what respect, Charlie?
That's
a reference. Sorry.
I think
Cole.
I kind of agree with Ryan on this, in like the sense of like our school systems don't teach civics well enough.
Yeah.
And just education in general. I mean, I don't know how true that meme is going around about like what is it, 6th, 7th grade literacy rate on average or something like that.
Yeah. What's the disagreement,
but
Buckhead?
I mean, I disagree. Like, the idea that we can like shore up the Constitution and like do all this crap without an educated populace.
Oh, I think I
I
agree.
kind of
Yeah,
think
no,
Plato is right.
I,
Like, democracy fails without an educated population.
yeah, I don't think there's a disagreement there. I think that we need to teach the Constitution better. We need to teach civics better. I think that it is tough to respect a system and protect it when people don't care about it. So, I mean, I don't think that's a disagreement. I think that you're very right about it. I don't think that Ryan's version of civic whatever, where it's like this religion based on the Declaration of Independence. That's how one of my longtime contributors, this guy Michael, I think his name's Michael, he characterized it, and I think it's apt. What he wants to do is basically teach objective morality, which you can't ground down, and it doesn't even make any sense to everybody. But I would just as soon like just teach the civic values themselves and teach the constitutional respect itself, as opposed to trying to make it more religious or spiritual or I don't know, objective. Just teach it and do a better job at it. I don't know how to do that though. I don't have a pedagogical background, and I don't know what recommendations ought to be made because I'm not in that field, and we no longer have a disagreement, and so now the clock is up. What do you fucking hate that I say?
I hate that you say.
You just agree with me on everything. It's crazy. How can one man be so brain broken by a streamer?
Yeah, I just disagree with the approach. It seems like what 90% of your time it's spent on like fighting. It's the reactionary approach.
The reactionary
It just
approach
seems like
to like stuff that's happening and like kind of just
Yeah.
soying out in the news and pointing at shit.
yeah.
Well, what do you want me to do? Go hang out with kids?
No. I mean, talk about policies that do like you said, like you agree that education is like a cornerstone, and it seems like that's the cornerstone that's failing extremely hard. But what percentage of the time is spent on it?
Yeah, but I just don't know how to. I don't have anything to add there, other than do it. Yes, teach it. I can't because I don't know how. Teach.
Wait, what? I mean, isn't that kind of the point of having a voice? Is
Oh, I mean structurally,
educate?
like I don't know how to. I mean, I think that if you give me a classroom full of students, I'd probably do best in like the high school setting to teach that. I've done certain like teaching things. I've taught credit scores and shit like that. There's some programs that I've done before, but I'm sure that I could like teach discrete things to a precocious mind, but I just don't know what policy best produces the kind of education across the board that you want to see. That's why I focus on soying out at the news because I think that what my value add is like providing certain levels of education to people of a certain age and appreciation. I don't know that it would be best suited for 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds, and certainly not like the recommendation of how to teach it to those age groups. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure.
You motherfucker. You want me to stop soying out of the news? I thought you said you started by saying you like what I do, you appreciate what I do, and then you're like, it's terrible because you're just reacting to stuff. I mean, I guess I am reacting to stuff, but I am trying to put a filter on it.
Yeah, for sure. And I think you have one of the greatest value adds, and it's not from the soying out part. It's from like the breakdown of legal analysis. It's you remind me of you watched the channel Audit the Audit?
I have before. Is that where they grade like police activity?
Yeah, and he does one of Audit the Court as well, which is really good. And he breaks down courtroom interactions. and his channel just does a great job of like laying out the facts very transparently. And I think you do that really well, better than like almost any other content creator.
Hey, man, I appreciate that. Now, this is Stream Disagreements, and you've just been glazing me the whole time. You realize that, right? I do appreciate you, though. But
yeah. I somewhat like, sure, I'm giving you flowers, but like it can the federal government do anything to fund school systems?
can they?
I know that they're typically focused on like title actions, I think it's called, or something like that, where that's more of like making sure they're up to some bare minimum.
So there is like very little restraint on the government's ability to spend money in general from a powers perspective.
Okay, that's kind of the vibe I got.
Yeah, you could spend money on things that present other constitutional issues. From a rights perspective, I'm sure that like funding some unconstitutional, I don't know, some Nazi group explicitly for some racial purpose, I'm sure that might raise some equal protection concerns, et cetera, et cetera. But very little discretion on for the courts to step in on spending of money. In certain circumstances, there's like unlawful coercion policy, which is like if you try to tie funds in a way that like overrides the state will at some arbitrary level of generality, then we're going to call it into question. So one way in which that happened was when the government Obama tried to condition all Medicaid funds or something like that on accepting the Medicaid expansion under Obamacare. Now, this might seem ridiculous to you, but there were states who would benefit from Obamacare that were like rejecting it because everyone was crazy trying to destroy it. And so even though they would like very much benefit, they're like, okay, if you don't take the expansion, we're just going to take away all your funds entirely from Medicaid. And the court's like, you can't really do that. That's too coercive. These funds are too important. And you're kind of overriding state will. But apart from that and certain doctrine, like anti-commandeering doctrines, there's not a ton of restrictions on what government can spend money on. And so to answer your question, the government, if it wanted to, could just like give out grants to state governments. It could establish federal schools. And I don't see any problem with that.
Yeah, I think that'd be really good.
The reason I'm concerned about that, Cole, though, let me tell you, I'm more and more concerned about unitary federal oversight. I used to be a Unitarian person where I was like, get rid of these states, make one government, one national government to rule them all, and keep it at that, and like really, and make every other part just kind of like a subsidiary of the unitary government, and have everything more efficient that way. But I realized the foolhardiness of that view, like during law school. I thought it was stupid. Now there are still ways in which I would cut back against some of the inequalities of having the state system, but the reason I'm especially fearful now of unitary control over education is because the minute we have a Republican in, they're going to be having complete control of all these like newly established federal schools, where the president, especially if you combine it with this like unitary executive theory, the president like all of a sudden under their principles can fire any teacher all the time for any reason if they don't teach like MAGA principles or something. And at this point, I'm in the project of making sure that the power is more spread out and cutting back on the president's power in the United States context. I think he has way too much power, and I'm less of a unitary cuck now. I'm totally lived out on federalism and the states' rights.
Yeah, and I don't think I'd want to see like a executive order that like mandates some curriculum or something. I'm more thinking like just kind of pumping money into that sector.
What's your disagreement, fuckface?
I think you guys don't focus on education enough. It's there's the book and Changing World Orders by Ray Dalio. He's done an analysis of world orders, and typically it's you should go look at the graph or watch anything about it or something.
What's the
But
book called? I'll add it
there's
to
like
my list of things. And thank you, Vasaraka, for the memberships. Really appreciate it. Let me put it. What's the book called? And then that
Changing World Orders.
Changing World Order by Ray Dalio.
Yeah.
By Ray Dalio. Who's this?
And
who's this cat? Ray
started
Dalio.
Bridgewater.
Billionaire hedge
Pretty
fund manager.
successful. Yeah. Really intelligent dude.
Controversy. China. All right. Well, ooh, and he's a transcendental meditation person. He's fond of bow hunting. He sits on various different boards, and he's worth billions. And let's see. What else we got here? Any kind of sex scandals, anything like that? All right. I mean, that's and this is on nation success depends on the cycles, and like business cycles, empires have cycles too. The changing world order, and this relates to education because,
basically the philosophy he puts forward is there's like 8 key indicators of a nation's success.
I love keys. Yes.
And typically pull up the graph. That's probably the most interesting part. And or I could send it to you.
The changing world order graph.
Yeah,
I think I found it.
Doesn't pull up great on Google Images, but I'll try to find it as well.
Oh, it's like kind of like this warbled little mess of an image. Why is it so bad quality? This guy doesn't seem like.
Yeah, did you pull the Facebook one?
Oh yeah, it's the Facebook one.
Here, I actually got it as a better image.
All right. The keys, Alan Lichtman's keys. I love keys.
Can I DM it?
That wasn't. Yeah, DM it. That wasn't anything. That wasn't a drug reference. Apparently, all my audience thinks that like I'm on drugs all the time because I have this eye condition.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, it is kind of weird, actually. You know what else is weird? Pretending this is a fucking disagreement. I mean, how dare you? It's a critique of my lack of emphasis. But I don't even know that I disagree. I maybe I would disagree with that, just to the extent that like I don't know that I am the best at offering education policy stuff. My disagreement is you should read this book. He loves the black keys. The keys. Yeah. Did you DM me? Message requests? Cool. Got it.
Yep. Yeah. So like a big thing that drives a nation's rise to power is education and then technology. And then you typically develop systems to protect that technology. And this is when he averages them. You can look at the individual graphs for each nation that's risen as well.
Mm-hmm.
But the big thing that leads typically a descent to power or descent of power is education falling off a cliff. And I just really don't think it gets mentioned by, and it's not just you. I think it's the whole space.
Yeah, we do need
where it just becomes reactionary to the current day.
Okay, I'll start every stream by saying, guys,
Thank you.
Don't forget about them kids.
No, thanks. Yeah, thanks.
But no, I appreciate it. I appreciate the book recommendation, and thank you so much for your support, man.
Well, there's a short video on it too. Like, I wouldn't recommend the whole book.
Okay, there's a video on it. The Changing World video. I'll put that on my queue at some point to show to the stream. Video.
Cool. Thanks, man.
Hey,
have a good one.
Appreciate you. Have a good one. You lying motherfucker. That's right. Get out of here. All right. Now he doesn't recommend it. Yeah, he recommends the inconsistency. I've like created an army of pedants as my audience, and I wouldn't have it any other way. What up, Lou?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, sure can, man. Sound great.
Hey, for letting me call in. It's my first time ever doing a call in on any show before.
Hell yeah. Good for you.
Yeah. I've listened to you for quite a bit, but the chance to jump in here. I know you're wanting some disagreements.
Yeah.
I'll say do have a disagreement, but I'm also willing to have my mind changed.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it goes.
Let's hear it.
So my first, I wanted to ask a few things about you and your thoughts with the Constitution in terms of like balancing tests. Do you believe that the Constitution has certain things the government needs to balance in order for like the safety or the welfare of the country?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was understood that the Constitution was going to provide general language, and general language by its nature, it's not like it's not going to meticulously give out specifications that you would expect, for example, in a civil code. So like the Constitution would need to be elaborated further, would need to have interpretive philosophies, and the courts were positioned to, at the margins, adjudicate those. And that will often require applying tests about when something is something and not something else, right? So like when does something constitute incitement where it's not protected under the First Amendment? Because the First Amendment, it says Congress shall make no law, ... abridging the freedom of speech. Well, what is that? What does the freedom entail? Is it only spoken words? Well, how do we know if speech governs it, especially if there are new technologies, right? Does it protect electronic transmissions? Does it protect movies? Does it protect photographs that didn't exist? Does it protect art? And that's just like one issue of like, what is speech? But what does that right entail? And it was the English common law version of the right of English people's speech, and that itself has explicit exceptions like incitement, like defamation, that aren't protected. And in all these different categories where you need to know what bucket you're in, there's going to be line drawing problems. When are you actually malicious, or fulfill the standard of actual malice? If you believe that's part of the first one. When are you, doing speech that is itself defamatory or defamatory per se, something like that, right? These are all line drawing issues, and it was expected that courts would need to adopt tests, legal principles, and apply them. So I do think that the Constitution has an expectation that happen.
Yeah, I agree. I think which is kind of the basis of my argument, because I think there's several examples in the Constitution where if you take like a literal interpretation, you brought up the First Amendment, I agree. But if you take a literal interpretation, a lot of those things you described would be viewed as unconstitutional, like yelling fire in a crowded theater, as I think that's probably the most well-known one.
Let's deal with that one
I think
real
that.
quick. So that's an example used in this case called Schneck. That decision was, I feel like Connor immediately going to the history, right? But it's important. That was a case in which there was a new law, kind of like as part of the I think was it the Espionage Act? It might be the Espionage Act, but essentially that made it a crime for people to advocate not to prevent the draft or something, or to attack people who are going to do the draft, or dissuade military people from signing up for the military, that stuff. And this was in the lead up to World War I. And it's very not too dissimilar to the kind of issue that we say today, right? Where Alyssa Slotkin and them are like making messages to the military saying like, you have the right to refuse illegal orders and that kind of thing. So, history repeats itself or whatever. But at the time, there was a much less protective vision of the First Amendment that exists now. And the justice who wrote the majority, Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr., he brought up this example of yelling fire in a crowded movie theater. Now, I think it's become a little bit of a cliche to call it a cliche. Like the whole cliche of it and pointing to it being a cliche is itself a cliche, in my opinion. See if you can follow that. But everyone understands that, the right of free speech excludes certain things. It was never this right for all and any of your words to be, unable to be regulated in any respect. It was never the right of free speech never included that. And so there are kinds of speech that are categorically unprotected, such as disturbing, the peace with intending to cause panic by lying. Right? That's an example. That's kind of speech has never been protected. Going out and causing a panic, or I don't know, saying fire, fire, fire. That if the intent is to put people in fear, there are harassment statutes. There are, and that was never thought to be in question with respect to the First Amendment and free speech. And so it just, when people say things like yelling fire in a crowded movie theater, that is just further illustrates a truism, which is the First Amendment right doesn't extend to literally all words spoken. That there have been limits, there always have been limits, and that hasn't changed. Even though the doctrine has changed since the Schneck decision, that decision has been overruled. That like sort of basic fact has not changed. That there are limits, and the First Amendment and the free speech isn't all encompassing of every possible avenue of communication.
Yeah, I agree. So I think we both know, or at least I assume you're saying that you agree that there's interpretation to the Constitution that can develop and morph over time.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
Okay. So when it was first written versus today, depending on whatever amendment it is, over time it can change based off of malicious intent. You brought that up before. Or interpretations, or different viewpoints, or different legal arguments. Is that correct?
Hang on. When you say it can change, do you mean courts can come, like literally, they have the ability to come to different decisions? Or what do you mean by the interpretation can change? Do you mean that courts can determine things differently and overrule themselves?
I'm saying in the year 1900, or whatever. Those court cases you were describing for the First Amendment, whenever those came through, that whatever year that was, and then 5 years prior to that, the interpretation of the First Amendment has changed over those 5 years because of the court rulings that come through, interpretations.
Yeah, our understanding of it has changed for sure as a society, and from a legal perspective, they've changed because of these updates in terms of the different cases. However, just keep in mind, the internal logic of the opinion isn't that the First Amendment is in fact changing, right? Now, our understanding of it changes because the people who decide what the law is, that is the judges on the Supreme Court, they're changing our priors because of these different decisions, and but they don't claim to be altering the First Amendment. From like a formalist perspective, the amendment stays the same. The amendment has always done this, right? That's the kind of blinders you have to put on from the perspective of like a formalist when you're thinking about it. So yes, society's perception changes, but the internal logic of it is the First Amendment has not changed. The only thing that's changed is we've now recognized this in a different context, or like overruled a prior incorrect decision about what the First Amendment meant. So just keep that. It's a slight nuance, but I'm not proposing that like the 14th Amendment literally changes. Or the First Amendment.
I'm not,
go for it.
And I'm not saying that like the First Amendment or Second Amendment or Fourth Amendment, like they literally change based off court rulings. I'm saying that people's interpretations based by judges' outcomes practically do change the amendments, though. On paper, the words might not change, but the practical application of the amendments does change. Do you agree?
Undoubtedly.
So that's, I don't know if you want to go into any more examples, like we could talk about the Second or Fourth Amendment, or you just want to just jump straight to the 14th.
Where I'm seeing this going is, well, just because a decision occurred some time ago doesn't mean it can't be overruled, and doesn't mean from like just like a powers perspective. And I'll just grant that. Yeah, like a previous decision can be overruled. Our interpretation can change from a practical perspective, no doubt. But I don't think that is an argument that a particular interpretation ought change. That is something I don't want to conflate. So where I imagine this might be going is, well, the citizenship clause meant something back in the day, but now why shouldn't it mean something else? And isn't it true that like what the clause means can practically change. Isn't that true? I will grant that it is true, but it doesn't mean that it ought change. And I would argue it ought not change because the other ruling is not convincing.
Well, I have more to add to that. I want to briefly touch on the Second Amendment because I think it'll make my 14th Amendment one stronger. So maliciousness, you brought that up before. Now, the Second Amendment, I think, is a very good example of how we don't take literal translation of the amendment. It's developed over time due to technology changes. You had brought up, like the internet, I believe you said, how just things change and, First Amendment could change. And now the Second Amendment, as technology changes, when this amendment was written, we had muskets, cannonballs, stuff that the general citizen couldn't get access to a cannon and a cannonball, for example. But now it's not, impractical that a citizen, if it was legal, could go buy a bazooka off Amazon or whatever online. But we don't allow that because malicious intent, the sovereignty of the country, lives are at stake. We don't read a literal interpretation into the Second Amendment anymore because of all those reasons I just listed. Do you disagree?
I kind of would quibble with the framing there, that the new phenomena that exists need to be like the constitutional principles at issue need to constantly be applied to new phenomena. And the question is like, well, how would you what does it mean to faithfully apply a constitutional principle to a new phenomena? So take, for example, since we did the First Amendment, Second Amendment. At the time of the Second Amendment, the arms that existed there were different than the arms we have now. Totally different.
Yeah.
I mean, we still have those like old, non-barreled, whatever, firearms that don't use that still use black powder or whatever the shit is. I'm not a gun expert, but now we have like bazookas, we have fucking tanks, we have modern rifles, we have tasers, right? We have like drones. And so how does this old text map onto new phenomena? And what courts have done is, at some level of generality, applied a principle and have distilled or have tried to unearth the constitutional principle behind the amendment. Not at the level of the subjective purpose of the authors. That's not been the sort of predominating methodology of the court, at least not, because they take a kind of textualist approach initially, which is what was not the purpose from level of subjective intent specific to certain phenomena, but of what the text meant to people at the time, what it would mean to the honestly, its original public meaning. That's what it's meant. And so it's like, it's not just for the audience of the super elite and the super smart. It's what the public would think of what these words meant. And so, what is the Second Amendment supposed to do? Keep in mind, the Second Amendment's a trickier example because the Second Amendment was also arguably updated by the 14th Amendment, in that the Second Amendment only applied to federal government initially, because none of the Bill of Rights applied to the state governments until the 14th Amendment, because they were all like First Amendment says Congress shall make no law, and all the Bill of Rights, which were pushed by state governments because they were afraid of the federal government, they weren't thought of as limitations on state governments. They were thought of as limitations on federal government. So just keep that in mind, that arguably the scope of the right changed after the Civil War because of the 14th Amendment itself. But keeping that in mind, you're still a long time ago since the 14th Amendment. That's the 1860s, right? 1868. How do we map it on? And the analysis in Heller, etc., is that the words of the amendment clearly think of and encompass an individual right, the right of the people to keep and bear arms. And so, yes, we have this phrase that says a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. You have that initial clause, but that's not like operative text. It's just informing a broader purpose, which is to protect the militias. And how you're going to protect the militias is by respecting an individual right to bear arms. And so, so we know that it's a right, if we buy the Heller decision, that's specific to individuals. We also know that that right isn't just isn't endless, and that there's certain types of arms that were thought of to be included, and certain things that were not considered arms. Like, what does it mean for something to be an arm? So, like, you go for it.
The main point I even bring up the Second Amendment, I'm just saying that over the last 150 years, well, I guess 250 years at this point, but for the Second Amendment, but the entire point is we've developed as a nation, we've advanced technologically, the needs of the country have changed, and so the interpretation of this Second Amendment has changed. That's why I bring that up, because the initial interpretation of the Second Amendment, the initial needs of the country, was to allow citizens to have 1770 era weaponry versus not in their, when they wrote that, they weren't thinking of 2025 weaponry. So I'm saying my argument for that is that over time.
Wait, no, just be clear. There's a particular point that I don't buy, which is, did you think that the framing generation, when they passed the Second Amendment, were saying, and we're going to lock in only the weapons right now? Is that what they tried to do?
No, I'm saying when they wrote that, they had no way of knowing the future and what implications or maliciousness could come out of this.
That's correct. But when the founding generation enacted that amendment, they didn't think that they were just locking in current tech, right? So the amendment shouldn't be thought of unless there's a reason to think that they were just trying to lock in current tech. But then why make an amendment, right? Like the whole thought process of have an amendment is or be part of the Constitution is presumably because it's a more concrete principle that is supposed to endure. It's hard to pass an amendment, hard to get rid of an amendment, right? So these are supposed to endure. And so no one, when they passed Second Amendment, was really thinking, let's lock in the weaponry of the current day. And so it's not...
I mean, they might not have been thinking that, but I think it's pretty implicit that that's the outcome that we're going to come to in the future, because say 100 years from now, there's technology where it's the size of a pen and I can just like shoot someone from like 5 miles away. Like, of course, that's going to become illegal, and you can't have, and the Second Amendment won't cover this, or at least I would hope that would be the case in the future. So I'm saying as time goes on and society develops, our amendments are also going to develop and change with that. We have to, otherwise our society will collapse.
Well, there is like there are tests that are applied to rights, even when we're in like the main area of a right. There's this, you brought a balancing test initially. There's what's known as like tiers of scrutiny analysis, where the particular reason why a government might want to pass a regulation that potentially infringes on a right, that will be weighed against the right itself. And so even though but the courts acknowledge that as part of their like formalistically, you have to understand, like, a lot of this is just kabuki theater. Okay, do these rights actually have an objective? No, right? These are all man-made creation, right? But you have to follow it on its own terms. So you have to, for a second, put aside the realist brain when you're getting into what the court is trying to do and convince you of. That on their view, on the court's view, the Second Amendment itself, all the amendments incorporate some amount of give and take, and at some need of government, that there's a kind of more foundational purpose to the Constitution, which is to have an enduring union in the first place, that it would be counter to like this overall purpose of the Constitution, which is to create a lasting union, a state, right? Part of an initial social contract with its people. If, these rights destroyed, led to the destruction of the whole country. And so there is some reason to believe that the framers, when they were incorporating those rights, that those rights incorporate like the kind of ridiculousness situations where it really would be so crazy. Like if they invented some kind of like miniaturized nuke that you have like perfect whatever, that government couldn't do stuff to restrict that if there really was a compelling purpose. And that doesn't mean the Second Amendment doesn't matter anymore, just that the court is understanding the amendment to itself incorporate at the maximal level of societal destructing consequences, abilities for courts to make exceptions.
Yeah. And I'll go into the 14th now. Let's get to the 14th, So you saw where I was going with it, but I wanted to set the stage, set the groundwork for my point. And point being that society has developed over time, our country has developed over time, the needs of the country has developed over time. And I think, correct me this next point if you disagree, but
Yeah.
I think that the act of entering the country illegally and then having a quote unquote anchor baby, you might not like that term, I don't know, so I can't think of another word for it, but becomes malicious in its practical use. And since it is malicious and there's no way to regulate against that because of the amendment, the 14th Amendment, it creates a need and a burden on our country and ultimately the Supreme Court to change interpretations the same way we have with the First and Second Amendment over time.
Yeah, so let me respond to that, right? The Second Amendment, to the extent that it's changing, it will be applying some framework which is not changing. At least that's the formal structure of the analysis. That the Second Amendment is thinking about what are arms, and provide this new phenomenon. How do we analyze it? Is it like keeping up with the value inherent in that amendment? Whether that's the Second Amendment, First Amendment, you name it. Another one that's often is the Equal Protection Clause. Well, what does that mean? So you have to identify the value in the constitutional principle and extract that and apply it to the new phenomena. And you have to do that before you start talking about the needs of the government and needs of society, okay? Because if you just let the needs of society dictate what the amendment means or what the provision of the Constitution means, then we might as well not even have them, right? If you're starting your analysis about what this part of the Constitution means by first thinking about the needs of society and everything comes after that, then what's the point of having this Constitution at all? You get me, right? Because anyone could marshal this argument as applied to any constitutional principle, right? At the framing, they had this whole thing about you have to be 35 to be the president. But nowadays we have technology that makes people smarter at an earlier age. And we're more even worried about too old presidents. And so 35, who cares what 35 means? It could mean 30. If 35 just meant about this level of precociousness, right? Or this level of experience, and you get experience much earlier. You could say, the First Amendment existed back then, but free speech nowadays, look at all this internet stuff, and it's really important for us to clamp down on disinformation and hate speech. And so, you know what? Let's throw our hands up and just say, because our needs are so big right now, the First Amendment just means this, right? So that, I think, is the wrong way to structure the debate, the analysis. You should first think about, well, what is this value? What does this text mean? What was it thought to mean? And then let's apply it to the phenomena. And if there's an opportunity in the doctrine or as understanding of the value, which incorporates government interests and societal interest, we can apply it at that stage in the analysis. So in other words, to make TLDR, let's define the scope of the right or the constitutional provision first. And then, and say, well, what does this mean? What do these words mean, and what do they protect? What is the value here? And then let's apply it to the thing. So that's what I would recommend we do here. And tell me if you disagree with that framework. That is, to first analyze, absent the phenomena right now, what does this mean at some level, general, and then think about how it would apply to a modern circumstance. Do you have a problem with that framework?
So take the literal meaning first and then apply it to current standards or current events.
Let's view this constitutional text in isolation of the specific legal question before us at the moment, or the specific factual reason or policy debate that we're talking about. So what you brought up is this issue of anchor babies, or what's also been termed chain migration by other people, right? You've heard this before.
Yeah.
So what I'm proposing to you is, before we get into the needs of the society and government, we should first analyze what this text means. Because you would agree, there are some implausible readings of text that we cannot abide, right? We can't have a reading of this text that is preposterous. You would agree, right? Like there is a first order principle that we ought follow the law, the supreme law of the land, the Constitution. You'd agree with that, right? That even if the Constitution really meant like 35, and we understand for the qualification for president, and we do our analysis and we don't think it was a more general principle, it just literally meant 35, we shouldn't apply 30, right? You'd agree with that?
Yeah.
So if the Constitution can't be interpreted reasonably to apply to, if the Constitution cannot be reasonably interpreted to apply to the benefit of the people who are arguing against chain migration, we shouldn't read it that way, correct? Like if the Constitution clearly does not allow for what the proposers of this policy want, that should resolve it for us, right? Because we don't want to violate the Constitution. Fair?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I agree. It's a supreme law. I just also go back to what I was saying before, how if you take that as literal sense, we clearly don't follow that in multiple examples in the amendments that we do have.
Whether we do or not, would you, right? If you analyze the amendment, and if you came
No,
to
I wouldn't take it literally. And I think, like I said, I don't think that, like, I bring up the Second Amendment one. I don't agree with that. I don't want people to have bazookas or anything like that. I just bring it up that, like, I agree we should not do it as a literal translation because our political system's broken. I think our founding fathers probably wanted us to amend the Constitution to change the Second Amendment when it becomes unbearable and untenable to our society. However, we live in a world where we can't amend it and no one will agree on anything. So now we're stuck with this non-literal interpretation. And if that's the way our government works, so be it. But I think it should expand to other amendments.
I'm not proposing to be a literalist, by the way. I'm proposing to be. I'm not proposing literalist interpretations or textualist interpretations. I'm proposing reasonable interpretations. What I'm asking you is
like a balancing test,
or some kind of way to read text, right? Like if you really thought it was a good idea for a text to say something, but you could not reasonably make the text say it. In other words, here I'm just going to put it plain to you as a question. If your reasonable interpretation of the Constitution required a given result, would you adopt that as what we ought do? You understand what I'm saying? Would you?
No, maybe phrase it a different way.
Okay, so let me use a different actual case. If your reasonable interpretation of the Second Amendment was such that you thought it protected bazooka rights, you would say that we should all follow that, and you would propose changing the Second Amendment as soon as possible, right? You wouldn't, in other words, if you interpret the Constitution to protect bazookas, you wouldn't support the government violating the Constitution to accord with your policy preference, right? You would say we have to do it the right way and we have to amend the Constitution because this is ridiculous.
I mean, in a perfect world, yes, but in practicality, I don't want to follow that because I don't want people to have bazookas, and I know the amendment won't change, at least not anytime soon.
Okay, but
so
I'm asking I'm not asking in like an ideal world. I'm saying you are the person, right? You have to make the decision. Do we follow the Constitution, and do we make this policy? And so you first say, well, do you think so you're the governor of this state or whatever that's proposing to ban bazookas, and you read the Second Amendment, and let's just say, take as given, so this is a hypothetical, so just accept that you read the Constitution and you really, on good faith, think that it does protect bazookas. Are you going to willfully violate the Constitution and ban bazookas anyway?
No, yeah.
You would. So you would willfully violate the Constitution?
I think a lot of people would argue we do it right now. So if I was the governor of that state...
Wait. So I don't want you to bring that up because it's not relevant. Whether other people argue something else, I'm asking you, you would be willing to intentionally violate the Constitution. Not someone else's interpretation that you reasonably disagree with. Your own interpretation.
My own interpretation is that we probably do violate the Constitution.
That's not what I'm asking.
Like,
no. Sorry. That's no. So I'm not asking you whether you think we are violating the Constitution. I'm asking, would you propose, if it benefited your policy, violating the Constitution the way you read it? Right? Not whether, like I'm saying, adopt your version, your vision of what the Constitution says. Would you violate that for your policy reasons in the example I provided?
I guess I'm dense. I don't fully
Okay,
follow what you're
the
asking.
Constitution sometimes is ambiguous, right? Sometimes it's not clear. We talked about this.
Obviously, yeah.
I'm not asking whether or not, given an ambiguity which isn't resolvable or whatever, would you enact this policy, or would you advocate to read the Constitution a given way? I'm asking you, let's say that you really put your mind to it. You read the text and you said, I can't see this text as not including bazookas. Okay, this is a hypothetical, right? In other words, your interpretation of the Constitution says, well, I can't really argue with it. It does protect bazookas. And so under your vision, right, you think the Constitution protects people's right to have bazookas. Keeping in mind that that's your interpretation in this hypothetical, would you, notwithstanding that that's your interpretation, violate your own interpretation by like proposing this bazooka ban?
Yes. I would violate my own interpretation if I'm understanding.
So then we have a big problem, because this Constitution issue, this interpretation issue, is not relevant for your outcome. Because I could make an argument that the 14th Amendment says a particular thing, and even if I win that argument, you're still going to have the policy position that you want, and you're not going to care about the Constitution. You get me? So at that point, like we're not even. It doesn't even matter to argue the law, right? Because it doesn't matter to your disposition.
It could just be I still don't understand your question for this, but I think the reason
I'm doing this is because I don't want to spend a bunch of time convincing you on the 14th Amendment for you to just say, well, we should violate it. That's what I'm
okay. All right. I get what you're saying there, so I can talk to that point.
Okay.
Whatever I said before, I don't even know what I was answering to. So, but what you just said now, that makes more sense.
Okay. So what I'm trying to avoid is, if I convince you that it's unconstitutional, I want to know that you'll be like, okay, then we shouldn't do it.
Okay.
I'm asking you, like, if I were to convince you that it's an unreasonable reading of the 14th Amendment to read it in a particular way, would you agree we should not do the reading that's unreasonable and do the law that would violate the reasonable interpretation?
Okay. Yeah. I mean, if we come to the same conclusion that there's a particular way to read the 14th Amendment and it's against what I personally feel, then no, I don't think we should violate that.
Got it.
So I think we're on the same page for that.
All right. So then we're going back to the structure that I propose, which is let's first take a look at the constitutional text and come to an understanding of what it means before we start thinking about government burdens and thinking about societal interests, okay? Because it's important, right? Like, okay, to actually have an understanding of what this text means. And the text is as follows. I'll read it out to you. I might even memorize it, but let me just be safe and actually...
You're talking about the 14th Amendment you're going to read?
Yep, I'm going to read it out loud, the first part. At least just the citizenship clause. And I'll show it to the stream as well. It says, all persons...
Sorry, it's first time calling in. Is there a way to like see what you're putting up? Because there's like a delay on my YouTube stream, so I just have that turned off.
So there is a way, but it's annoying, and you can just wait, and the text will be there, and it'll stay there. Don't worry. And you can also just Google 14th Amendment, okay? It's the first sentence. Mm-hmm. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. Okay? That's the text that we're meant to examine. This 14th Amendment, Section 1, which I'll let you know, there's a U.S. law analog to it. So not only is there the 14th Amendment, the United States passed a law that, pursuant to its authorities under both the 14th Amendment, Section 5, if you read down, right, the 14th Amendment, Section 5 contains with it an authorization of congressional authority. Congress shall have power to enforce by appropriate legislation the provisions of this article. That would include Section 1. So both under Congress's authority in Article 1 of the Constitution to make the rules of naturalization, that is the rules that make one a citizen, And under its authority, under Section 5 of the 14th Amendment, Congress has passed a statute analog to the 14th Amendment, which is essentially this text, that all persons born and naturalized in the United States, subject to jurisdiction of, are citizens of the United States and the state in which they reside. And it's on the basis of both this amendment and the statute that individuals, except for some categories that we'll talk about, that are born on the literal land of the United States are citizens of the United States. And so this is the purported legal basis for birthright citizenship, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And the question is, what are the exceptions? And what does this mean? So the first thing to look at is that this section includes birth, right? All persons born. So it only applies to born people, right? To the extent that there's other kinds of persons, it wouldn't apply. You have to be born. And it says in the United States. So you would agree it's a geographical, it's a rule of citizenship by geography or by soil, correct?
Yeah.
It applies to persons, right? So it doesn't, and of course it's defining who is a citizen at the point of birth, partially, because it also says born or naturalized, but we can ignore that for our purposes because we're just dealing with birthright citizenship. So it says all persons.
I think I'm going to agree with you on all this.
Okay.
But yeah, keep going.
And so the only question then is, so you agree illegal immigrants are persons?
Correct.
And so unless illegal immigrants are not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States, or unless an illegal immigrant is not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States, that's what thereof refers to the United States, okay? That is the federal government, okay? Subject to the jurisdiction thereof, there is no reasonable reading of this amendment that would exclude them, right? The only argument is because illegal immigrants are people, you would agree with that. The only way in which an illegal immigrant would not benefit from this section would be if they fall within this proviso subject to the jurisdiction. Agreed that there's no reasonable reading of this that would exclude them, but unless they fall in that.
I think it all comes down to that jurisdiction aspect.
Okay. So then that we have at least the admission that there is no reasonable reading of this amendment that excludes illegal immigrants other than potentially this proviso. So let's deal with the proviso and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. What this doesn't mean, this is going to sound a little ridiculous that we're going to run through this, okay? But we're going to do it, okay? And subject to the jurisdiction thereof cannot mean coffee, right?
I get. I'm not really following, but yeah, I get. You're correct.
There's no reasonable interpretation and subject to the jurisdiction thereof that means coffee or table or ghost or headphones or television set, right? So there are some reasonable interpretations of what these words mean and unreasonable interpretations of what these words mean. Fair?
Yeah.
Okay. My sort of position is it is unreasonable to think that this proviso and subject to the jurisdiction thereof applies to illegal immigrants. And I think that it's unreasonable that it would apply to illegal immigrants because of what the text says. So the literal text there and why it was put in place there.
Yeah. I mean, that this could, we're getting to the crux of the issue.
Yeah.
This is why I brought up the first 30 minutes of our conversation is I think it's pretty obvious in our history as a country that the literal reading is not always the controlling one.
I'm not saying literal. I'm saying reasonable.
Isn't that what you just said? Literal?
Well, a reasonable reading of the text. But we are committing ourselves to the text, are we not?
Well, yeah, but you just said literal, or unless I misunderstood, or did you mean it in a different way?
If I said that, let's just clear up the confusion. I'm not proposing when people say literalist, they sometimes mean like myopically focused on words alone and ignoring context. Okay? That's not what I'm proposing. I'm not proposing that we ignore context here. that we ignore subtext, that we ignore purpose. I'm saying that those are all helping to contribute to a either reasonable interpretation of the text or an unreasonable interpretation of text. But I'm not saying that we marry ourselves to the words independent of context. All right, that's what I want to distinguish, because people will sometimes say like, "Oh, you're overly literal or hyper literal," but I'm not proposing that. I'm saying we got to read this text. We have to interpret what this text means, and we have to do so reasonably.
Yeah, and
Okay.
I agree that the text can be interpreted. Well, maybe not agree is the right word, but I think that this text can be interpreted in different ways, and I think this is where it comes into what I was describing, where societal context and history, and over time changes interpretations and meaning. And I think this is an example that people are going to argue. And I am not sure that this would apply in today's society over the last 100 years of change.
When you say you're not sure if this would apply to today's society, what are you doubtful that will apply to today's society?
I think when this was written, the interpretation had nothing to do with illegal immigrants.
Okay, so
And I'm saying society over time has morphed this interpretation the same way as what a weapon has morphed over time, or what has speech morphed over time.
So I think that is not correct. But just to be clear about where we agree, you agree that as originally understood and subject to the jurisdiction thereof was not in any respect referencing the notion of legal status. Fair? As of immigration matter. I thought you just conceded that or acknowledged that.
I'm saying that when they first wrote it, the people that when it was first written, that was not in their mind. I'm saying as time has advanced, even though they didn't think that when they wrote it, society has changed to now include that interpretation into their writing. The same way as a bazooka was not in their initial interpretation in the writing.
I'm not talking about the later interpretation just yet. I'm talking, you would agree that, and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, that proviso itself, because we're not looking at any other words.
Yeah. Now,
you want to let me finish the question first? Yeah, and then you can say what you want to say. That you're acknowledging that those words were not thought of at the time they were written. I'm not saying later, but at the time they were written, to include as relevant the notion of a legal status as an immigration matter within a country. Correct?
I'll phrase it in the way I'm thinking, because I don't know if I'm thinking the same thing as you. I'm saying when they wrote it, this is just my guess. I have no idea. I've not researched what their initial mindset was back then, but I'm assuming from me guessing that when they wrote it, it had to do with the historical current events of that time period. And I don't believe when they wrote it, it had anything to do in their mindset about illegal immigrants having children in the country.
Or right, because and to help crystallize this point, there wasn't a notion of legal status as we understand it, or of illegal immigrants as we understand them in 1868 within the United States. That this was not, America had never it had open borders. America did not have any restrictive immigration laws. The earliest one, and it's highly limited, was in 1875, the Page Act. And so what you're saying is true, which is they could not have been thinking that this proviso and subject to the jurisdiction thereof was a reference to, legal status in the country when such thing didn't exist in America. Fair?
Correct.
It's not plausible that that's what. Okay. So when you say that, right, you are, I think, confirming that under an originalist interpretation of this amendment, by originalism, I'm referencing original public meaning. This is the doctrine of conservative judicial philosophy of Antonin Scalia and of most of the core is now becoming more originalist, that under an originalist reading of this phrase, it would be unreasonable to think it applies to illegal immigrants, correct? In other words, it would be unreasonable under an originalist framework to think that illegal immigrants are, quote, not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. Fair?
Correct. I don't think we're going to disagree on this at all. But again, that's why I had to spend the first 30 minutes just saying how it was anything originally written isn't how we interpret it today.
Well, I think that the court does interpret the Constitution from an originalist perspective.
I just don't want to keep like pounding on the same point again, but it's like the bazooka. Like I'm not looking at chat. I'm sure they're getting annoyed with that.
In applying the Second Amendment, they are originalist in that they are trying to interpret these words to new phenomena for sure, but they are thinking about what the words meant back in the day, and what the words meant back in the day did not contain a reference to illegal alienage or something like that, or illegal status. Now, for the Second Amendment analog, there was also no device known as a bazooka back then, but the value, right? The value that you would try to apply, that would be consistent. And so maybe you're going to say here, the value, regardless of whether the phenomena existed, namely illegal immigration, that the value being applied consistently would lead to them being excluded as well. Is that what you're trying to suggest? That is to say, the broader purpose, the whole purpose this proviso is in there, absent an originalist interpretation, that the whole reason why it's there, the value contained in having a proviso like that, applies to illegal immigrants. In other words, it fulfills the purpose of that proviso to include illegal immigrants as not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm saying that phrase is meant to exclude certain people, but when they wrote that phrase, they did not have illegal immigrants in their mind because that wasn't a thing that was in modern society that they even considered.
So what's the argument, therefore, that illegal immigrants, put aside, by the way, I just want as a sort of a matter just sort of exclusive to the fact that they're illegal immigrants, not to the current illegal immigration crisis that you're identifying, that the mere fact of being a legal immigrant, unless you feel that like the broader context is necessary to the literal interpretation of the word, in which case I think that that's problematic for other reasons. But what is the argument that subject to the jurisdiction thereof could reasonably include them, given that they're not originally included on your vision? What's your argument that they should be? Apart from it would make good policy sense to do it, right? You understand why I'm telling you not to do that, right? I'm not asking you to give a policy argument in favor of eliminating anchor babies. I'm asking you for an argument that the term and subject to the jurisdiction thereof ought to include them, that is illegal immigrants, from an analytical perspective of what the word means, what the words mean. If that's hard to understand, like I can restate it in different ways. So I'm not asking for a policy. Right. I'm not asking for a policy argument as to why anchor babies, chain migration is wrong. I'm asking for you to provide an argument for why, quote, and subject to the jurisdiction thereof ought to apply to illegal immigrants, given that they're not originally included, without reference to the policy benefits of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So I think would you consider a foreign invader as, and I'm going to try to use different words. Yeah. So say the United States is invaded by an outside country and they have children in our country. Are those people now citizens of the United States?
No, they're not. But just to be clear, that is not an interpretation that's changed. That is part of the original English common law exception. Foreign invaders.
So I'm trying to address your point by expanding on that to illegal immigrants.
Go for it.
Because you might not agree with this phrasing, but many people on the right say that it's an invasion, quote unquote, from illegal immigrants.
But
And
that's
so
but that's
you
just
can also apply
right.
jurisdiction
That's just an
in the same way.
That's just an equivocation. You know what is meant by equivocation?
Comparing two things that aren't equal.
No, that's a false equivalence. An equivocation is using different definitions of one word when we're trying to talk about a particular thing. And so here, like, yes, invasion can mean different things. It can mean a bacterial infection, right? You've been invaded by parasites. It can mean something more poetic, like we're being invaded by all these like out-of-staters. And that means they're like intruding, right? An invader in the context of personal property is very different than so we just need to be clear about this. The English common law rule applied to invaders, but not invaders, you would agree, in the sense of personal property invasion, correct?
So are you saying that this particular way of saying invader only has one meaning and can't have different interpretations of that meaning?
Well, I'm just saying that the framers of this amendment meant one of those meanings when they were incorporating the English common law rule. They're incorporating the English common law rule, and the English common law rule is referring to one definition of invader, not every possible definition that might come later, right? You understand that?
How do we know that?
How do we know what exactly? That they were using a specific
that they
meaning of
only
the term?
intended that one interpretation of invader.
That is, that part of the case law of the English common law rule and what they were actually using it for. But usually when people use words in a sentence, they're using one meaning of the word or a particular meaning of a word and not multiple, right? Imagine that you said something like, or I would say that's the default presumption. If you said like, the default presumption is when you're using a word, you're using it in a particular sense, and not in multiple different senses. You know, otherwise it would be impossible to communicate if you're using multiple meanings of the word. Now, your meaning of the word might be multiple definitions of it, in multiple different terms, like conjoined collectively. But that usually isn't how we understand how people are talking. So if I said something like, give me literally, don't say a word for 10 seconds while I think of a good example. This is the best I can do. I'm sorry, I'm on the spot.
It's all good. I think I know. I agree with.
I'm going to give it to you. So imagine someone said he peppered him. And they're like, oh, what do you mean? He shot him with bullets? Yeah, I mean that. Oh, what do you mean? He like gave him peppers? I meant that too. Most people would. Now it's not incoherent for someone to say when I said peppered him, I meant both that he peppered him with bullets and that he was giving him peppers. But the default assumption in language is that you disagree with what?
I'll just use your current example. Yeah, it peppered him with the actual fruit, or I don't know, is pepper a fruit or vegetable? But anyways, they peppered him with an actual pepper. I know that's silly, but did I pepper him with bullets, or did I pepper him with pepper spray, or did I pepper him with rubber bullets instead of lead bullets? There's many interpretations of the word peppered.
No, that's my point. But when the person is saying he peppered him, we typically understand that to mean like he's using one definition of that term, right? And he would have to clarify. It could mean something else. No. It could mean something else. But the person is conveying a concept, right? He's trying to. Words are just ways to convey concepts, aren't they? You understand that?
Yeah, but okay. I'm just in that particular.
So this person means something. Now it might be the conjoining of all those. That somehow by pepper he means both. That he shot bullets and pepper sprayed them, but that's just an implausible reading of the way people typically talk in these kinds of contexts, is that they mean the conjoining of like multiple different concepts within that one singular concept. And maybe there would be some indicia that if that's what they meant. But typically you would say, oh my God, like you would ask him, you do a follow-up question. Well, wait, when you say peppered, what did you mean? And he's like, oh, I meant shot at him and actually hit him. And that would usually resolve the question, and it would entail the exclusion of the other versions of that word, right? You would be like, oh, he shot him. It's excluding that he pepper sprayed them. It's excluding that he gave him peppers. It's excluding that he... do you understand what I'm saying?
Sure.
Okay. So So the question is, what meaning was the English common law giving to the term invader? Not, what other definitions of invader might come later, right? Because you would never say, would you, right, that the English common law rule as sort of enacted in 1868, that the English common law rule when they said invader could mean bacterial invader, right? You wouldn't say that, right? Would you say that? Yes or no?
I think it could be.
No. Wait, really? You think that it's possible?
Yes.
You think it's possible that the English common law? Wait, hang on a second. You think it's possible that the English common law, which is judge-made law, made in the English chancery courts and the various different courts of England, that when they said invader in the 1800s, they could have been referencing bacteria?
So in the 1800s,
Can you answer that first?
when the Native Americans,
No.
I think so. And I'll give an example why. So that same time period when English settlers were entering, well, we'll have to go back a couple hundred years, I guess, but a couple hundred years prior to that, 1500s, 1400s, when English settlers were entering the United States and bringing diseases, smallpox, are they not invading? Do you not think that is a way of saying that we're invading the North America with diseases, like the example you just gave?
Wait a second. Sorry. You're asking whether or not the Native Americans could have been thought to be invading? Repeat that.
No, that we were invading the Native Americans.
No. But that's not what I'm asking, right? The question.
Well, that's the example you gave.
No. The example I gave was the notion of bacteria invading. Is it plausible that the 1860s jurists could have been referencing, when they use the term invasion, bacterial invasions? Is that a plausible reading of what the jurists meant?
Oh, maybe I don't understand what you mean by bacterial invasion. I'm thinking of diseases. Is that not what you're talking?
Yeah. So let's do it another way. Is it plausible that the jurists of the 1800s from England, that they were referring to disease when they spoke about invaders in the context of this exception?
No, in this particular case, no.
No, right? So that's all to show, right, that they meant something with this word, and we should try to figure out what that is, right? We can't just use another meaning of the word that doesn't map onto what they meant, right? We can't just say, okay, now our concept of invader is broader, and so we can map on our concept, because words can mean anything. I could define invader now to mean like a U.S. citizen who's a Republican, right? And someone could, and let's say it got popular usage that we started referring to MAGA people as invaders. You would never say, well, we should have. Wait, let me finish. You would never say, well, it's possible that we should interpret this word invader in the context of English common law to mean MAGA, because that just is how people use the word now, right? You understand me?
So I conceded to the point on the bacterial invasion. I don't believe I'm conceding to the point on terms of immigrant invasion could not mean the same thing.
I know that. This is a kind of a conceptual point, which is we cannot be allowing an equivocation to distract or confuse us. So yes, I will grant to you that certain people have characterized illegal immigration as an invasion and that illegal immigrants as invaders. But the question isn't whether they have used that word to describe those people now. The question is, did the English common law rule, when they use the term invader, mean invasion in that sense?
I think it would just mean an invasion of any sense of people coming into the country. I don't think
that's
going
to be the question. That's what we have to resolve.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is just using the same word now doesn't resolve that. I'm not telling you that this forecloses you from making the argument. I'm just telling you can't cite modern usages of the term invasion or even contemporary usages of the term invasion as understood in the 1800s. Like, even if it were the case, you would need to make a showing, and I will have to make a showing too, about what they meant by that term, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because otherwise, because if by invasion they meant something like bacterial, if they meant disease, then it's not going to apply to any of this, right? Like what they meant by invasion was people who are diseased, then that would apply to citizens. That would apply to so we need to be careful and not just think about like the word as it might be understood but as how the people using the word understood it. You understand?
Yeah, and I don't think it's I don't think that it's incorrect what I was saying before, how words that they might have intended back in when this law was written, 1880 or 68, is that what you said?
Mhm.
That it would be unfair to say that just because what they meant when they wrote it, I can concede that when they wrote it initially, they might have had one particular thought on invasion. I'm saying over time, society has morphed what that intent is, even if that's not what they when they first wrote it. Based off my prior examples, that it changes as time goes. And real quick, I got to get off in probably 4 minutes. I got to wake my kid up from his nap and move on to my day.
So here's the affirmative case, and I want to make sure make use of your time. Invasion, what they meant by it were people who were literally not subject to the law. That's what subject to the jurisdiction thereof meant. It means subject to the law of the land, subject to the king's rule, subject to the king's oversight. It didn't mean anything more broad than that, and that's why there's the exception to ambassadors into foreign invading armies, not people who are not armies. Because such people are subject to the jurisdiction of whatever place you were. If you were just a vagabond traveling into the country, not as in the context of an invasion in a military sense, but just coming into a place, of course you were subject to the jurisdiction of the king. You're in the king's domain, right? And of course, the King of England can apply the law to you, as opposed to, if you're a diplomat, you're not subject to the king's law. You are an ambassador from another land, and the law, there's diplomatic immunity. Or if you're an invading army in the military sense, which is what the English common law meant, you're subject to the law of nations, right? And you have to apply those international frameworks that existed even back then, that were starting to emerge in the 1800s, et cetera. That basically, you could kill those people. You're not subject in the same traditional way as just individuals in a place. And so this subject to the jurisdiction thereof really had to do about to whom the law applied, right? To whom the law applied, not in any other sense. Like, you could have a bunch of people bringing bad stuff into your country, and the law still applied to those people in that they were subject to the law. This is why in the context of the United States, Native Americans were thought not to be subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. They were on their own reservations, right? And in their reservation, they have a pseudo form of sovereignty, and the normal laws did not apply to them in that sense. And so there was a carve out for those Native Americans. But in the modern context, right, illegal immigrants are, of course, subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. That's why America is able to apprehend them, bring them into courts, immigration courts, apply the U.S. law to these people, right? Immigration proceedings are proceedings under the law, right? They're proceedings under the statutes of the United States, using the jurisdiction of the United States. If America did not have jurisdiction to do these immigration proceedings as to legal immigrants, there would be no basis to haul them into court. But of course, the United States law is binding on these people. When they're in our domain, these illegal immigrants are subject to our jurisdiction. They're subject to American jurisdiction, and thus the law applies to them. The United States can apply their law to the illegal immigrants. To say otherwise would be to make a mockery of what this English common law rule exception was all about. This English common rule exception was about understanding who was included as part of the king's, where the laws were applying from the king. And that's where this whole thing comes from. And illegal immigrants are, of course, subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. That wouldn't be the case if Mexico invaded America, as in a military sense, invaded America. Then those invaders wouldn't be subject to the laws of the United States. They'd be subject to the rule of nations, right? International law. They could be killed, right? And they wouldn't be able to claim benefit under U.S. law. We would not need to provide them those kinds of benefits. But in the immigration context, of course, we do. That's why it's not just a literalist reading. I can imagine other circumstances in which the law literally doesn't apply to new phenomena. It's hard for me to imagine. But so I'm not trying to take a literalist and only what they meant could possibly apply. But it is the value inherent in that proviso, subject to the jurisdiction thereof. The purpose of it, the clear value is to exclude those individuals to whom the law does not apply. And that includes people with relation to ambassadors and people with relation to invading armies in the military sense. You get me?
Yeah. I agree.
But the thing is, if you read it a different way, if you read it in the sense of, well, invaders, anyone who is unwanted, who comes across the border and causes problems, well, now the conclusion would be they're not subject to the United States and U.S. law. They have diplomatic immunity. So how can we have jurisdiction to apprehend them? Unless you take the view that they're like foreign combatants that we have the right to like kill. But that's
no,
just,
I don't necessarily agree to that either. I guess what it comes down to is just I don't disagree with what you're saying there in that regard. I guess my disagreement just comes down to we've not interpreted our amendments in the way we should be, and where there's all this sort of different examples that we've covered, and I just think this is another example of where we don't interpret it in the literal sense.
No. I'm not interpreting this only in the literal sense. I'm in the reasonable sense that it would be unreasonable to interpret this in a way that it would include illegal immigrants just by virtue of them being illegal, because to include them would acknowledge their lack of being subject to American law. That's entailed by it. That this exception is meant to cover those who are not subject to American law, and that who are not amenable to that jurisdiction. I mean, that is what this implies, and so it's not reasonable to think that what they were doing and that what this could mean, these words mean, that illegal immigrants, who are not part of invading armies in the military sense, or who are not, members of a diplomatic whatever, or who are not native tribesmen, are included. That's what's so I think egregious about that reading. It really is an egregious reading, and it doesn't make any sense. And that's why this was decided so long ago. Even though back then, right, they were applying it in the context in which, they also thought illegal immigration was a problem, and Chinese immigration, it was more racial back then, but they thought it was a huge problem. There was a huge uproar about Chinese immigration in the 80s. So the very same circumstance applied, and now the person happened to be the child of permanent residents. So Wong Kim-ark was the child of permanent residents. So that makes it factually different in the sense of who the person was pressing the claim, but the logic of the opinion was the same. Notwithstanding the fact that it was a very, very controversial issue in the late 1800s, immigration. They banned all Chinese immigration. That's how controversial it was. Whole movements sprung up. So to claim that the modern thing of illegal immigration, this is like a new phenomenon, this opposition, and the kind of prior that it's causing problems, it isn't really, at least not with respect to the 1800s, late 1800s. Back then, it was highly, highly controversial, and they excluded all Chinese people because it was so controversial. Notwithstanding that, it came to the right decision in Wong Kim-ark, which is that this proviso doesn't mean what the anti-immigrants people think it means.
Yeah, I think that made that one unreasonable is because it was targeting a specific minority group.
You think that? What do you think about the Muslim ban?
I mean, I haven't read that entire law that you're describing. I'm just going, I've heard of it and I know what you just said, but so I'm not an expert on it, but I'm assuming what made it unreasonable is that it was targeting a specific minority group. If it was a broad-ranging restriction of immigration, which we've had later laws that are broad-ranging, not targeting a specific minority group, those aren't viewed as controversial in the same way as that Chinese one you just described.
You say that though, but the Chinese exclusion cases are still good law, right? And Trump has instituted at least what he referred to as a Muslim ban, and I think that would be upheld, even if it was an explicit Muslim ban. Think about it; they're different issues.
I thought that was whatever.
Now they argue it's not a Muslim ban, but even if
that's what I was about to say, but
even if it was
semantics, different conversation.
Even if it was construed as a Muslim ban, I think that the logic of the court's precedent would compel it to be upheld, at least in some version of it. Perhaps green card holders or whatever would be carved out. But I know you have to go. But I do appreciate the intellectual honesty and you coming in to talk about it.
Yeah, I had fun with it, and I appreciate it, and maybe I'll have the confidence to jump on a different call in the future.
No, I appreciate it because these are exactly, and we got into kind of deeper philosophical questions as well about the interpretation of words and the law itself. So I really, really appreciate it. All right.
All right. Yeah. Good rest of your day,
All right,
man.
you too. Later. New spin. I am calling upon you. You will get priority if I see you in stream disagreements. So just keep that in mind because you're saying a whole lot of bullshit. Whole lot of bullshit. And I'm not gonna get through it in text. So you will get priority if you go to. All right. There you go. Yo, you're pissing me off. Make your argument. Yo, you're pissing me off. Make your argument. Mute the fucking stream. Yo, you're pissing me off. Boomer! Make your argument. You there? New spin. I know you know how to work this. We've talked before, as recently as like 2 days ago. You're not making any sense here, kid. No one can hear you.
You there?
There we go. What up, bro? Talk?
I'm sorry. I got a new headset for Christmas, early Christmas present.
Oh, happy Christmas.
Thank you.
In this stream, we acknowledge happy holidays, but I will momentarily.
Well, for me, it's a Christmas, even if you want to say it's holidays for other people.
I'm joking. I'm joking, bro. I'm joking. All right, give us your argument. You say that there's a reason to interpret this to apply to illegal immigrants. Make that argument.
Well, if you go by the pure originalist meaning, I think it very clearly should not apply to illegal immigrants or aliens who are not permanent residents. Basically, like the way that the Trump's executive order wrote it, I think that is a pretty solid interpretation of the originalist intent of this amendment.
So let's pick that apart a little bit. So first off, you mentioned it should apply as a constitutional matter to lawful permanent residents, right? Green card holders, children.
Yeah. Right. Which is what's in that.
But that can't make any sense. How could an originalist interpretation of this principle apply to a category of that is subject to the whims of Congress, and that really its modern incarnation is far more recent than 1860s?
That's true, but like the statements that they say are based around an analog of subject to the jurisdiction, meaning owing allegiance to that country and only that country.
Yeah, no, I think that's wrong in the sense of if you take that to be some kind of like nationality test, because you're kind of like you're implying that allegiance to the king in that context means like either that they have a particular view of the king or that they are citizens of the under the king, like already citizens. But that's not what it means.
Yeah,
that's not what the allegiance means in that sense. It has to do with to whom the laws apply, who's owed the allegiance in the sense of the requirement to follow the laws of the land and to whom the law applies. But you're trying to.
I don't see it at all where it has anything to do with having to follow the laws of the country where you're located, because everybody has to follow the laws of the country wherever they're located.
That's not true.
I had a kid in Germany.
Wait, that's not true.
And what do you mean? If I'm in China, I have to follow China's laws.
Have you heard of diplomatic immunity? Have you heard of these different?
Okay, but that's like a very specific carve out.
Yes, this is a very this is a very specific carve out.
But okay, so there's this statement that we talked about that Howard made, right? That
What's
he
the
talked
statement?
about this will not.
So who's Howard?
So this is the quote. Howard, Senator Jacob Howard, principal author of the amendment.
Oh,
yes.
Are you sure about that?
Senator Jacob Howard is considered the principal author. I don't know what percentage of, but he's.
I'm just testing him.
One of the primary authors.
Okay, what you know the quote, right? So read the quote out, and I'll put up the quote because I know the quote too.
Okay, so this will not, of course, include persons born in the United States who are foreigners, comma, aliens, comma, who belong to the families
Yeah,
of
there you
ambassadors
go.
or foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States, comma, but will include every other class of person. So it really comes down to whether or not you think he's like putting a bunch of adjectives to describe ambassadors and foreign ministers, or if you think he's listing foreigners, aliens, ambassadors, and foreign ministers as like four different things.
So-
like it's just like a matter of interpretation
So
of how those commas are interpreted.
Your interpretation of that quote like makes a mockery of English, the entire English language.
What do you mean? That's exactly how English
No,
works.
I-
If I want
I
to list
will-
a bunch of things,
I will show people the quote. So
okay.
this is the quote that people point to, but the people get ChatGPT, but I believe it is an accurate
Because
quote.
why would those be adjectives? Like when they make those quotes, why would they add? Why would he need to add those words if he didn't?
So
if those
we're
words don't
going to
carry
be
any
very
weight?
specific here. Why would he need to add those words? What do you mean those words?
Foreigners and aliens. Those specific words.
Why would he
have
need to
mean
add
no-
those words?
If you take them out, they
Wait,
mean
wait.
not. They add nothing to the rest of the statement.
Of course they do.
Well, then you agree with me.
No, I don't.
Because if they add anything, then that means that he's listing words. If they don't add
What-
anything,
what-
you could take them out, and the
What
statement
you just
would
said made
support
no
your
sense.
Idea.
If they do add, well, you said if they add something, then I'm right, and if they don't add something, I'm right. That's
So
that.
if they add something, that means he's listing
wait.
them.
Wait a second. You just said if
Okay.
the words add something. I don't know here what you mean by add, as though you mean not redundant.
Yeah, right. Like,
Okay,
do they
so-
actually add any additional information
all
to
right,
the
so
statement? If you take them out,
if the words add something, you said I'm right, and if they don't, I'm also right. Is that your reading?
okay.
Wait. Can you
that-
answer that question first, and then you can explain? Is it your position that if these words add something, you're right, and if they don't add something, you're also right? Is that your position? Is that your position?
Okay.
Wait, no. Just answer the question first, and then you can explain. Is that your position?
If the words,
Is it your
have a meaning,
position
if they
or
have a-
not? Answer the question. Is it your position or not? If
So-
they add something, I'm right,
when-
and if they
okay.
don't add something, I'm also right. Will you just answer the question?
obviously
and then
they
you can explain?
can't. No, they
Can
can't.
you answer
no,
the question?
obviously that-
Wait. Can you answer it first? Is that your position? Yes or no?
No, it's not.
No,
It's not.
okay.
I'm not right both ways. No,
Okay,
like
so
that. I think
when
I
are
got- we
you
got
right? When are
a
you
little
right?
Misunderstanding. there.
When
So-
are you right?
If you can take out those words and have it support your argument,
Sorry, I'm
and go
asking. If the words are redundant, are you right?
if the words are redundant, then I'm wrong.
If the words are redundant, then
If the words are correct, then I'm right. Like if the words actually add something to the statement, then it supports my argument. But if the words are just redundant and you could take them out and it would mean the exact same thing with them taken out, then it supports your argument.
I think it's really stupid what you just said. But I obviously
No,
believe.
so
I obviously believe they add something, and I'm right. And they're
So if you just take out our foreigners, aliens, who, so it's just like, this will not, of course, include persons born in the United States who belong to the families of ambassadors
Wait,
or foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States, but will include every other class of person, that supports your argument. But that's not what they said. They also said who are foreigners and aliens. So foreigners and aliens are nouns, they're not adjectives.
I just want to be clear about this. This will not, of course, include persons born in the United States who are foreigners, aliens, who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States, but will include every other class of persons. So
Right.
who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers? Where
Well, those are their own class of people.
Sorry, I'm about to ask a question. I haven't asked it yet.
Okay, go ahead.
Who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States? Is that a class of person?
Yeah, ambassadors and foreign ministers
wait,
are
no.
a class.
Or is that modifying another term? Who belong to? So if I say someone who poops their pants, if I just told you who poops their pants, but it's not a question, does that mean anything? Or is that a modifier of something else? The baby who pooped their pants.
It does mean something.
Wait.
Okay, so
It means it's modifying something, right? Baby who pooped their pants, tiger who pooped in its shed, walrus who pooped all over everything. So who did something? Like standing by itself, it's not complete, right? It's modifying something. Who is referring to something, isn't it?
Yeah. Who are foreigners? Who are aliens? Who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers?
This is the answer. Who belong to the families is modifying foreigners and aliens.
I disagree.
Why?
Because why does it say who are foreigners, aliens? Why would he say it twice then?
What, foreigners?
Why would he say who twice?
Yeah, that's potentially more redundant, but it's also redundant to say foreigners, aliens, who belong to the families of it, because then you don't solve.
No, because they're all different things.
You don't solve the redundancy problem. You don't solve the redundancy problem with your reading, and then you have a bigger problem with your reading.
Yes, it does.
Yes, no.
Because foreigners are a specific thing, aliens are a specific thing.
But do you see the
people who belong to the families are a specific thing?
Two things. There's a comma after aliens, isn't there? And there's a comma after foreigners.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
There's not a comma between ambassadors and foreign ministers because he's kind of grouping them together.
No.
And then the last comma before the but is the end of the list.
Stop. And by the way, this is speech. Yeah, this is one. First of all, dude's words aren't even dispositive, and so this is the wrong analysis anyway. Even if this word is dispositive, so we're taking the view that this is dispositive. But even on its own terms, right? This foreigners, aliens, right? It's being modified by who belong to the families of ambassadors, foreign ministers, accredited to the government of the United States. And the reason that's the best reading is not only from a textual perspective, but also if it were the otherwise, right? If it was just foreigners, then you wouldn't need to specify who belong to the families of ambassadors and foreign ministers accredited to the government. You must acknowledge that, right? If this applied to all foreigners, why would you need to include this specification as to families of ambassadors and foreign ministers? Explain that.
Because those people are here legally.
Whoa! No. They're still foreigners, right? This is excluding people, right?
They're foreigners, but they're here for a specific purpose for a specific period of time.
Wait. So foreigners,
so they're here legally.
Do you, if you know that someone is a foreigner, do you know if they're here legally or illegally?
Well,
answer the question.
Law, there's visas.
Hang on a second.
Today it's clear.
Answer the question. Is it enough to know if someone's quote here illegally to know they're a foreigner? Yes or no?
If someone's here illegally, then they would
I
have
didn't
to be a
ask
foreigner,
if they're here
yes.
illegally. I asked a specific question. You need to listen to the question. The question is, if you know someone's a foreigner, is that enough to know that they're here illegally?
No, because they might have a visa.
Okay, so then this isn't specific to illegal immigrants, right? You agree? It's broader than that. Foreigners, right? Is it broader than illegal immigrants? Yes or no? If you read it your way.
Well, they didn't have illegal immigrants as a term at the time.
So is the term foreigner broader than illegal immigrant?
Yeah, I think so, because they have aliens too. But I don't think aliens is broader than illegal immigrant.
Hang on a second. So by your version of this, even the child of legal residents would not be subject to birthright citizenship. Is that correct?
Honestly, I think.
Will you answer that question first? Answer it.
I think that there's
answer the question first. Answer it first. I'm so tired of your dodging. This would apply.
I'm not dodging.
Yes, you are. I'm asking a question. Answer it.
Yeah, I'm gonna answer it.
Yeah. So the question is, your interpretation would exclude the children of legal permanent residents from getting citizenship in the country. Is that correct?
I think it could have been at the time.
I'm not asking could have. I'm not asking could have. I'm asking does it?
At the time, I think so. Yeah.
Wait, no.
But then you go back to the allegiance.
Stop. I'm asking you. I'm asking your interpretation, which is that foreigners. That this means that there's a self-standing category of people who do not get the benefit of birthright citizenship. Namely, that it applies to people who are foreigners, right? And by the way, this is even like it should tell you something. By the way, that this statement doesn't even make any sense, right? It says this will not, of course, apply to foreigners. It's so because the statement obviously is to children born of foreigners. What you want to say, right? So the statement by itself already betrays that this guy, he's not like being as precise as possible, right? Because this is defining who's a foreigner and who is not a foreigner. So you should just be clued in.
I imagine there's a conversation
So you should
before
just be
that.
clued in. By the way, in addition to the rank hypocrisy of the conservative movement that is supposed to be discounting legislative history, that we go on to this one fucking quote, and the quote doesn't even make any fucking sense because the quote is saying it doesn't apply to people who are this or that. But of course, the question, the birthright citizenship is who is a foreigner and who's not a foreigner. That's what the whole fucking thing is meant to result. So just put that aside. But it's your view that this applies to foreigners. And so it just essentially follows, if this does not apply to foreigners, that it doesn't apply both to legal foreigners and illegal foreigners. That's just must follow, correct?
No.
It doesn't follow.
Like,
Why not? Are legal foreigners
Because
legal foreigners a subcategory of foreigner? That is, are all legal foreigners foreigners? You can answer it.
Like,
are all legal foreigners foreigners?
Foreigners.
I don't know why this is hard.
Yes, but they've renounced they've renounced.
No,
effectively
they
renounced.
fucking haven't.
Wait,
no. So
not
answer.
today,
So answer.
no, but
so
back
answer.
then,
So
I think-
so wait. So answer the question: have lawful permanent residents in the United States today or back then renounced their citizenship or quote unquote allegiance as you understand it?
Sorry, repeat that again.
By virtue of being a lawful permanent resident, have you renounced your previous citizenship or quote allegiance?
Not today, no.
No. So
and at
it's-
the time,
right,
and at
so
the
no.
time, it was like complicated.
Wait, no. So
Like,
no.
I don't know at the time.
So the answer is no, right?
Correct.
Okay. So it is your position, isn't it, therefore, that on this reading of the citizenship clause, the children of lawful permanent residents are not citizens if they're born in the United States. That's correct, isn't it?
The people of lawful, yes. Like,
So-
I,
so your
like at the
position is
time, they
actually
didn't really
broader,
have
right?
that distinction. This is where it's so hard to like interpret this because we now have like more specific definitions. And
Right.
at the
So it
time
can't
that this
turn.
was written,
So that's the reason why interpretation sucks. If your interpretation involves concepts that weren't applicable, then they can't turn on them, can they? Like,
But
you're
ultimately-
saying like this is so hard because at the time they didn't really have this concept. Well, then maybe the conclusion to draw from that is actually this concept isn't relevant to what they were talking about. Not,
well, I
not
still,
it's so hard because I have to
think
bite the
because
bullet.
most of the world, most of like the countries that they interacted with at that time had kings, right? And so when they wrote this amendment, they would have said the subject to a king, but they couldn't because America didn't have a king.
They
So
had
like,
a-
well, how
wait,
do
no,
we
no,
say
hang on.
subject to a king
they had
without?
No. Did you just make that up? That they didn't have a concept of jurisdiction?
Well, they had
It-
concept of jurisdiction, but in terms of like,
No, you just
how
said-
do we say
wait a
subject
second.
to a king, but not say
Wait a
king
second.
because we don't have a king?
You just implied that you thought that the reason they used the term jurisdiction is because they couldn't use the term king. Is that what you just implied?
Yeah.
But of course,
Basically, yeah.
But of course, you understand that they had concepts of jurisdiction within monarchies, right? You agree with that?
Sure, but if you're a subject of a-
Wait a second. We're not done. And you understand the UK currently
Okay.
has a king, right?
right?
And it has a concept of jurisdiction, right?
Okay, but when you say
Can you
jurisdiction, you're
answer
talking
it?
about the
Wait,
laws, or
wait,
you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about jurisdiction. I'm talking about jurisdiction. But you,
Okay.
No, but wait, just finish this. I want to know if you just made that up.
Okay.
If you just kind of like off the cuffs suggested that the reason they use the term jurisdiction is because they couldn't use the word king. But then I just told you, and you seem
But
to
they
accept.
wanted to.
How
Like,
do you,
is there a
where
way
are
you could phrase
What
this?
is your evidence? Wait, did you just make something
So-
up again? You just said they wanted to use
No,
subject
so
to the king.
I have a question for you. Let's say, just hypothetically, let's say they wanted to say the same thing that subject of a king would mean in another country, right? Like, so they wanted it to be the exact same meaning.
Do you have any
as-
evidence? Wait, I'm asking. Are you making this up? Do you have any evidence of this?
I think this is what
No,
this is what they mean
based
by
on- based on
everything
what?
I've read about.
Wait, no,
this.
wait. Based on what do you think that they wanted to say subject to
Based
the king?
on how
Based
else
on
would
what?
they have said? How else would they have
That's a
said?
question, that's
how
not a
how
basis.
how could they have interpreted it? How could they have said this without
You're
saying
asking
subject
a
to
question.
jurisdiction?
You're asking a question. You just asked a question. That's not telling me
I know.
why you know it. That's asking me a question. You understand?
Well, this is what I believe, because there's not another way that they could have said it, because we don't have a king.
Wait a second.
Like, how could they have said it?
No. Hang on. They had a concept of jurisdiction and they had a concept of king. They had both concepts, right?
Like, did
they have?
the idea
Why
of
don't you just answer the question?
exist?
Wait.
Sure.
We can do this faster if you just answer the question. Yeah, they had both concepts, didn't they?
Yeah, but how else do you say it in America?
Oh my God. Wait, no. They had both concepts, didn't they? Correct?
I don't know exactly, but I assume
you don't think the Americans
would have.
You don't think the Americans in 1868 had a concept of king?
Sure, they did, but we didn't. Sure, of course they had a concept,
and of course they had a concept of jurisdiction as well, didn't they?
Yeah, but how do you say it in American terms if you can't say king?
No, so can you stop? You said it was your case. You're asking a question. That's another question you just asked. You said they were trying to. They wanted to say king. What's your evidence of that? And then I asked you that, and you're like, well,
because I don't know any other way they could have said.
Could have said what? They could have said subject to the king if they wanted to say it.
No, because we don't have a king.
No, okay, but
so how do you substitute in
what's your evidence?
That meaning
in a
country that doesn't have a king?
No, but what's your evidence that they wanted to say subject to the king? What's your evidence of that?
The other statements that they've made.
What other statements?
Like they talked about allegiance.
Wait,
they very clearly
Who talked about allegiance? Who talked about allegiance? They. Who's they?
Like that's why the Native Americans didn't get citizenship. The founders of this.
No, when you say allegiance,
amendment.
When you say allegiance, you're talking about court opinions interpreting this amendment, aren't you? Or yes,
they said complete jurisdiction.
Who is they when you're talking about allegiance?
The founders.
The founders talked about allegiance. Well, this is a framer. He's not talking about allegiance.
The framers, not the founders.
Yeah, the framers. Sorry. The allegiance concept is relevant to subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That is the English common law. That concept,
so they said,
but it doesn't mean
what
you think it means.
Subject to the complete jurisdiction, which means that if they
owe
allegiance to someplace else,
what do you think allegiance means?
That means
what do you think allegiance means?
It's so.
What do you think
like
allegiance
loyalty,
means?
like
loyalty. Okay, so you think that
which means that you sworn an oath of loyalty, aka legal permanent resident.
Do the children of citizens swear an oath of loyalty?
No, because their parents are already citizens and they have birthright citizenship.
Do all citizens swear an oath of loyalty?
But legal permanent residents do.
If you're the child of citizens who have never sworn an oath of loyalty, do you not get birthright citizenship if you're the child of citizens? Unless you can prove
if you're the child of citizens, then it's like inherent in that. Just like
what do you mean?
If you're born in a kingdom and your parents are subjects to the king, then they're also subjects to the king.
Okay, but you need to prove that you're citizen, because it's not coextensive. You agree, loyalty is not coextensive with citizenship, right?
Not coextensive, but like I'm talking about like swearing an oath of loyalty. Like,
can you please
if I'm from another kingdom and I go to see the king and I swear an oath of loyalty to him, then I become his subject. So, if I live in Germany and I move to America and I swear an oath of loyalty,
what I'm basically asking you is, you're not interpreting this provision of law that all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction of our citizens in the United States. You're not interpreting this to mean all citizens born or naturalized, right?
I'm interpreting it to mean all citizens and all people who have legally sworn an oath to America, like through the legally
sworn. So is it your position that green card holders legally swear an oath to the Constitution?
Yeah, they literally do. My wife had a green card,
and she swore an oath of allegiance to the United States government.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's the first I'm hearing it. Swear an oath of allegiance, even if you're not a citizen of the United States. If I Google this and I mean, I'll Google it. I don't
remember that.
Do you swear an oath of loyalty to the United States?
Oh no,
when you get a green
final
card.
Step. Oh, that's when they get their certificate of naturalization.
Wait. So to be clear,
but that's not. But that's not the same as
citizenship, though, right? Wait a second. So, are you saying that you agree, therefore, that green card holders don't, by necessity, swear an oath of allegiance to the United States? Is that right?
I'm pretty sure that my.
I asked you a question.
Lawful permit without becoming a citizen through natural. So is natural. This is a question. is naturalization and getting citizenship the same thing? Like basically, when you get
Yes,
naturalized,
naturalization
you're
is
also
a synonym
citizen.
for
Okay.
the process of getting citizenship. But we're talking about green card holders. Green card holders don't all naturalize. Agreed?
I don't know. I might be.
You don't know
wrong
whether.
on that.
Wait. I asked you
I
whether.
could swear that my
What-
ex had sworn.
No, that's not what I'm asking.
an
Whether your
oath.
ex fucking did anything.
I know.
I'm asking: is it the case that all green card holders naturalize? Why is
No,
this hard?
definitely not.
No,
They don't all
definitely not. Of course.
No.
Right. So not all
Yeah.
of them swear oaths of allegiance to the United States, right?
I might be. That might be correct.
Okay. So basically what I'm suggesting to you is to read this in the way that you want. It's much more broad than what Trump is arguing for, because you're saying basically this only applies to citizens. And this should instead read all persons born or naturalized in the United States who are children of citizens or who otherwise take a loyalty oath are subject to the jurisdiction thereof. And that is the stupidest fucking... Why? If they wanted to say that, they would say that. They didn't say that. Of course they didn't say that. Because it wouldn't even fulfill the purpose that everyone says is the exclusive purpose, which is wrong, to give citizenship to freed blacks. Because, of course, their parents weren't citizens and didn't by necessity swear oaths to the Constitution. So your reading fucking sucks.
Oh, hold up. This you swear an oath of allegiance that is used for naturalization.
Right? By your reading, the freed blacks whose parents were not U.S. citizens, thanks to Dred Scott, and who most certainly did not by necessity take... I'm sure it was very, not widespread. I don't. Maybe if they were in the army or something, but it certainly wasn't by necessity that their parents swore an oath of loyalty.
Okay, so
wait. Can you acknowledge that? Right. So this wouldn't have given freed blacks citizenship unless they were of the category of freed black whose parents happened to take a loyalty test or oath.
So I think there actually is an oath. Different AI. This is this thing I hate because I hate having to use AI to research this stuff, but without being an expert.
Just listen to my words.
Law.
No. The logic of what you're suggesting.
Talking about slavery. Because they were already here in America and had already been here for a long time. You're
just making things up again.
Freed, they needed citizenship.
You're just making things up again. Right, you're inventing some new condition to add to append to this provision now, which is, I guess, if you're here for a long time, then
if the slaves, the whole purpose of the amendment was to grant the slaves citizenship, right? So that's what they.
So that's why you're reading.
They wrote it in a way to allow.
So far, your reading sucks because what your reading is in order to have quote unquote loyalty and allegiance means loyalty to you. Again, this is all silly. This is all an invention. That allegiance in that context literally means, individual loyalty in that sense. And you're, again, misapplying concepts because you don't have a clue. But even assuming that were the case, you're basically suggesting that this only applies to the children of citizens who are inherently loyal or those who otherwise take a loyalty oath. That's what your rule was.
No, it's true. I cited the law in Twitch chat.
That's what your reading suggests. But of course, the big problem with that is that wouldn't give citizenship to freed black people. I see people who got triggered that said blacks, but black people.
Well, they were already here, and so the whole purpose was to grant citizenship to the people who had no other place.
Do you think that that's responsive?
Because at the time they were still loyal to America.
Do you think that that's responsive to anything I just said? The length of time that these freed slaves were here. You think that's responsive to what I just said?
They had no other place to be.
I'm asking you a separate question, which is whether or not you thought that the statement about how long freed slaves had been here was responsive to my line of inquiry. Do you think that was responsive? That the duration of time these people were around is responsive to the problem that I've just exposed in your reading?
I'm trying to
I'm asking you a question.
Do you
know what I just asked? Do you know what I just asked? Actually,
no.
I'm asking whether you think it was responsive when you said, when I brought up the glaring problem in your interpretation, namely that former slaves would not be granted citizenship under your reading of this text, which is an absurd result.
No, they would have been.
No, they wouldn't have been. I just explained why.
Why then? Tell me why you think they wouldn't.
Because your reading of this turns on whether or not their parents are loyal. Again, I just want to reiterate, absurd. And loyalty to you means either of being citizens, that's kind of like an inherent loyalty, or taking citizen an oath of loyalty. That is what you said. And I pointed out the fact that, well, former slaves' parents were not citizens. Agreed? Of the United States.
No, that was the purpose of the amendment was to give.
Can you answer the question?
Correct. Agreed.
Okay. Yes. So therefore, okay. Former slaves are not going to be citizenships by this amendment on the virtue of their parents' citizenship, and so the only former slaves who would be citizens of the United States by virtue of this amendment are the former slaves who randomly happen to have parents who had sworn an loyalty to the United States. Correct?
No, because they were already here and they had no other loyalty to any other place. That's why.
You're adding stuff. So all of a sudden, so you're loyal to this country if you have no other loyalty to other places? Wait, is that your position?
If you live here, then yeah.
So all the stateless people, if stateless people come to the United States, they have loyalty to the United States automatically?
No, because nowadays they wouldn't be let in or whatever.
All you have to do is renounce your citizenship, cross the border, have a child, and now you're the child of someone who's loyal because they don't have any other loyalty. Is that your position?
Maybe back then it would have been.
No, stop with this nonsense. You are so full of shit. You've realized the hole that you've dug for yourself. So you're inventing new conditions. No. You're inventing new things to add and to Frankenstein this text to make it make sense and to have it apply to illegal immigrants. But of course, there's no way to make it work because you need to, at a bare minimum, to make your preposterous reading stand, have actually given citizenship to former slaves. And so you have to now invent a new condition because, I guess the whole problem was former slaves were not citizens at all, and their parents weren't citizens either because they were black. And so, the test that I just constructed fails on its own terms. And so now I have to be like, they didn't have citizenship anywhere else, and that makes them loyal? How does that make them loyal?
At the time the amendment was passed, they were born or naturalized in the United States.
No,
at the time.
But by virtue of what? By virtue of what?
By virtue of being born or naturalized. There.
Okay. But were they
subject? But were they subject foreigners or aliens?
Hang on a
second.
second.
Those things.
What do you mean? What's the definition of a foreigner?
A foreigner is somebody who belongs someplace that's not here.
What is the definition of a foreigner?
Somebody who doesn't live in America.
Oh, so illegal immigrants
didn't live in America.
Wait, so illegal immigrants are not foreigners, correct?
Illegal immigrants are foreigners because they belong someplace else.
They belong someplace else. That's your so
yeah, they belong. A foreigner, to the place
a foreigner somewhere is someone who belongs somewhere else.
That was born or has citizenship someplace else. So unless they go through the process,
there's another contradiction because then you're again asserting that green card holders who do have another allegiance. Right, or they belong somewhere. In what sense would you belong somewhere else?
Sworn an oath. They do have to swear an oath of loyalty to get a green card. I looked that up. I cited the law.
Where?
And they do have to swear. It's 8. So I'll post it.
No. Tell me the citation.
I haven't looked this up.
Tell me the citation. Okay, then
8 USC.
Yep.
144.8a and 8 CFR
144.8a. You said.
Yeah.
So it's 144.8a, correct? And you use ChatGPT to get this. This is AI, right? Yes or no?
Yeah, AI Grok.
Yeah, okay, whatever. AI Grok. Okay.
Yes.
So the title of this provision is, and when this happens, I want you to apologize actually, and we're gonna end the call if you don't apologize.
And I will. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Right? Okay. I'm not.
Well, I'm gonna want you to apologize because I want you to read just read out loud the title here. Read the title of this provision of law.
Addressed to newly naturalized citizens. Okay, so that one is citizen specific. So that already.
So are you going to apologize for using AI in our conversation? Why are you using AI?
Because I'm not a lawyer.
No, you don't need to be a lawyer. Just listen. Just listen to the words. You're making assessments and assertions, so you should be prepared. But put that. And you're so arrogant in the chat. You're talking down to everyone else who's trying to spend a modicum of their time in the day to prove you wrong, verifiably wrong. And do me the courtesy of not using AI and just have a conversation.
Actually, though. that text, like look in section A, it says of a person lawfully admitted for permanent residence. It actually does clarify it also applies to permanent residence.
Holy shit. Wait. So what are you citing now?
Like that's the law you just posted there. Look at A.
Look at A what?
Form and manner persons required to take an oath.
What are you talking
person
about?
Was applied
which
for naturalization.
Provision? A person was applied for what?
Naturalization or for adjustment of status to that person of lawfully admitted for permanent residence.
Where is this?
Like it also applies to permanent residence.
Where is this? What provision of law?
That one there.
This does not say that. You're
there,
abusing Grok. You're torturing Grok.
I know.
Stop torturing Grok. Find this code that that you're trying to cite to me, and then turn Grok off right away. Okay? So which statute are you telling me to look at? And after this, I want you to close Grok. Why are you typing in Grok?
It's 1448.
1448.
A.
No. Okay, that's where we're at. So I now want you to close Grok. Okay?
Yeah, it's off. I have the law written there in front of me.
So you're going to show me. You said that this contains a reference to lawful adjustment of status. Where is a reference to adjustment of status in this law? Do you have Grok up?
No, I have the law up. U.S. Code.
Is there any reference here to adjustment of status?
I'm looking at it now.
Is it taking you this long to scan the 5 lines and see if it has the word adjust?
Well, it has like a public ceremony, hereditary title.
That's not what I asked. Is it taking you this long to scan this fucking text and see if it has the word adjust in it?
Adjust?
Yeah, adjustment of status.
It does not have the word adjust in it.
So when you said that this also applies to people who are trying to adjust their status on the basis of this law, you were just relying on Grok because you were torturing a fucking AI in front of me. Why are you torturing AI? Why are you asking Grok to give you arguments? How do you learn that way? You have a conclusion and you're putting Grok through Chinese water torture to give you the results you want. You're literally asking for propaganda and to have your confirmation bias supported because you know the right result, and so you're going to torture an AI to get there.
Not torture. I'm just asking like a broad question.
So at any point did you say, please justify this reading or something to that effect?
I thought it was listing the full text.
No. What was your first query in this line of queries? Give me an argument that this applies to illegal immigrants. Anything like that?
I asked, do you need an oath even if you do not want to be naturalized and just want to be a legal resident? And it said, yes, you still have to take an oath of allegiance even if you only want to become a permanent resident. Okay.
And it cited this provision of law?
And then it listed that and also CFR...
CFR what?
337.1.
337.1. I mean, this oath of allegiance, by its own terms, says, except as otherwise provided in the Act, and after receiving notice from the district director that such applicant is eligible for naturalization. I mean, it's by its terms only naturalization. So I almost don't believe you that you didn't that you pushed Grok in a neutral fashion.
No, I 100% always try to. I would love, if I could, I would share you the whole thing.
You can actually. You can copy it and tweet it at me.
Okay. I can't tweet it. I don't have I dropped my.
Okay, you can just DM it to me. You can just DM me and I won't put it on the screen.
Discord or something.
Yeah, put it in the Discord. I want to see all the queries you sent to Grok. I want to see how you tortured it.
Okay, I'll be happy to. Let me see. How far? Do you want me to like all of it?
Yeah, I want to see
all of it that applies to this conversation, right?
Yeah. In this line, I want to see the kind of questions that you were asking it while you had it.
Okay.
You know, a bunch of
I'm
car batteries.
Everything I looked up related to this. I literally do try to like be unbiased in the questions I ask Grok because it's my intention to learn, right? It's not my intention to. I try not. I know that you probably disagree with me, but
I just think you're torture. You have a car battery.
Sides.
You have a car battery hooked up to Grok's nipples, and you're trying to like make it say what you want its conclusion to be. That's my
Oh my
intuition.
gosh.
But you
I
can
got like 20,000 characters. It took me a
20,000
second to-
characters.
Well, because AI will give long answers, right?
Okay.
So I don't know how to do this in a way that actually matters, that actually is fair.
You can just DM it to me. I think you can copy.
Well, I know, but
your-
it'll be multiple DMs, is what I mean.
Oh,
Is all because it's like multiple questions that each have.
all right. So you can.
Yeah, even this first question is too long.
What was the first? What was the very first question you asked?
Okay, so the very first question I asked: when did visas get implemented in the
Okay.
USA?
And it told you
Because we were, and it told me 1776 to 1921. It was open borders for immigration and tourism,
Oh.
no visa required.
sick. All right. Next question you asked.
It's basically state-based. And then I said, what statements did the framers of the 14th Amendment say to limit, or because I knew that there were
To
statements,
limit
but I
what?
didn't know what they were. Sorry, let me what I said. Let me go back. What statements did the framers of the 14th Amendment say to limit or define who should get citizenship?
Okay.
And then it listed like John Howard and Trumbull and Cohen
Mhm.
and Conness and those.
Okay.
The next question was, can you list all the, and this is like me also arguing with the other guy in the chat.
Yeah.
Can you list all countries that use pure just solely to determine citizenship without any
Okay.
other
That's
conditions on
separate.
parents?
Keep going. I gave you an answer,
Yeah.
presumably.
And then I asked it to list the countries in a way that I could copy and paste it easier because it
Okay.
gave me like a table. And then what is the text leading up to Howard's quote? This will not, and this is like in the middle of our conversation. I didn't even really read it all, but I asked what the text was leading up to Howard's quote of this will not include persons, blah, blah, blah. Because you talked about how that.
If you thought that was relevant, why wouldn't you have looked it up before you're advocating for this position, right? Like, what I don't understand is
because you brought up the argument. This was in the middle of our talk, and you were like, "This statement doesn't even mean anything because." You know what I mean? Like you said that this, because it made sense, it didn't make sense on its own. So then I was like, well, then you have to see what's before it. So then I asked Grok, but I didn't have time to like, read it.
No, you wouldn't need, like, by itself, right? Like, this doesn't apply to persons born who are foreigners, right? Like, persons born who are foreigners. The whole question is whether or not someone born is a foreigner, right? So that's what I meant there. Is he's clearly making a mistake here. Now, it's one that I understand what he means. What he means is like the children of them, right? But just to show you that the way people are using this quote when it contains a verifiable confusion and falsehood is laughable to me, especially for a movement that is so desperate and horny to discount legislative history all the time, unless it gives them the result they want. That's what is so fucking funny to me. Like, this is not.
I don't think the legislative history goes against this, but like
no,
but
well, no.
we're not
The
really
legislative
talking
history
about that.
obviously supports my position, and you're just misreading this. But
Which aspect of legislative history supports your position?
every aspect of the legislative history. This
Like
statement.
Wong Kim Ark doesn't.
No, Wong Kim Ark is not legislative history.
Oh no, you're right. Yeah, legislative. My bad. You're right. That was a judicial, and I don't know the text of all the laws, so I don't know. You may be right on that. I was trying to look into that.
Legislative history is not the text of laws either. Legislative history
You're
is
right.
the stuff around the laws. Right. And this provision you're citing, this quote supports my position. That's what is so sad about this whole thing. It does, because you're just reading it wrong.
So like, in my opinion, this would be perfectly valid to say, as like multiple sentences, this will not, of course, include persons born in the United States who are foreigners. This will not, of course, include persons born in the United States who are aliens.
Yeah,
this will not, of course, include.
So we
what I mean? Like they're different.
We could get into like
people.
the textual reason why you're reading is absurd. It's because you're trying to make a distinction that even though there's a comma, again, this is a transcription of spoken word, right? There's a speech, presumably, or maybe it's a written down speech somewhere or something. But even assume that this is what he meant is to put these commas in there. It doesn't make sense.
It was not.
Wait a second. Let me finish.
Wasn't written.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Yeah. So when you read it like that, who are foreigners, aliens who belong to the families, then my reading makes sense. If you think about this as like a spoken word, and it's the best reading of what's going on here, right? Because there's no. It didn't say foreigners and aliens who belong to the families of ambassadors. It says foreigners, aliens who belong to the families of ambassadors. The reading that's most natural is that foreigners and aliens are meant to represent the categories to which this modifier applies. You imagine this, right? Like, I love women, men who support the United States are my friends. What do I mean by that? What's the best interpretation when I say women, men who support the Constitution are my friends?
Well,
Answer the question. What is the best interpretation when I say, guys, women?
That's not a proper sentence.
Sorry, I didn't ask whether it was a proper sentence. Did I ask whether it was a proper sentence?
Well, his is a proper sentence.
No, I didn't ask whether his was a proper sentence. I'm asking.
Well, I mean, if you're not using the language correctly to ask me the question, then I can't answer it correctly.
If someone says to you, "Hello, Mr. Newspin, women, men who are friends of the Constitution are my friends," what is the best interpretation of that sentence?
I would say finish your sentence, please, because you're not.
I didn't say for you to give.
You're saying women, men,
sorry,
and people who.
Sorry.
Are your friends.
I didn't ask you for an extraneous comment that isn't what I'm talking about. I asked you what is the best interpretation of that statement.
It's mine.
No, you didn't give one.
Your statement. Your statement is an incomplete sentence. So So the only way to interpret it is that you didn't finish your.
Are you an alien from another fucking planet? Give us your best shot. What do you think is the best interpretation of what that person means?
But that's not. But he actually had a.
Are you really like? Come on.
They're not.
There are tons of
they're
things
not analogous to each other.
People will say shit, and it will be sentence fragments. It'll be fucking one word. It won't follow the proper rules of grammar. They'll say things like
this is written in a way that follows the proper rules of grammar. Though
I didn't ask whether this was written in the ways of proper form of grammar. I'm saying it following the norms of the proper rules of grammar isn't a bar to your understanding it. Someone could say this is her and be like, I can't understand what they mean because they didn't say this is she. Are you like? Come on.
So your argument is that the person who transcribed it. I mean, basically, you're putting it all on the person who transcribed it.
Stop. I'm asking you something.
If you read it as it's written, it supports my.
Newspin. Very simple. And by the way, guys, this guy's not a troll. Long time viewer. The speech is the following. I'm not asking whether it's a proper sentence. I'm not asking whether you could have made it better. I'm not asking whether you would ask a follow-up. I'm not asking whether anything. You can say it's incoherent. You can say it's an incoherent statement. But other than that, I want you to give me the best reading of this.
Yeah, it is incoherent. The sentence you said
don't
to me
understand
was incoherent.
It's incoherent.
Correct. Your statement.
We don't speak the same language. You can't even give a best interpretation of that. So I want you to say the following. Unless a sentence follows the rules of grammar, it is incomprehensible to me.
But this
I'm holding you to this. Is it your position that any sentence which doesn't follow the rules of grammar is incomprehensible?
No, you can in a conversation you can do that, but this isn't the way the rest of the text is written.
I'm not saying
in a
that.
way that doesn't make sense.
Stop. I'm not saying.
So it's it's a moot point.
So if I say dogs, cats are welcome in my home. Oh, sorry. Dogs.
Then I assume that you mean dogs and cats are welcome in your home. That both of them are welcome in your home.
Now, what if I say the following? Dogs, cats who are well trained are welcome in my home. What's the best reading of that sentence?
Dogs and cats who are well trained are welcome in my home.
So the modifier.
But that's not what this sentence says.
Hang on a second. The modifier applies to both dogs and cats, right? It's not just dogs and cats who are trained, right? It's dogs
there
and cats who both are. Stop. Listen to me. The example that I gave: dogs, cats who are well trained are welcome in my home. In that example, who are well trained?
It means any dog and a well trained cat.
Shut the fuck up until
I interpret.
Stop.
That.
When I say dogs, cats who are well trained, welcome in my home. The who are well trained applies to both dogs and cats, right?
I don't think so.
So you would interpret that statement as dogs and cats who are well trained.
All dogs and cats who are well trained.
Why?
Because that's what you said.
No. Why would you interpret that way? You really think that's what the person meant?
Because that's what you said. Dogs, cats who are well trained are welcome in my home.
Dogs, cats, who are well trained are welcome in my home.
Well, then it's like not a complete sentence.
All right. So then,
then it's incoherent grammatically.
So is your position that this is incoherent grammatically?
No, because that's not what the full text says. Like this quote.
All right. So I'm going to replace it. I'm going to replace it. This will not, of course, include animals born on my property who are cats, dogs, who are well trained, but will include every other class of animal.
So, like, who are well trained like that?
I've perfectly
you didn't
followed.
have a qualifier for who
I
was
did.
well
I
trained.
certainly did. I certainly fucking did. I followed exactly the structure of this sentence. And the question is,
No, because
I followed exactly the structure of this sentence.
No. Because it says persons earlier on, right? So that means all these people are persons. And
I
then
said
the
animals.
kinds of persons
said
are...
animals. This will not, of course, include
Okay.
animals. And that of obviously a foreigner is a person, an alien is a person. And in my example, cats are animals and dogs are animals. I followed the structure of it perfectly. So you can't say it's not on all fours.
Okay, then the way that I would interpret your situation is that any animal who is well trained, whether a cat or a dog or a fish a bird.
Wait, no.
Yeah.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't say foreigner or
Yes,
alien
I
means...
would. 100% would.
Wait, you would substitute person for foreigner and alien?
Okay, this will not include persons who are foreigners.
Sorry, no.
Persons who are aliens.
Stop.
Persons who belong to the families.
When I ask a question, you need to answer it, okay? Otherwise, it's not going to work.
Go ahead.
So when you say... We're not going to substitute persons for foreigners and aliens in the sentence, correct?
I'm not going to substitute them, but they are
right.
different
So in my
types
example,
of people.
in my example, you should like animals of all kinds who are well trained. No. My example was stop. My example was who are dogs, cats who are well trained. So dogs, cats who are well trained. It wouldn't be all animals who are well trained, correct? Yes or no?
No, it'll be all animals who are well trained.
No.
If you go,
Okay, this is crazy.
No,
you are an insane person.
So if you
are an insane person.
If your sentence is, this will not, of course, include
you are
animals.
a crazy person. Are you hearing me right now?
No,
you're
that's
insane.
how language works.
You are an insane person.
Is a modifier
you are trolling
for foreigners.
me. You are trolling me.
Is a modifier
if you
for
continue
aliens.
to troll,
Persons is a modifier for...
So you're either trolling or I'm being dead serious with you. You are not from this planet. You are from the galaxy known as Andromeda. No, stop
That's
it.
literally what the sentence says.
Listen to me. You are an insane person. Your brain is cooked up on AI. You're not making any sense whatsoever. I provided you a direct analog. What you can't get through your thick skull is that if you
give me the analog again, and I'll tell you. Like if we disagree, we disagree.
This will not, of course, include animals born on my property who are cats, dogs, dogs, who are well trained, but will include every other class of animal.
Right. So any animal that is well trained also falls under that. Okay. That's your statement.
You understand how insane?
It doesn't have to be a cat or a dog. It could be any animal that's well trained.
So in the example,
mouse that's well trained.
So in the example of this, it's not just foreigners and aliens who belong to families of ambassadors. It's also persons of any kind, not just foreigners or aliens. That's the analog.
It's persons who are foreign, persons who are alien, persons.
But in the example, it's not
families.
Okay, you're a troll.
Animals who are dogs, animals who are cats, animals.
You're a troll. In which case, great troll. You are also very stupid.
It's not a troll. That's literally what it says.
You are very stupid. You understand? I gave you a direct...
How else would you interpret it?
That, of course, cats and dogs doesn't mean all other animals. Agreed?
Right, but that's why you said all other well-trained animals as
I didn't say that. I did not say that.
An untrained dog...
No, stop.
Any dog, trained or not, any cat, trained or not,
you actually...
But a well-trained mouse...
You don't even remember what I said. Good troll.
No,
hey,
you said,
I might ban you in the chat, seriously, because you're trolling. Seriously.
This is your decision, but this is...
Okay. End me. Hang on, before you talk, Druid, and thank you for joining. This is the caliber of the MAGA argument, all right? They actually... I know it's funny, and it's like a bit absurd, all the things he was saying, but... understand that is what this reading entails. If you read it the way he does, which is foreigners, aliens, and who only applies to aliens, then all of those other entailments go forth. The entailment being that, the child of green card holders doesn't apply, that we would interpret as just a regular English language thing, that this modifies only one of a series of lists, and of course the problem legislative history as well. Like all the issues there, and they have to twist themselves in these knots from an interpretive perspective, but also from like a entailment perspective. It makes no sense, and really this is the best they got. Anyway, Darude, how are you?
Hey, what's going on, brother?
How you doing?
Hey, so real quick, what is your opinion on the pardons that Joe Biden issued?
I think, well, depends on which. Some I think are corrupt. Others I think are fine.
Which ones do you think are corrupt?
The ones as his son and the ones related to his family.
And specifically, why do you think those are corrupt?
I believe that corruption is to take an official action for an illegitimate purpose, and an illegitimate purpose includes for personal reasons. That is to help you in your personal capacity as opposed to in your public capacity. And though it's possible that you could have arguably like legitimate purposes for people who are your family in terms of a pardon, in the case of close family relationships, I believe that the conflict is unwaivable. Otherwise, I'm going to take a strong inference of corruption just because of the nature of that relationship, no matter what. And so because I have such a strong inference, and for reasons related to policy, the only way in which you could immunize yourself from that, from my personal determination that it's corrupt, is to recuse yourself from the decision about whether to pardon. Given that Joe Biden did not pardon, I have to conclude, given I think that strong inference for policy reasons, that he was doing it for personal reasons, to help his son, to help his family, to protect them. That is an illegitimate purpose, therefore corrupt.
Well, that can be a secondary reason. That doesn't have to be the primary reason. And I think everything you said was perfectly fine, but I don't think you're taking into consideration the weight of the context that surrounds those events, right? It's not just in a vacuum that he pardoned him because, hey, he's my son, I don't want him to suffer. He pardoned him for specific reasons due to the incoming administration. Oh, hold on one second. My headset battery's about to die.
You're good.
Sorry about that. I had
You're good.
to plug in my other battery. So the issue that I have with you saying that is that it doesn't seem like you're taking into context. Or I'm sorry, you're not taking into consideration the context of why he gave out those pardons, right? It is. I do agree with you. It would, in normal times, it would be corrupt to be nepotism to issue a pardon for your family, close friends, family members, or pre-pardons. They might be corrupt in normal times, but that's ignoring the context of what was going on in the country at that time. The incoming administration, they were saying they were going to weaponize the DOJ and directly go after Joe Biden and his family. And they didn't say, hey, we have all these indications of crimes that have been committed. They're just saying, hey, we're going to do it because they're guilty, right?
Okay,
so
there's a bunch of problems. There's a bunch of problems with that. The first is, even if I bought it, I do buy that what you're saying about the state of the country in the context is a correct factual statement, that there was a risk of weaponization and there is a risk of political prosecutions. And I'm not here to tell you that it's an illegitimate motive as a way to prevent, in isolation, that could be a potentially justifiable motive for a pardon. Okay, you understand me? So in isolation, that would be a legitimate motivation for a pardon. But there are several problems with it. The first is the problem of the conflict, that there are ways to incorporate those considerations while not including the personal component. And that way, if it's possible to do that, it's necessary. Okay? If it's possible to...
Real quick.
Yeah,
real quick. How could he divorce himself from that process, though? He's the only one that can give out that pardon.
No.
No one else can give that pardon.
Oh, sure, yeah. He can. He just agrees and says, and will exercise his authority according to the will of an independent body to come to that determination. And yes, he commits himself to that process. Yeah, I know that didn't happen because we have reporting about the consideration of what the pardon, whether they should issue it or not, and it wasn't a third group of independent people. It was him talking to his family members, him talking to himself. So he was part of the process of and he made the decision ultimately, like within days, to do it. And it went back and forth sometimes. So I know that process didn't happen. And if it had happened, he has an obligation to say that it happened. Otherwise, I'm going to take a negative inference that the process did not happen. So the first is, if it's possible to consider those legitimate reasons for a pardon, while getting rid of this, what I think is an unwaivable conflict, then it's necessary. And it was possible, therefore it was necessary. It didn't take it, and therefore the negative inference applies. And there would be nothing inconsistent with him saying, I'm committing in advance to come to the determination, whatever this body says, independent. It has to really be independent from the president. Where on the line it would be, I can't give you the exact place about how independent, whatever, but at some reasonable level of independence that we could determine about the risk there. That's the first problem that I think is a big problem. The second just is like an obvious one, which is he pardoned Hunter for crimes that he was convicted of that Hunter actually did, that weren't political prosecutions in the sense that they were prosecuted under Biden's administration. And it was for stuff that Hunter actually did. And it wasn't just this novel gun charge. It was also just like tax-related offenses and things like that that are charged all the time. And so on that basis, if you all the legitimate purpose,
taxes that he paid back.
Yeah, doesn't matter. It's still a crime. Still a crime. Still a crime. Doesn't make it not a crime. And those things are charged. But regardless, if the legitimate purpose was to worry about future prosecutions, then Joe Biden should not have pardoned his son for the things for which he was already convicted. And that's the second big problem. So they're both problems, and they defeat the possibility of legitimate motives.
I don't agree with that, because
what part don't you agree?
Had he been sentenced already for those particular crimes? I don't recall.
Yeah, no, I don't. I don't know if he had been sentenced. I think they were in the middle of sentencing stuff. He might have been sentenced. I'm not sure, but I don't know why it would matter. Why does it matter if he was sentenced?
Because the Trump administration could have put undue influence on how severe his sentencing could have been, and further, this speaks to the pre-pardoning of all those folks, right? He pre-pardoned the rest of his family members too. Isn't that correct? Or am I misremembering that?
Yeah, the family members as well. No, I'm not discounting them, because they're all subject to the same under my first rationale, which is the unwaivable conflict of interest, and that he has to commit himself to that you can't waive that is like an infecting motivation. It would be like saying like imagine that Donald Trump, because he could claim the same thing, right? And I understand he's corrupt and it's a different person.
He's going to claim the same thing.
Of course he is. No doubt. But anytime there's like a conflict like that, likewise, like imagine that Joe Biden had a business partner, and Joe Biden really felt that like his business partner, where it's tied up to his own financial interests, that he was like treated poorly. It would be unwaivable. We would never accept that the person who's in charge, who has such a close financial relationship, it's insane that we would be okay with that. Someone else needs to make that determination who isn't personally connected to Hunter Biden that way, who's able to put aside his love for his son. But if I were to ask you, obviously it was the overriding concern was for his family there. And he added some other people to try to put some cover, but I think that those pardons were ill-advised as well. I don't necessarily go as far as saying they're corrupt, the other ones for like Fauci and shit, and all these people.
Yeah, that's what.
But I think that they were cover for. I think they were unwise to give.
You think they were?
Yeah, I do.
I laugh at that because you're aware of all the things that Trump was saying before he actually took office, right?
I'm aware of that.
We have so many statements. We have so many truth socials. We have so many interviews in which he said he's going after the Biden crime family. All his closest allies were saying, "Hey, we need to do this. We need to weaponize it." And in the here and now, in the current present, we see that he's done these things. We see that he's weaponized the DOJ. We know for a fact that
I'm just saying that I think that they wanted to press this argument about weaponization. It doesn't fit for the reasons stated. I don't call those pardons necessarily corrupt. I call the family ones necessarily corrupt, though. And there's just something shouldn't he have given the decision to consider this to a neutral party? Isn't that the thing he ought have done?
You keep saying that.
Should he? Well, I'm asking you. In your mind, by your lights, ought he have?
Of course, he should have. But there's no indication, other than a few loose stories in the media, that he didn't do that. I can't say that he didn't go to some neutral.
I'm going to take a negative inference. I'm going to take a negative inference if he did submit himself to the decision of some
Why?
neutral.
Why? Let me
I'll tell you why.
on that. Why? But because of his character, he has he's comported himself very well in the past. There's no indication that he would do these types of things where he would only take in his own counsel. He's taken the advice of other people and all kinds of other things.
No,
right? He took the advice of people who told him that he shouldn't run
He's
for
the
president.
so first of all, we have reporting, not loose stories, but reporting from people in the room that at this moment, if I took 5 minutes, I could produce them to you about what was going on.
I believe you. I believe you.
So it's not just like hearsay or whatever. People who were there attest to the kind of thought process that went into and that it was ultimately Joe Biden's decision. So the best evidence that we have right now is that Biden himself made the decision and no one else made the decision. Did he get advice? I'm sure he did, but it was his decision, and that is the opposite of recusal. Second, I am going to take a negative inference if there is a neutral process and one does not mention it because it is a conduct inconsistent with the self-interest of Joe Biden. And I'm going to make it makes it less plausible that it occurred. That is to say, if there was a neutral process by which the pardon was considered, then I expect Joe Biden in his own interest and to defend his honor and the honor of the Democratic Party and his promise, because this made him a liar, right? It made him a liar because he promised not to do it.
Hold on. This is one thing that I disagree with you on. You keep saying that he was a liar. He doesn't have to necessarily be a liar. He could have just changed his mind.
I think the best inference is that he lied. I think the best inference is that he lied. Now,
not that he changed his mind?
I think that's the best inference, yeah.
Pete.
Yes. If Joe Biden is not above lying, I don't know. I like Biden. Let me give you what you want. I think Joe Biden is the best president of my lifetime. I think Joe Biden's accomplishments.
I think Barack Obama was, but okay.
Okay, reasonable minds. I think Obama's a number 2. I don't really like Clinton. I don't like Bush. I fucking hate Trump. All I'm telling you is, Joe Biden lies sometimes. He does. He's a proud man. Now, does he have an honest streak in him sometimes too? Sometimes to a fucking fault? Yes. But he has lied in ways that are provable.
Being extremely uncharitable to him because he said that, yes, of course, that he wasn't going to pardon him. But then as the evidence started building up that Trump was going to be vindictive, that he was going to go after all these people, and as we see now that he actually did all that stuff, that could have just been the motivating factor behind it. He was like, man, at first he was like, you know what, I'm not going to pardon him. I'm just going to let the system play out.
But I've given
Trump.
Yeah, no, it's possible he didn't lie. I'm going to say that I say he lied because I think that's the best inference of what's going on. I just super chat real quick. According to Adam Friend, using the word fascist is inciting violence and led to the happened Charlie Kirk, but the Dems, not Trump, were the bad actors in the unlawfully order affair. Oh yeah, I would love to talk to Adam Friend, but he has blocked me, but no, he's a fucking idiot. Anyway, so in response to what you said about Biden,
yeah,
I don't I can't read his mind, right? To know, because a lie. The point here is a lie is intentionally saying something you know to be untrue, right? And that's what you're bringing up. I think he lied because I think that my sense of the man is he really loves his family. This is his. He had his family die. A part of his family die in a car crash.
Yeah.
That Beau Biden died in this very tragic manner, and I think that he must have known at that time, either he lied to himself or he lied to others, that he could not, as a man, stomach the feeling of Hunter Biden being in jail. So it's one or the other. I mean, is there a ton of great evidence that at the time he said it was untrue? But to me, it's the equivalent of a lie because I don't think I think he should have known himself better that he couldn't stomach that, because I think overall that's his purpose. Now, I can't prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he lied. I can't, but that's my inclination. That is, I think he lied.
All right, and so the next thing I wanted to bring up is this sort of thing.
Wait, can we resolve it though? Like, why aren't you convinced?
Oh, I think we did.
So wait, no, but just like, if it were the case that he had the opportunity, and he did, you agree he had the ability, if he wanted to delegate the decision to a neutral party. He did have that power, didn't he?
Do you mean like set up like a council or something like that?
Well, yeah, there's a pardon attorney as well.
Exactly, right.
Within the DOJ.
I don't have any reason to think that he didn't consult that individual.
No, not that he didn't.
You're saying
no. I'm not saying it's not a question of consulting. It's about recusing from the decision. That is to say,
but you can't in this particular power. You can't recuse yourself from
all you have to
giving
do.
A pardon.
All you have to do is promise. Say, I promise to abide by the decision of this neutral party, and when the neutral party comes to a determination, when the neutral party comes to the determination, you just do whatever they say. That's all it would take.
Well,
So you agree?
I disagree with that reasoning.
Wait a second. So you disagree that you're saying it's categorically impossible for a president to recuse
I'm not
himself
saying
from
it's
that decision?
categorically impossible. No, I'm saying that they should not, because as it's the thought process, the theory that you are the president. That is your particular power. You have to be the deciding person behind it. You can get advisement from other people on it, but it has to be your decision to either do it or not do it.
Well,
you can't say I'll abide by the decision of a neutral party. You have to say, hey, no, I'm making an affirmative choice to do this or not do this. I've been advised. I've had the advice of these people, but this is my decision, because that's your particular power as the president. You can't.
Here's where I agree with
delegate that.
He can't actually delegate the power to anybody. And from I'm
not saying the
formalistic.
power, I'm saying
what are you saying then?
I'm saying that. I'm trying to think of the best way to phrase this.
He can delegate the decision making, though, right? Like a president can say, "Hey, you're my economic advisor. I'm going to do whatever you say," right? He could do that, the decision making, right? So that's what I'm talking about. Not that he could delegate the power, but that he delegate the decision on whether to use the power to a particular neutral party. He could have done that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I agree with that. That's not what I'm taking issue
No,
with.
I just want to walk down this line, and then I'll let you go in your line, whatever you want to say. So he could have done that. The question then is, ought he have done that? Should he have done that? Is it ethical for him to do that?
I don't know if I agree with it, but just for the sake of argument, yeah, I think he should have.
You would praise him if he did that, right? You would praise him. If he had done that,
I don't know that he didn't do that, though. I don't know that he didn't do that.
I'm not saying that you didn't. I said if the question only was, ought he have done that, not did he do that. I'm saying, should he have done that?
I don't see where the relevant.
Whether it's relevant or not, it's the question I asked, right? So regardless of whether it's a good question, whether it's relevant, regardless of whether or not he actually did it, I'm asking, should he have done it?
No, I'm sorry. I meant to say, when I say that, I don't know that he didn't do that. I don't know if he didn't take that issue to someone and say, hey, if you think I should pardon Hunter, I'll pardon him. If you think I shouldn't, then I won't pardon. I don't know if that didn't happen or not.
My
so
question,
you're saying had he done it or not? He maybe. I think he should have, but I don't know.
Okay,
that
that's what I'm asking. Wait, no, right. So the question isn't did he? The question is should he have? Right? And
yes,
you're saying now you're saying I don't know if he did. The next question is, would you call it corrupt if he didn't?
Would I call it corrupt?
Because we've established he could do it. We've established he should do it. And we haven't yet established what he did, but I'm asking if he didn't.
Reason I don't think it's if he didn't, I don't think it would be corrupt because of the underlying context around the surrounding thing. If we were in normal times, I would agree, Pisco. Hey, that's corrupt. I would agree. Like, didn't Bill Clinton do something very similar for someone?
For like family members and shit. Yeah, no,
that's corrupt. That's corrupt. That's corrupt.
Presidents have done it before as well.
Exactly.
No. But the only thing I'm saying
this ain't those times.
Okay,
these are extraordinary times.
Therefore, is it your position? Or sorry, I gotta ask. What would it take to show that a Biden pardon in this context was corrupt? What would I have to prove to you?
It'd be easy, like saying someone did it. He did it for like a kickback or something like that. Like, hey, I'll give you this pardon. Like fucking Trump is doing right now.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Like if he did it for any of those particular reasons, right? That would be easy. But if he's doing it for the simple fact that this administration coming in a very unprincipled way is saying that, hey, we're going to use the Department of Justice to go after these people for no other reason than we hate them and they were trying to go after us, then of course I think you have to you have to be pragmatic about it, bro. Like I don't understand.
So why didn't he say that? Why didn't he just pardon every Democrat then? Why pick like these? Maybe it's because he picked
the people that he thought Trump was going to go after, right? Didn't he? Milley, Fauci, the Select Committee.
He didn't pick Schiff or Letitia James or Alvin Bragg
Schiff was on the committee,
or Comey. No.
Schiff was on the committee, wasn't it?
But he only picked certain members from the committee.
I thought he pardoned all.
Maybe he did with respect to Jan 6. But why would he limit it to that stuff, right? Why wouldn't he go further If it really, there's a kind of
failure of imagination. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he thought those were the only people that they were going to try to go after. Right?
I think
I don't know. I'm being a bit charitable, but
I think you're being very charitable. So
I think you're being very not charitable.
I'm just trying to say, like, those pardons, I consider it the equivalent of a kickback, unless and if there was a situation in which, okay,
which pardons
of his family, of his family, that those family, it like he would pay money, right? It's the people. It's his son.
So you don't give.
Okay, no, there's no. I think I'm being very reasonable because I'm saying there are situations.
You are being reasonable, but I think you're not giving the proper weight to what Trump said he was going to do. I understand where you're coming from, but I'm saying I don't think you're weighing it in enough that he was taking that into consideration. Like, hey, this guy says he's going to go after
the problem. I'm
my family and these other people for no reason.
I was blackpilled enough to know that Trump was going to do this no matter what. Trump, by virtue of becoming the president, was going to abuse the prosecution power. No doubt. And right now,
what's the problem, Pisco? You knew he was going to abuse it. But what are you?
Because to me, I'm a process cuck. I'm a process cuck because this shit matters.
But that's even worse then. That's even worse because now you're saying these individual people have to face the weight and the might of the U.S. government as single individuals and get punished for things that we know they probably didn't do. That's not fair.
So
that you make those people face that?
So first of all, I'm not.
When they have a mechanism to get out of it?
I am not condemning them to that. First of all, I think it's a little bit weird that these individuals get special protections, and it's also, by the way, special protections that other people don't get, and also that the administration is now looking like they're going to toss aside. I mean, Trump is saying we're going to test this anyway, and we're going to prosecute them anyway. But no, he's very unsuccessful to go in court with that. So I grant that these pardons have effect, and they're going to be protections. But even putting that aside for a moment, I'm not condemning them to that because I'm providing a mechanism for that consideration to be weighed. And that mechanism is just for Biden to recuse himself on his family. That's all I'm asking. I think it's a reasonable compromise. That's one he could have done where he could, okay, it's a perfect situation where we can discount the bad motive, right? Because the person who is going to consider it, that he's going to defer the decision to, they're not going to be tainted by the bad motive. It would be dead simple to actually do this process. And it would result in the consideration of the appropriate factor that you're pointing to. But he didn't do that. And because he didn't do that, even though it was within his power, I have to think that a significant motive was family motive, personal motive. He didn't want to outsource this responsibility, even though that was well within his authority and well within his ability and really within his obligation, both ethically. I think ethically and frankly under the Constitution. I actually think what he did was impeachable. I think the pardons are impeachable. I think they're an abuse of power. If they had impeached him, I would have voted to convict Biden for that because I think it's an abuse of power. I want to be clear about that. So
you're right, but I think you're wrong.
No, people take it. So people don't understand. Like, it is an awesome responsibility to be the president of the United States. You swear an oath to the Constitution and to not abuse your power. And they don't take it seriously, man. I mean, like, I'm not saying you don't, but other people, like, when they think about it, they're like, oh, just give him this one. And I even met people who I really respect who are like, it's his son, man. Just leave him alone. Just give it, who cares? But for me, it's like, you have to you are putting yourself on the line. That's why it's an act of service. And you're wielding this power in trust for the American people. Just like, because you would agree, it would be corrupt for Biden to order the DOJ to stop investigating his son, right? You would agree with that? Of
course.
But he has the power to do that, right? He would have the power to fire people who are investigating his son. And you wouldn't think twice to say he should be impeached for, fucking up with the DOJ that's investigating himself. That's what was happening with Nixon, right? That's the Nixon fact pattern. That's the potential of the Trump fact pattern with Mueller, where we think he should have been impeached for obstruction of justice for trying to fuck with Mueller. It's no different here. And just because he uses another power, just because he uses the pardon power. No, because there could be a basis under the same theory to stop the prosecution, to interfere with the DOJ.
Let me interject here. Real quick. There's always this tension between like justice and mercy, right? And pardoning your family or your fucking allies, it can carry the risk of being self-dealing or nepotism, favoritism, whatever, and it breaks the public trust, right? And all I'll say to that is that this particular threat of Donald Trump and the things he said he was going to do and the things that we in the future or here in the present know that he's actually done, I think with all that taken into consideration, that these pardons can be looked at in a certain way, and where you can say, hey, I think it was justified to do that. It might have an element of corruption, but there are certain other things that outweigh that supposed corruption, right? That veneer of corruption, that stink of corruption, right? There are other things that we have to take into consideration. We can't let it attain that one side of the political aisle gets to act in this insane, these insane ways, weaponize the DOJ and weaponize the government against one side, and then we have to be on our best behavior at every single level, right? Like, oh, we can't pardon people because that would come off as corrupt. It would come across as nepotism.
I think people have this like kind
we
of
can't
like
do that.
People have this view. I hear you. I'm frustrated by the weaponization of the other side too, and obviously, like all else equal, if there are no other confounding factors, we shouldn't play by different rules, right? I mean, I agree with that. But here's the thing. Everyone has a line, right? Just because like Hamas does war crimes, they do war crimes, wouldn't justify Israel doing war crimes on like Palestinian civilians, right? But now they could say the argument, well,
that's right, but it would justify retaliation.
Yes, of some kind,
of some level,
but within certain within certain rules, and
that's what I'm saying. That the pardons Joe Biden.
No, but this is the problem, right? Like in America, in the American context, you brought up weaponization. You wouldn't be in favor of the Democrats weaponizing the DOJ, right? And doing political prosecutions, right? Where they know that there's no basis to it.
I might.
You might be in favor of a politicized DOJ?
Hold on. I didn't hear that last part. I didn't hear you say that last part. Hold on. Check it out. I would be in favor of, you know, the conversation that's been going on recently.
Yes,
right?
yes.
People saying, hey, some of that has to happen.
But you wouldn't. But like
some of that has to happen.
No. But there's a difference between justice.
We can't go back to normal.
No, listen,
we can't go back to normal.
I agree with justice. I mean, I think that if people did crimes, they should do it. But what Republicans are doing is they're inventing crimes, or they're making prosecutorial decisions where there is no good reason to think that there's a basis to convict. Think about the Comey indictment. Think about the Letitia James indictment. And they're also doing it, even if there is a potential basis for a prosecution or whatever, they're doing it only for political purposes. Either prosecutions where the only reason they're doing it is because of politics. There are active prosecutions or even withdrawals of prosecutions in the context of some Jan 6 prosecutions. And Mayor Adams, who was fucking corrupt with the Turks, and in exchange for withdrawing the prosecution there was trying to get leverage for immigration enforcement. So that's what they're doing. I wouldn't want Democrats to do that, right? I would, and I think you would agree, right? You wouldn't support a Democratic president going after Republicans baselessly, right? You wouldn't agree with them like charging a Republican, even though they know it's a weak as fuck case that is very unlikely to result in a conviction, right?
Of course, but the thing, let me add on to that though.
Yeah.
Democrats don't have to do that because the things that Democrats accuse Republicans of doing are actually real.
I agree with that. I agree they don't have to, but also they shouldn't.
They won't though. That's the whole thing, Pisco. When we say things like this, right? It's a good thing to say that, hey, we shouldn't behave in this manner, but I don't think we need to take it to the level that we said, because we're not doing that, right? I don't need to always advertise my virtue if I'm not doing the bad things, right? I don't have to keep going out there and saying, hey, we don't need to act or behave in this way. We're not behaving in that way. We're not doing those things.
I think Biden did, right? I think Biden. So that's the problem. It's like, I agree that Democrats aren't doing what the Republicans are doing, and when they're doing it, it's not nearly to the extent of what the Republicans are doing. That is the easiest argument. I will grant it every day of the week and on like twice on Friday. Like that just is the case, and I totally agree with that characterization. But the whole issue is, did Biden do the thing? And Biden did do the thing. I thought it was corrupt for Biden to pardon his family because he could have done otherwise. It would have been simple for him to recuse himself on that decision, put it in the hands of someone else, and abide by that decision, one way or the other, to adhere to his commitment. Even
if he had done, hold on, let's address that point.
Yeah,
though, right. If he had done that, they would the Republicans and the MAGAs, they would be attacking him, saying, "Hey, he didn't actually issue that pardon. He fostered that off to someone else, and they were the president
Oh yeah,
utilizing
but
that
they're
power,
never
right?
going to be happy with it. But we're not talking to under their lights.
But I'm saying that's a way
Yeah,
to
no, but my
that's a way to undermine your argument, though.
no, it's
Is by
not.
saying,
No, it's
hey,
not
he
because
didn't really issue that pardon.
no, because my determination about whether or not something is corrupt doesn't turn on the insane Republicans, and they can say whatever they want. If I determine that it was a fair process, then I'm going to, and the determination is one that I would comport with. I'm not going to call it corrupt if I have a reason to believe the process was robust in that there was an actual consideration of the merits of it, that it's not absurd. Like there would be one thing, like imagine that Trump said, "I'm fearing."
What would it take to? What would it take to for you to say that process actually happened?
For me, would
'Cause
be
right now
for
you're
someone
under the impression that it actually did
for someone to allege
right?
that it happened. That's the number one. Agreed. Someone needs to say it happened as a starting point. There needs to be some evidence of it. We can't just assume it happened, right?
It would have to be. I would say there had to be evidence contrary to that, right? Where he didn't go through the normal process. Because don't they normally talk to like a? I thought they they either had like a lawyer or like a counsel or something like that that advise on pardons.
Yeah, this didn't go through that.
Are you sure? Or this is just something?
Hang on, let's actually get up this fact. Okay, because now
I'm not saying you're lying. I don't know.
I'm just gonna Google behind the decision to pardon Hunter. I don't know if that's
But even while you're doing that though, take this into consideration.
Yeah.
Right? Based off of the logic that you're using, you could say that the pre-pardons of the Jan 6 community were corrupt. Right? Those people that they didn't get investigated. There's no investigation now that we're aware of to see if they actually did commit crimes or anything like that.
I think they're only corrupt in the extent to which they were calibrated to sort of shove off responsibility for Hunter by making it seem like the motivation was weaponization when it wasn't. If that was the motivation, then I think they were.
Not,
but I'm not. Wait,
I said if.
I said if.
No.
I said if.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, why have that mentality when we know for a fact that in the here and now they're going after those people? They even said that they're going to try to undo those pardons so they can go after.
This is why. So the question turns on whether or not what the motivation is, right? Whether something is corrupt turns on why you're doing it, right? Why you're doing something, right? So
yes,
if I determine that they're doing it for an illegitimate purpose, it doesn't matter whether or not there could be some other conceivable purpose that could justify it. The question is what actually motivated it, right? That's the question about whether an action taken was corrupt, in my opinion, is whether or not an improper purpose was actually there.
But you're saying though that just because there's a follow-on effect that's beneficial to them, that overrides the high-minded principle of what they were trying to do in the first place, right? So like him pardoning the him pardoning his son, right? You're saying that he only pardoned other people as cover for that, where it
I don't have good proof of that. I don't have good. No, I said if. I said if that was. I said if it's the case, right? If is a conditional. It doesn't mean that that's what I'm asserting.
I understand.
Okay.
I understand that.
If it were the case that if it was to cover, or I might have said to the extent that it was, to the extent meaning it's another conditional. It could be to some extent, it could be to no extent, it could be to the full extent. But if to the extent that the pardons were issued towards those other people to be cover for his personal pardons, that would also be tainted by personal motive. Now, that's my suspicion. That was one of the, at least a significant motivation. I'm not going to say it's that it was independent of other motives, but at least that there was a significant motivation there. That's my suspicion. I can't prove it. That's why I say the family pardons are the ones that are corrupt, because they're informed by a personal bias. That's the best personal motivation. That's the best interpretation of the facts. And this is the facts of what happened with Biden. President Joe Biden and his family. This is from ABC News. Reading directly. President Joe Biden and his family discussed whether to pardon Hunter Biden during their time together in Nantucket for Thanksgiving, a source familiar with the matter confirmed to ABC News Monday. Senior White House staff learned of the possibility of a pardon on a Saturday evening. President Biden made his final decision on Sunday, the source said. Biden did not answer questions on the issue as he left Sunday for a 3-day trip to Africa. He ignored shouting questions during the brief stop. Karine Jean-Pierre, peppered with questions about the pardon during a gaggle on Air Force One, said that Biden wrestled with the decision and made it himself over the weekend. It wasn't an easy decision to make. She added that Biden ultimately believed his son was singled out politically, and they tried to break his son in order to break him. And Jill Biden said,
to me,
so that is evidence that the official statement from the White House press secretary is that Biden made the decision himself, and it wasn't done through a neutral process. So you accept now that he did.
Yeah. What I'm saying here is then you're saying that does the corruption derive from the fact that he didn't take the decision to an outside party, that he just made it himself?
It's both. So it ultimately grounds down into what the motivation was for the pardon. Did it contain an improper purpose? Was there a significant improper purpose?
You don't have access to that though, Pisco. That's why I'm really confused now.
What do you mean?
You don't have access to his brain. You don't know what the fuck he's doing.
You don't know. So you don't know that Trump is political because you don't have access to his brain.
Yes, we do. We have his diatribes that he spits out every night on Truth Social. He tells us what his motivation is.
That could just be an act. Because you can't read his mind.
It could be an act, but
right. No, but the point of this, consistency of his statements. The point of this,
after year after year,
we always judge motivation based on circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence tells us
statements, actions, right?
Right. So, and in some cases, there are inferences that make one situation strong, or one.
So that's what I'm saying. What are those inferences that you're drawing
first inference
that make you think?
So the first thing that leads to that conclusion is the presence of a sort of policy negative inference, which is to say, for reasons related to policy and related to good governance, etc., that we assume something in certain circumstances absent contravening evidence. And in the case of corruption, I think that there are certain conflicts that we're going to assume, even though, it is technically possible that he had a different motive. We are going to assume a personal motive if it relates to a close familial relationship, unless there is contravening evidence. So the
contravening evidence, I would suggest, is the statements by Donald Trump and his allies.
But in some cases, I think that those are unwaivable. That no matter what, in the case of when it's an official, you might disagree. Yeah, but this is just my standard. In the case of an official who is exercising official power, which bears on the sort of circumstances of someone who is a close familiar relation, I'm going to assume that that power is being exercised in such a way to be for their benefit or considering personal motives, unless that decision is shipped somewhere else where that bias is not. And I think you would apply that to Trump. I think that you would apply that to any official. If you knew that Bill Barr was making a decision as to whether his child would be prosecuted or whether his child's firm would be sued, you are going to assume it's bad faith unless he recused him from that decision. That's just the base assumption based on for what I think is the correct.
Can I counter real quick what you're saying right here?
I have additional actual evidence too, but that's just
but to counter this point specifically though, right?
Yeah.
Based off his prior behavior, he did not counsel the investigation into his son when he could have. He did not tell them to drop the prosecution when he could have. So we have contravening evidence in the past that he allowed these things to go through when he thought the system was being fairly used against his son. He didn't intervene then. He could have. He had the ability to. It was within his powers to do so, but he chose not to. Only when the situation changed to such a degree that you're shaking. The stream might be on a delay. I see you shaking your head. You don't agree with that.
I don't.
But that has to be a factor, right? You're saying we have to take into consideration the things that we can take inferences from. Right?
So you're not hearing me, right? Like, I agree that there's other potential motivating factors that could have influenced it. I'm telling you that as a default presumption for policy reasons, I will assume, in the case of someone exercising official power for a close familial relationship where their interest is materially at stake as an individual, right? We're not talking about tax policy that could incidentally affect,
You're saying this is one of your axioms that you're...
Yeah. So this is an assumption that I apply, a default presumption to all my officials. And I think almost everybody has this like internal intuition They mistrust it, so that they cannot make the decision themselves. This is true for judges, right? You would not trust, for example, a judge to be the judge in their own case, right? Now, is it possible the judge could be fair to themselves? It's possible, right? Is it possible that a judge could judge their own case fairly?
Yeah, but
you would never. But you would never let it happen. Why wouldn't you let it happen? And if they did, you would say it's by definition wrong and corrupt. You would, right? Regardless of how much. So you agree with this? Regardless of how fair this person to be.
It's not such a great analogy because you can assign a different judge, right? You can't assign a different person to pardons.
Oh my God! Stop, please. So we're just talking about so we'll get to that, and we've actually already talked about it, but we'll get back to it. But you agree? Wait. You agree?
I don't even think
so. I've already addressed that, but we will get back to it, and I will address it again. So what you're saying is there's no one but the president who can pardon, right? In the case of the judge, it's different because there could be 1,000 judges. So what did you mean by that?
I'm saying I think I need you to wrestle with the fact that I don't think a president I don't know if we can have the situation where the president can sit there and say, "Hey, I'm just gonna take the advisement of this council into consideration and do whatever they say to do when it comes to the power of the pardon." I don't know if that's
you don't know if
that's something that should be allowed.
It's something that
should be allowed.
Why should it not be? Why should it not be allowed?
I just think because of the way I'm sorry. I think there might be a slight delay.
Why should it not be allowed for a president to defer to the decision maker of an independent person? Why does it make sense in your ethical system for that to be not allowed?
Because this is probably my military background kicking in, right? When you have your commanders in a military situation, when they have to make a decision, the final decision has to be their decision. They can take advisement from their from people that are subordinate to them, for people who
that's not responsive. I'm sorry to be rude. That's not responsive. You're describing.
Well, I'm
describing
saying
reality.
That's the same thing with the president. That's the same thing with the president.
You're describing.
The ultimate determination has to lie with him.
You're describing what is. I'm asking what ought be. So, in the context of the military, in the case in which a general knows that has two decisions about which battalion to send in, and one of the battalions contains two of his sons, and should he have the power to defer to the decision of someone to make a fair-minded decision about which battalion to go? Should he have that power? I'm not asking should he do it. I'm asking should he have the power to defer to an independent person, to decide to defer to an independent person? Should he have that power?
That's not how the military works.
I'm not asking whether it's how it works. I'm asking
it should not work. No, it should not. The military should not work that way.
No, for a general to say, I'm too conflicted to make the decision. Hey, my lieutenant general, I would like you to make the decision, and whatever you say, we'll go with. He's not deferring his power. He's deferring the decision. He's saying, my son's in this battalion, so I can't make a fair decision.
That's part and parcel.
Oh my God!
Those two those 2 things go together, Pisco.
What do you mean they go together?
Separate things.
He can't. So he can defer
the power to do something and to decide. Those powers run together. They're intertwined. You have to be the person making that decision in the end. You can't say, "Hey, the battalion S2 said, hey, we can't go over there, so we're not going over there." No.
Wait. You can't conceptually separate it in your mind the decision to
saying you should not. I'm saying you should. I can.
Are they different things? Are they different things? Is it different to say, "Hey, I'm deferring my power in the official sense," as opposed to I'm giving you the decision and I'll go with whatever you go with? Those are different things. Conceptually, they're different things, and you have to recognize that they're not. It's not necessary for an action taken by a president to be one that the president decided. Right? Do you agree with that? I gave you this example in the Economic Advisor, right? Like, for example, he could say to Chuck Schumer, the president says, let's imagine Democrats control Congress. He says, "Hey, Schumer, if you tell me to veto, I'll veto. I'm deferring the decision about whether to veto to you. Whatever you say, we'll go with." That's what the president says. And later, Schumer says, "Go veto it." And
I would say
wait. Let me finish it.
They ought not to do
why?
that. They ought not to. I'm answering your question.
Why?
They ought not do that.
What if the president says Schumer knows better? Schumer's going to be able to say what's. So I trust him the most, and so whatever he says goes, because he's been the one who's been the negotiator, and so I'm not in that position, and so I'm going to trust whatever he says, and whatever he says, I'm going to do.
Let me take it back. There should be certain situations in which he ought to do that, but there are other situations in which he ought not.
Okay, right. All right. So you agree that it's not bad in and of itself for a president to defer the decision to do something to some other party.
I agree.
Okay. So why in this case would it be bad for the president to defer the decision about whether to pardon his own son to a different party? Why would that be bad?
I don't know that it would necessarily be bad.
So it would. So it's not your position that it would be bad. You're agnostic. You're not sure.
I would say yes. He ought to. Well, no. I don't.
You already said he ought to do it. By the way, before I just want you to keep track of it. You did say before he ought to do it. And so we're rehashing.
I'm changing my mind. Like
okay, that's okay.
Biden did. I'm changing my mind. I think that I think. Let's just say this: depending on the circumstances, it can change. In certain cases, you ought to do it. In certain cases,
I hear your point. So, yeah, I agree. By the way, I agree. Some cases, I don't think the president ought shop out his responsibility. So, I'm in your position in terms of the powers analysis. Sometimes I think the president ought do it if he really has no fucking idea what's going on in the legislation. Like he shouldn't make an uninformed decision, but sometimes I'm like, well, he should inform himself of the thing, right? Like he should be involved here. And so, therefore it's wrong for him to like shop it out. So I don't just take the view that the president should always defer to other people, or in every case he ought to do that. I'm saying in some cases he should. And I'm asking in this case, why ought he not do it? Or is it your position first? Is it your position that he ought not defer?
I think this is. I don't think the question is as important as you're making it out.
Whether it's important or not isn't what I'm talking about. So I'm just asking the question. I'm not asking if it's an important question. I'm just asking whether he ought.
I'm 50-50 on it. I'm 50-50 on it. But I think there's a deeper issue here that we're not addressing by getting lost on this or sticking to this one point so closely.
Well, I'm sticking to it because you seem to suggest. Because what I'm telling you is there's an easy way for the Biden presidency to consider the genuine threat of politicization from Trump. And the easy way to do that...
Tell me about that. Maybe I'll change my opinion if you tell me
the easy way he could have... Because we all agree there's a genuine threat of politicization from the department, from Trump, right? We agree with that.
Yeah.
And we agree that thinking and sane and ethical people would see that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the easy way to consider the genuine threat of politicized prosecutions from Trump would be to defer the decision to a wise and intelligent person who isn't a family relation of Hunter Biden. That would be an easy way. And if he's a wise and judicious person,
it wouldn't though. That wouldn't do.
Why wouldn't it?
Because just approaching this from the Republican mindset. That person being picked by Joe Biden or whomever in the Biden administration, of course they're going to have a bias.
I'm not. No. But they're crazy. You can't just go by their standard. You can't just go by their
GOPers
standard.
that are not crazy. They're GOPers.
Yeah, but my notion of whether someone is independent doesn't turn on whether or not Republicans think they're independent. It's whether I think they're independent. They can say all they want. We're assessing is under my lights whether I think they're independent.
Who would you decide that? Who would you pick to do this?
I don't know if I can get a specific name right now. I mean, if I.
No. What considerations?
Some career prosecutor in the DOJ who's nameless. Give it to George Conway. I don't fucking know. Give it to someone who's not a family relation. Give it to somebody.
Okay, so okay, I'll grant you that he ought to have done this, and it looks bad, or I'm sorry, it's corrupt to a certain degree.
Perfect. Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Okay, now let's wrestle with the other shit that I've been talking about though. About the we grant that there's a bit of or some amount of corruption here.
Yep.
Is that outweighed by the other surrounding shit that came with it, right? Like, hey, the necessity for being this corrupt, right?
Well, and so I gotcha. So you're basically asking, notwithstanding the fact that you judge it to be corrupt, was it nonetheless justified, right? Because it can be justified and corrupt, right?
Yes. Yes.
So
yes,
my answer to that is no, because in order for me to sign off on something that's corrupt, you need to have.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Say that again. So you don't.
So they're different concepts, right?
Justified.
So there could be actions that are corrupt that are justified.
No, I understand that.
Okay.
I'm saying you're saying that these pardons were not justified based off of everything. You're saying that they're not justified.
Yeah, I think they're not justified because they're corrupt. But
Jesus fucking Christ,
and because
Jesus fucking Christ, Pisco. Jesus fucking
Wait,
Christ, bro. You cannot have that opinion.
I can.
You cannot have that opinion in December of 2025.
I can. I do.
After-
I can. I do. And I'll tell you why. Because you've just acknowledged, right? You've acknowledged by your own lights, that it was corrupt to do. And so, given that by your own lights it's corrupt, I would only countenance corrupt if it were some like existential or it is not the pardoning of
administration is like Fourth Reich, and you're saying that is not.
No, that's true.
You're saying this is not an existential crisis that's happening.
No. Don't twist my words. I'm not.
You just said that.
No. You misunderstood it. You misunderstood it. It's not that we're not facing an existential crisis. It's that the corruption that you're justifying must be actually tailored to prevent it. And pardoning Biden and Biden's family members doesn't prevent the existential threat. It doesn't carry with it anything other than the health and safety of those individuals. And so, because I have a high threshold for justifying corruption, it would need to be something like, if you were to tell me that pardoning Hunter Biden would end the corruption of the entire Trump administration, okay. In that case, right? Easy. Yes, we do the little bit of corruption for Hunter Biden, and it prevents the Trump overall corruption. But it doesn't have that effect. It's not going to make the corruption of the Trump administration significantly less. It's not going to have a material effect on it. Trump's going to be corrupt regardless of whether you choose to pardon or not. And that corruption, the existential corruption, is going to be there whether or not these pardons happen. That's what I'm talking about. Is that the corruption isn't justified because it isn't actually going to or likely to reduce in any respect the existential threat that we're facing as a country. And in order for me to justify corruption, wait, are you really of the opinion that
it sounds like pearl clutching to me, man? Like,
it's not pearl clutching.
Can't sit here and there's of course corruption is bad. Okay, we can always say corruption is bad, but you can't compare these two things and say, oh, this level of corruption of Joe Biden giving these pardons is one of the most corrupt things that we've ever seen in the United States government.
I didn't say that.
Completely.
Come on.
You're acting like it. You didn't have to say it, Pisco.
I spend every fucking day talking about the corruption of Trump, and
you do. But then you say shit about the Biden corruption and act like it's on the same level.
Oh no, I don't.
It's not.
I don't do that. I don't act like it's the same.
You do.
How? What thinking person who watches my content?
The real point I wanted to get to, because I already agree with you that it is corrupt, and I wish he hadn't done it.
People get mad when I say that, by the way. Just you know, people get mad at me, and they might get mad at you for admitting that it's corrupt, because usually that's where it starts and ends.
I don't give a fuck.
Okay, no, I know, but like people will be like, "How can Pisco say like Pisco BTFO? Look at all these things. He still thinks it's corrupt."
Nah,
but like, just to be
Pisco,
clear, people get mad at that.
I rock with you 100 grand.
I appreciate that. Hey, thank you.
But the whole thing that makes me insane, it makes me so upset, is when you say stuff like this to Republicans, right?
Sometimes
we don't have to always air out our bad laundry. Pisco, we don't have to always air out our bad laundry. When you're
I'll give you an example. Wait,
you don't have to concede that.
I'll give you the most. I'll give you the most recent example. Hang on, I'll give you. I'll give you the most recent example. Then maybe you know that for the audience was with Viva Frei. So Viva Frei.
Exactly. Yes. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
So what happened was Viva Frei was like basically sugarcoating everything and being like, oh well, I guess I don't agree with it right now, but maybe it's not corrupt. And I said the point, and in the moment,
I'm finna fry you on this. I'm finna hammer you on this.
I said the difference between you and me, Viva, is when there's corruption on my own side, I'll call it out. Mm-hmm. But you mince words, and you refuse to say what Trump did is corrupt. And I am, even though I have a side, I'm willing to call out when my side does something wrong, and you're not. And here's the proof of it. Because I call out Biden when he closed the border illegally. I called out Biden when he did a corrupt pardon, and you won't even acknowledge even these insane things on Epstein and whatever is corrupt. I think optically that makes me look good.
What did he do after you said that? What did he do after you said that? This is my exact point.
To be honest, I don't
exactly why I wanted to talk to you.
To be honest, I don't remember.
See, you don't remember because he didn't take that as a.
No, he didn't. He's never going to do that.
He didn't say.
No.
He didn't say.
I remember. I think I remember now. I think I remember. I think I remember. He goes, if I actually thought it, I would call it out. But it just doesn't look. It just doesn't.
That's exactly my point.
I know,
but they won't concede that same ground on their side.
But they
never
look
do.
like crazy
so
people.
we gain nothing. We gain nothing by airing out all our dirty laundry. We don't have to. You don't have to get on here and list out every single.
I'm not.
Point of why Joe Biden was bad. You don't have to do that shit. You can just say, hey, no, Donald Trump is bad. We can just focus on Donald Trump. I don't have to concede shit because none of the shit that happened on the Democrat side is anywhere near the shit that's happening on the Republican side. We don't have to do that. I wish y'all motherfuckers would stop doing it. That's my whole. Everything I wanted to get to.
So
we don't need to do that.
So I shouldn't condemn the attack on Charlie Kirk.
You've already done that.
I didn't ask. I didn't ask. Did I? I asked. Should I? And thank you, Vasaraka, for the membership.
Not anymore. Not in any further conversations because you already did the shit. You can point to.
Should I have?
I saw the motherfucking tweets.
Should I?
Yes.
Should I have condemned?
You did. I said you did. Yes, you did. No, I should have.
I should have. But why?
But
aren't I conceding it?
Hold on.
Aren't I conceding it?
Hold on a sec. When I say you should, I'm saying you should as a fucking well-rounded human being.
Oh.
You should say that's a fucking terrible thing. But you don't need to, every time they bring that up, you don't have to say, oh, I could, like, motherfucker, no. You already said that shit. You can point to your comments, and then you don't have to concede the ground. It's
not a concession if it's my view, right? I'm proud of my view. I think it's an example of me standing, and I'm not making a false equivalence. I feel like it's so much stronger. Hypothetically, say you were going to go on Piers Morgan because for whatever reason, and people were like, you guys love the murder of Charlie Kirk. And then Pia says, hang on. Would you condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk? And you're like, I'm maybe the other side. What do you think? Do you think that sounds better?
Do you
think?
You don't have to do that.
Okay. What do you think sounds better?
I won't. Say
okay.
It was a terrible thing that he was murdered. But then I would point out the fact that, hey,
what looks better? What looks better? Is it if I'm like, I'm not going to condemn it right now in front of these people because or does it look better? Yeah, of course I condemn it. It's these fuckers who won't condemn the violence on their side. What do you think is better?
Man, because
it's better to do the one that you actually believe, and you don't have to feel bad.
It depends on the audience you're talking to. Sometimes I think the Destiny approach works better. Sometimes I think that approach that you were just talking about might work better, right? It just depends on the context. But
you actually give them more ground. You actually give them more ground to focus on the.
To whom? To your audience or to their audience?
No. You give them more space when you won't concede things that you genuinely believe. So, like, if I say. Of course I condemn it. You know, it's you guys.
Destiny does that when he goes
100%. That's his worst performance. That's one of his worst performances. Yes, he would do better if he conceded it. If he just said, "Yeah, of course I fucking condemn it." It's you animals who won't condemn it on your own side. Why won't Trump? And then he can say, "Why won't Trump?" Because he's a horrible person, just like you people. You put him on defense. You say, "Yeah, of course." But the real problem here is that we're not being talking about.
He was doing that. I felt he was doing
sometimes not on that particular one that I am remembering, but
one
don't give him that opportunity.
Yeah, I agree. One thing I wanted to point out though is when you were talking to Viva, was it yesterday? You let him say something that I think you need to be aware of in the future, right? You let him say, if they don't want Nick Fuentes, they shouldn't have killed Charlie Kirk. Why'd you let him say that?
He said a trillion insane things on that show.
But that particular point, because that right there, for the people that are listening in the audience, the people that you're talking to on the edges, right? That just plants a.
I'm pretty sure I gave a blanket statement that like don't agree with many of your characterizations. I might have said something like culpability.
You have to be specific in this particular area though, because when you allow him to say that, then it sets the precedent that Democrats or progressives
look at that strategic decision.
The death of Charlie Kirk.
Look at the strategic decision there. Look at the strategic decision there. Now I could do that. Okay. I could say, listen, you're not gonna give responsibility to Democrats for what happened with Charlie Kirk, right? And
I think you should have.
where it will end up is he will start saying, "Well, don't you think he was left wing?" And I don't fucking know the current status update of this motherfucker.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But
So I don't want to get into that back and forth, and it's going to end up in the same place, which is just like, what do we call for culpability when it comes to these different political statements by, in the wake of tragedies, assassinations, that kind of stuff. And that's where we were going anyway. What I don't want to get into is stuck in the weeds about the actual facts of this particular case, when what we're really talking about isn't the particular person, or usually we're not. Usually we're talking about like culpability of political actors that like Trump is calling the death of or whatever, right? And I would rather, yes, I obviously disagree with that contention, but I sort of limited myself, I think, to the National Guard type story, because I thought that in that situation, it was an even less justifiable claim, which is that these people are incentivizing them, whatever. But as I sit here, I'm not remembering exactly how that exchange went down. But strategically, sometimes defending on every ground can give similar to a situation in which you refuse to condemn something that you actually condemn. And I do think, by the way, that speaking of him, Stephen actually does condemn this violence. I've heard him do it. That's why I think it's like a weird position to have, like, don't condemn it, but he does, right? So like, maybe the prescription is don't condemn it in front of them, but then I just don't think that looks good.
No.
Right?
I don't think that should be the prescription.
Yeah, I don't know what the prescription is, because it feels like they do condemn it, but then they just like they joke about it while condemning it. Well, joking is different, right? Joking is different. I'm not saying the same thing, but don't condemn it in front of certain people or something.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I think the more effective tactic might be going that route where you point out the simple fact that, hey, all the top political Democrats, from Obama down to whomever, they all did condemn it. I condemned it, right?
No, I think that is a good. I think that's a good tactic.
Go from there.
But that's why I'm mapping onto this corruption conversation, because both in the violence context and in the corruption context, I don't think it hurts you or Democrats to admit things that you actually believe. I think it makes you look more independent, and makes you look more reasonable. And the only people who don't do it, I feel like, are hacks and people who need to maintain their relationships. I think the reason, for example, that Tim Pool will ball himself up into pretzel in different areas instead of like following the logical extension of the ridiculous things he's saying is because he doesn't want to call on Pam Bondi to be fired by Trump, because it diminishes and jeopardizes potentially his relationships with the White House. I think that's true of a lot of these conservative people. And I'm happy to prey on that sensitivity, because I don't feel similarly cabined in by my allegiance, my faithful adherence, loyalty to the Democratic Party or any particular member of the Democratic Party. And I think that's a huge sensitivity, and it has its benefits and drawbacks to being in MAGA world. The benefit is you're unified on message, and that produces some of the results that you're talking about, is that they never condemn, right? They don't usually condemn, or they're all lying about the same thing. But the drawback, I think, is to the extent that they're contradicting some dogmatic aspect. And thank you, Vasraka, again for the memberships, and also to Ash Brown. I don't know. Thank you. To the extent that they're criticizing part of the dogma of MAGA, they make themselves potential enemies of the regime or of other influencers. And so they walk on eggshells sometimes, unless there's an explicit war between different factions of MAGA, for fear of offending, for fear of destroying relationships. And it's all built on those relationships and those access. And one of the reasons, for example, that I can push Cam Higbee, if I were to ever have another debate with Cam Higbee, I will push him on to condemn shit that Trump has done that's indefensible, and he will not condemn it and look biased as fuck, because he is a stooge of the regime and he's worried about losing his access to like the Pentagon press corps. So he's not going to be candid, and I can be candid in a way that these people aren't. I think it's a benefit to being honest and true, as opposed to doing this kind of like tactical non-disavowals. And sometimes I will even preemptively throw Biden under the bus as a credibility bolstering maneuver. And I think it works sometimes.
It works sometimes, but I don't. To the rate that you do, I don't think it's that effective. And I think it's actually more harmful, because one of the things I've noticed is when progressive people go on and talk to these conservative individuals, they'll do a lot of that, right? They'll do trying to make it a more comfortable conversation. They'll concede certain things like that. And what I've noticed consistently happening is that the conservative or Republican person, they'll gladly jump on and join that criticism, but then they in turn won't offer that same charity, right? They won't say, oh, and this is how the GOP is really bad. This is how Trump is so bad. They won't make that same concession.
I think that's.
I think we should stop doing that.
I think that's like a skill issue sometimes because I'm not saying for you, for some of the people who are engaging in these conversations. So I just want to be clear. When I'm saying some snarky stuff, sometimes I'm saying about the person I'm talking to, like in the previous caller, where he really triggered me. I'm still a little triggered by that entire exchange.
I feel you. Hey, but I think there are other people in the disagreement
Oh,
chats
sure.
that want to talk. So I don't want to monopolize your time.
I'll just finish with this and I'll give you the last word. I think there's a skill issue as well. The Viva Frey conversation, for whatever you think that I was like very cordial, and I was a lot more cordial than I am with other people with Viva, for reasons that I've talked about. We spent 95% of that conversation talking about Trump corruption stuff. He was on defense all of that conversation. Did I let him talk? Yeah. But every time he talked, he sounded like a freak to anyone neutral. And he was making like ridiculous or making concessions that things were bad. Yeah, I don't agree. We started talking about all the failures from an international perspective of Trump. The Iran strike, the fucking what's going on with you getting involved in different wars, the possible different incentives that Trump is operating on. And he has to kind of give this kind of like, well, we don't know if that's his motivation. Maybe he wants. So I think people don't have the confidence, skill, or ability sometimes in making the conditions of the conversation favorable for you. And I think you make those conditions favorable by taking the reins and pushing, even if you're cordial. And so people will let conservatives bring up Democratic stuff and center the conversation around that. That's what Rob does in his like sort of double standard type back and forths. But the very easy thing to do is just to fucking press the issue and press your particular stuff. And I think that that's consistent and possible with tactical concessions or whatever. And even sometimes I put myself at the mercy of, like I'm doing right now, of an audience or questions to internally critique my position, and being successful at that sometimes I think is helpful too. So I think a lot of this is a skill issue that Democrats on these panel shows, depending on which, I don't think that Mockler does this. I think that oftentimes Stephen doesn't do this. I don't think that Mehdi Hassan is very good at this. He's able to, regardless of the framing, press his angle. And that I think is a skill issue, not dependent on whether or not you're doing like these kind of acknowledgments of things that you know to be horrible. There's one instance in which I think Mehdi has stopped doing that. I guess is like condemning Hamas, but I don't even think that looks good. I don't think it looks good for him not to condemn Hamas in that context. I would just like maintain that principle. Even though he does condemn Hamas. I'll give you the last word, but I do appreciate your comments. And I'm glad you agree that it's corrupt. I think that's important to acknowledge. But realize what you're saying though. You are saying that it was justified corruption. Just acknowledge that that's what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't have any problem acknowledging that, because I think that the underlying context surrounding that makes it more than acceptable and justified, and the actions that have currently happened in the Trump administration, I think, speak to that. Appreciate the conversation, man. Can I plug my
go for it.
Socials and all that? My name's Darude Boy. You can stop by Twitch, Darude Boy Gaming, and that's where I do my thing. Appreciate it.
Hell yeah. Much love, man, and be good. All right, we got some squad. Yo, what up? You've been waiting a while. Sorry for that.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going well, man. You're good.
I just have to unmute and whatnot. You know what I mean?
The stream, yeah.
Can you hear me all right? I'm on a Bluetooth.
Oh yeah, I hear you good. Do you hear me?
Oh yeah, I hear you great. It's actually, it's been a while since I've actually been able to see you live stream. I try to watch all of you guys, but something that I don't know if this is gonna be a disagreement, because I honestly don't think I've heard your opinion.
Hit me.
It's definitely something that people are talking a lot about, which is, obviously the missile strikes on the ostensibly civilian, boats.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are like, I would say they're justifiably angry at the entire military chain of command, but also to include I actually tried to look it up online, and for some reason I'm getting mixed information on it. I thought it was a missile strike from a drone, but then someone else.
Yeah, helicopter. It depends which, because there've been multiple. Over 80 people have been killed, and so there could have been different things used in different times. If you're referring specifically to the first strike, which is the most controversial, given the second strike of the first strike,
beginning of September, I believe.
Yeah, September 2nd.
The one that is the biggest one. I think that one was supposed to be a drone, right?
The official statement was either a drone or a helicopter, and there is I think better evidence that it was a helicopter. But yeah.
Yeah, so something that it kind of bugged me a little bit. So we talked a little bit before. Actually, I don't know if this will ring any bells. So, I asked you a question about, the National Guard being deployed. I recommended you watch 12/12 The Day, which is a Korean film, which I still recommend if you haven't watched it yet. South Korean, like I wouldn't say Civil War, but
remember.
Basically it was.
Yeah, but
okay, it's all good. But I'm probably always going to be asking stuff about the military because I feel like it's a very important thing. I don't want to assume that I'm the only person in the military that watches your channel. I appreciate your legal mind.
Yeah. Want me to respond to that?
But yeah, I mean,
there might be a lag. Do you want me to respond to what you just said?
Yeah, sure. No, well, I mean, I was just gonna lead in with basically, insofar as the military, they want to turn this into a pseudo wartime situation. They being the Department of Defense, under leadership of Hexa. Now something that I find a little bit troubling, right, is for the people that people are up in arms about. They're like, hey, if you're the person in the command center that arms the missile that is then launched, you belong in this group that is going to get tried. You know what I mean?
So you're worried about potential downstream effects on rank and file.
Yeah. Basically, like the idea being that, like, hey, like, just to paint a picture, if we're just talking about like a ship command center, right?
Yeah.
And we're looking at like firing a missile, have an entire, basically, like multiple systems layered on each other. All of them have to be communicating. All of them have to be manned, and they all have to be, like when the missile is launched, before it gets launched, it has to be armed before, there's a bunch of different, mechanisms here. I mean, I will say that, this is just my take on it, and I'm not anyone special here in the military. But for the people that are like, they're like, we need to try the entire ship. We need to make sure that they are criminals or whatever. And I am curious about your assessment of this, but the person that arms the missile, they're trained on, hey, what are the parameters of my job? Basically, I will acknowledge there is a moral compunction that every individual person, and this is just me on my soapbox, for any person that's in the military, might be listening. Your own moral compunction is enough to, basically defy what you see to be an immoral, unlawful order. So I will get that out of the way.
Yeah.
However, if you are the fire controlman that basically activates this, missile, if you will, like, then the parameters of the job, then the legal understanding of, like, how I look at it is, this person, this one individual that activates that missile, for example, doesn't even hit the launch button on it. That person should probably not even, tried. I think there are people on that ship that should be tried, but it wouldn't be that person. I don't know what your take is.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you for saying all that. You said that you have some connection to the military, so appreciate your service. I will say first off that I would encourage you. We're gonna make it a video anyway, so you don't have to go back in the VODs. But I had a conversation with Dr. Avi Bitterman yesterday, and he has some good knowledge, and we discussed a lot of the legal concepts and theories about culpability here. And I can summarize some of them to you, and then but we didn't suss out particular culpable actors, which is kind of the meat and potatoes.
I did watch some of it.
Yeah. So just to be clear, like I've been talking a lot about this in recent days, and it's something that I'm very highly concerned about and animated by. And so don't worry, you're definitely not the only person concerned, and I'm here with you. And a lot of us are like-minded in terms of thinking about all the potential problematic consequences. So first, on the actual stuff themselves, that is the what is happening, why I think it's illegal, and why, and then we'll get into who's culpable, right? Who should answer for it, and what could potentially be some arguments against it applying to a particular person. So first off, it is my position that these strikes are murder because there is no armed conflict to which the rules of war apply. It's my.
Can I just ask one question?
Yeah.
Or, can I just ask one thing, and you can feel free to like continue on.
Yeah.
Whenever you assign you said murder, right? Whenever you assign a certain thing, and you don't have to be exact with it, but I just would like to know when you say murder.
Yeah.
Whose frame of mind are you speaking to? What the lowest level in the totem pole, if you will, are you speaking?
Oh, I'm not getting there yet. Yeah. So I will assign to particular actors.
Oh, okay.
I'm just I'm setting out that at least someone that a murder has occurred.
Yes, I agree.
And I think that at least one person is responsible. At least
absolutely.
one, and maybe more. So the first thing is to acknowledge that the rules of war don't apply, in my opinion. Rules of war generally give you the ability to target combatants who are in a certain combat function or a certain warlike function. And so it generally authorizes the use of deadly force against those people. But I just think that it's not true that we're in an armed conflict with these gangs for reasons that you can sort of watch in my conversation with Avi. We get to that and about what the factors are for that. And so because the rules of war don't apply, there is no public authorization or justification in this context, absent a self-defense argument, which I don't think is plausible at this point, given current evidence, to use deadly force on people who are not engaged in war against the United States or in an active or members of an active conflict to which the United States is a party. So therefore, you are causing the death of another human being intentionally with no justification, because presuming no self-defense and no public authorization. The military isn't empowered to just kill whoever they want for any reason, no matter what. So there's no like general authorization to use force in peacetime for the military in international waters or anything like that. So there are federal murder statutes that are potentially applicable. There's a murder statute, I think it's 18 USC 1111 or something. Anyway, it's one murder statute that applies in the special maritime and territorial jurisdiction of the United States, and that includes the high seas. And so there is a murder statute that's applicable. And murder, once again, is causing the death of another human being without justification with malice aforethought. Okay? And malice is defined as either intention, with some carve-outs for policy exceptions for things that are downgraded as malice, as not malice, or it's recklessness to such a severe degree as to be the equivalent of malice or intentional stuff. So that's the mens rea there. That's the crime I think occurred. Additionally, there's the situation of the second strike, that even if it were the case that we were in an active armed conflict with these cartels, that you can't do war crimes against people who are hors de combat, and people who are shipwrecked are considered hors de combat. And I don't think that there's enough evidence to suggest that they have abandoned hors de combat by the reasons in international law. And therefore, I think the second strike is also a crime. It's if we were in the rules of war, and that crime would be a war crime, and it would also be murder because then you would not have justification. And so it would be both, in my opinion, a murder and a war crime. If the rules of war applied.
Just a quick thing. I have not disagreed with anything you said so far.
Yep.
However, what's your thoughts on, the U.S. is not compelled under the
under the various international treaties? You cut out for a little bit.
So what is your? No, that's exactly where I was going with that.
Yeah.
Basically,
it doesn't matter.
I understand the moral obligation of it, but I'm saying when you're saying this,
it's U.S. law. U.S. law incorporates international law
right.
for this.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I was just okay.
so as a matter of U.S. law, they're incorporated in the international law, including the laws on wars they combat. It's also internal, at least currently, DOD policy to abide by some of these rules, and including the rules on wars they combat, etc. So it doesn't matter that America is not formally a party to, like, I don't know, the ICC or whatever, if their own law makes it. So it is binding. Okay, so that's the framework. Both Avi and I believe that crimes occurred. I think that's the best case, and it's even more clear case on the subsequent strikes where there isn't even a plausible self-defense argument in any respect, and no one is pressing. The question is, like, who is culpable? First, I'll say I think that there should be the exercise of discretion on who to go after, assuming that this would actually be tried. I think the odds of that are very low because I think Trump will probably pardon all these people, including officers and shit, which I think is a shame.
I agree with you, but I would go even further and say that he'd probably be especially disgusting about it. He would basically categorize it as attacks on military, and he would say that the Democrats want to imprison military members.
Yeah,
he would make a big show.
So your question is everyone going to be culpable? Well, here are the principles that would prevent, like, absurdities. The first principle is just the discretion of the prosecutor. That I think that we should take a policy of going after the big fish. And so that's one source of protection. It's not a legal protection. It's just the exercise of discretion as a matter of grace. So that's one aspect. There's another thing that I think protects certain people, which is the lack of intent. If you don't have knowledge that what you're doing is aiding in the attempted murder of someone, that is, let's say you're just reloading cannons for some other purpose, without that knowledge, or you even don't know what the strikes are going to be, you need to prove mens rea as to every potentially culpable person. So there could be people who are ignorant, people who don't know what the mission is, people who that don't have the requisite mens rea state of mind. And then even if they do, there's in both civil and criminal law, there's a concept of proximate causation, which is if an act is too attenuated, even if it's necessary to the underlying thing happening, the underlying legal wrong, even if it's causally necessary from a but-for causation standpoint. In other words, without this, we wouldn't have the criminal or civil act. There are certain...
You armed a missile or whatever.
Right. So there's a certain level of attenuation and superseding intervening events that will break proximate causation. So causation is a legal concept that has two requirements. But-for causation and proximate causation. But-for causation is just whether or not it was necessary for the thing to occur. And that can be split up into different theories as well. But that basically testing the factual sufficiency of it being causally related in the traditional sense. Proximate causation is like a policy, like, is this too far down the chain of events for us to consider culpable conduct, either from a civil or criminal perspective? And things that often break the chain are the superseding actions of other human beings. So say, for example, you are driving recklessly, and you're driving so recklessly, and someone needs to jump out of the way to get away from you because you're drunk driving, right? And because they jumped away from you because you're drunk driving to avoid being killed, they happened to perfectly land in the sights of a wanted criminal who just escaped prison, okay? And that wanted criminal who just escaped prison kills the person who dodged the drunk drive. Should you be charged with vehicular manslaughter? I would ask you.
Yeah. No.
No, right?
I understand your train of thought.
Now, but here's the problem, right? Like, you did do the conduct, right? You were reckless and you were drunk driving, right? And if you weren't there drunk driving, this person wouldn't have died. So in some sense, you did cause it, right? You caused the death of another human being with your drunk driving. You agree with that? In the factual sense.
Can I just ask one question? Because I like to try to essentially establish the outer parameters of whatever is being discussed. Yeah. So, like, as a on the opposite side of the spectrum, the 3 people go and they rob a store. One of them has a gun, unbeknownst to the other 2. The person at the store, that refuses to give the money. The person with the gun shoots them and kills them, and the other 2 are charged with, what is it, aggravated assault or something like that? Isn't that right? Or
well, oftentimes they'll be charged with murder on a different theory.
Right. So like because they're right, exactly. So that kind of falls in line with what you're saying.
Yeah, but in a kind of different way.
What's the extent that it doesn't?
So the proximate causation will work to, will often work to the benefit of a potential defendant to raise as an argument that we didn't really cause it in the actual like reasonable sense. We didn't cause it in the culpable sense. We didn't cause it in the proximate sense. We didn't cause it. Whereas the theory that you're talking about there, where you have 3 bank robbers, one has a gun and is going to kill someone unbeknownst to the other 2, and they all enter into the bank and they're intending to rob. The other 2 aren't intending to kill, and wouldn't you know it, the person with the gun goes and kills somebody. They all get arrested. Obviously, you can charge the person who killed with murder. The question is, like, can you charge those other 2 with murder? Traditionally, no, right? Because did they cause the death of another human being? So the proximate causation thing works there too, potentially. And especially what closes it off there is intent, right? They didn't intend to kill those people. That's different than causation. But like, they did not intend to kill anybody. And therefore, you're not going to get malice. And they're not like, maybe you could say that they're depraved heart murder because they acted so recklessly, and doing a crime is so reckless that causes death. But oftentimes that'll just merge and make like every offense, every crime murder if someone dies as a result. But that's exactly what the doctrine of felony murder is, which is for certain inherently violent felonies, if you cause the death of another human being, regardless of your mental state, in the commission of one of these inherently dangerous felonies, you're guilty of murder, full stop. And it doesn't matter what your intent is, right? Let's say that you have a fake gun and you go and rob a liquor store. You point the fake gun at the person. That gun can't even kill if it tried, but the guy has a heart attack because he's so scared, right? You didn't intend to kill him, but death resulted as because of your commission of an inherently dangerous felony. Therefore, you're guilty of felony murder. So it's a different concept, but it can act to impose liability even in a situation in which you don't have intent. This, I don't think, is necessarily like that. Maybe there could be a theory of felony murder, but you would require commission of a felony, a separate felony. And I don't think like loading a gun is a felony.
In the process of your duty,
right?
Like your actual.
So just keep that in mind. But what we're really talking about here is proximate causation. So if there's a level of attenuation, or in my example, the drunk driver, some superseding incident that breaks the causal chain from a proximate perspective, then we say that you didn't cause the death of that person. Or in the civil case, it would be like you didn't cause their damages, right? Like, okay, maybe if I hadn't done this, I don't know, maybe if I hadn't defamed you, you wouldn't have had, you wouldn't have lost your business because no one would have found out about all of the like crazy shit that you were doing that was true but unrelated to my defamation, because they just started looking into you because of my defamation. But maybe you can't attribute the costs of my defamation. You like, even though my defamation was a but-for cause of everyone leaving your business because they all discovered all the other bad shit you were doing, I didn't really cause the damages in that respect. I caused maybe some damages based on like the defamation or something, but I didn't cause the extent of damages. It was some other supervenient event or the culpable conduct of someone else that breaks the causal chain, so to speak. And so I can imagine that principle being applied to some people in this situation of the bombing. Like my culpability in this is there's a superseding incident, which is a general order the death of someone or something. Here's the problem, though. Just following orders is not a defense. And I think that if you know what's going on and you know why it's happening and you help it happen, I think you're culpable. I think, in other words, regardless of whether they'll actually be found culpable, I don't think that there should be some arbitrary limit on culpability because they're a grunt, right? You would never accept that of a troop who's being ordered to do it. And so even though I think that there's potentially areas where discretion should be applied, there are potential areas where, you know, you have a lack of intent on behalf of like the innocent sailor or something who is just doing their job and not really involved in a causal way or anything. Like there could be people who are on the ship who causally aren't responsible for what's happening, in that they're too distant from it, you know, whether or not they were there, whether or not they were helping like swab the floors or whatever, this was going to happen, right? So there's some issues of causation still there, but I pretty much think that, yeah, it's possible that some pilots could be committing murder.
I mean, I would say.
Sorry. I'm going to refine that. I'm going to refine that. I think that there are pilots who committed murder.
I would give that like a, you know, like an 80-20. Like I agree with you. I don't. So when aircraft or military, or whatever, they get dispatched from or airfield they left from, or from a military, ship or whatever, they do understand the circumstances of that mission that they're going to be. So I think that
you just have to analyze the person's conduct, right? So
yeah, I would say a big part of it is a big part of the consideration, I think, with what was the information that was available to that individual person, whatever role they might have.
Okay, but let's take a situation. So imagine you have a pilot. He's given him readout of the mission. The mission is we're going to go kill some members of this drug cartel, and we're caused to go.
And they're designated
I don't give a fuck what they're
designated.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure that's included.
Yeah. So they're designated narco terrorists.
Sure.
Because imagine Democrats, the president hereby declares Democrats are narco terrorists. Would that be an excuse?
No. So
would that be an excuse? I'm just asking you.
No. It would not.
No, yeah.
Now, this is actually part of our conversation months and months ago. I asked about the National Guard being to an area and declare Antifa a terrorist group. And lo and behold, now it's supposedly declared by Trump, but I don't think that's actually. I don't think the DoD is, or I'm sorry, I don't think it's. I actually don't know if they're considered legal terrorist group at this point. I really don't know.
Depends who you ask. I mean,
I agree with you. I agreed with you then, and I agreed with you now. Yeah,
Trump can designate as long as he wants, and maybe even the law allows him to do that. But that doesn't mean that you can kill anyone he designates. Where that authority isn't found anywhere. I mean, just by virtue of being a member. Now, if we were in an armed conflict with an organized group, then we're talking. Now the rules of war apply, but we're not in it, and that is important. So these pilots, if they're giving readouts, on what's happening, and if they think that if they have some idea about who they're attacking, then I think that they are causing the death of a human being. Agreed, because they're shooting.
Yep.
They're not attenuated in terms of causation. They're intending to kill. They don't have the excuse of self-defense. And they don't have the excuse of authorization because they're not authorized. So I think they've committed murder.
And let's work our way down. The military pilot, they're a commissioned officer. They do get those briefings. Let's say you have fire controlman and the information center, and their job is essentially to arm the missile, launch the missile. They do not get any kind of they don't get that kind of specific intel report. They are told what the mission is, but they're not going to be able to see a report of here is the satellite imagery of the vessel, here is the crazy cocaine that's going to blow up and be somehow they
right. So in their mind, I think there's a I can answer that one, but I think there's an easier one that gets the heart of what you want. suppose they're lied
like
to.
chlorine gas. You know,
Yeah,
they're lied to. They're like,
yeah.
you know,
They
they're
tell
transporting chlorine gas that's going to blow up.
Right.
You know, that's why they're terrorists.
Suppose that they are told that we're targeting members of Al Qaeda. Now, Al Qaeda is actually engaged in armed hostilities against the United States. We have an authorized use of military force against them, and it would be justified to kill them under justification. It wouldn't be murder under the rules of war. You have to follow the rules of war, but it wouldn't be. So suppose these pilots are lied to, and they kill them anyway. Well, they're intending to kill people. They do kill them, but then they can raise an argument that it was, objectively reasonable to think they were authorized, right? The self-defense test doesn't apply to when it's actually justified to use deadly force in self-defense. It's when it's objectively reasonable to think it's justified, right? It's so like if you see someone who any objective person can think is pulling a gun, but they're not pulling a gun, they're actually pulling their wallet. But anyone who watches it from your perspective would have thought that it was a gun, and you shoot and kill them. Oh shit, it turns out it's a wallet. You were never in any danger. That doesn't mean you can't take advantage of self-defense, right? Because an objectively reasonable person in that situation would have thought that this was a case in which you can use self-defense, and you actually subjectively believed it. So even if it was actually not a danger to you, you weren't actually in danger of imminent serious bodily injury or death, because a reasonable person would think that, it would still be justified and you would get off scot-free. I don't know if there's an ability to claim good faith reliance on thinking that it's authorized for purposes of the public authorization justification. I'll have to look into that. But I imagine it would be odd if that couldn't be to the disposal of a pilot or something. That is, if the pilot had a good reason to think that the strikes were authorized under the law, not just because the president said so, but on their own lights, based on what was available to them, then I think that they have a good argument of justification. Not that it was actually justified, but that they reasonably thought it was justified. That maybe is something they could rely on. But it only works so much. If you have enough facts are known to them, I would not accept that defense. It really depends on like how much is known to them, how much are they lied to, how much are they kept in the dark. But someone somewhere knows this, and that person needs to pay, and they need to pay with going to prison for the rest of their lives. I think this is murder, and as a prosecutorial discretion thing, I would much rather give immunity to people, boots on the ground, grunts and stuff, to rat out their superiors, because I think those are the people who are most culpable. Are Trump and Hegseth. These are the most culpable people, and they're the ones who should go to prison for the rest of their lives. And but I don't mind throwing an admiral in there or even a pilot in there, depending on their state of knowledge, and especially if they're not willing to cooperate to get those bigger fish.
I think I would I think I would generally agree with everything you said. I think there is an out. Now I think that Hegseth has basically put himself into the proverbial corner, if you will, with his unhinged statements. Yeah. So there is a concept in the military. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. It's it's TACON, operational control, tactical.
I didn't hear what you just said.
If
TAC.
Yeah, I said there's tactical control, TACON, which is tactical control, and then there's operational control. And those two terms are used to describe basically, in a military unit, who has TACON, who has operational control, tactical control or operational control. When the helicopter is in the air, the helicopter pilot would be the person who has the ultimate TACON of that helicopter. They're responding to whatever they see in front of them, right? Now they might get like a report, get some information from the information center. I'm like, hey, we have this other boat, at this area that just popped up, and they might go and to that boat ultimately, no one in that information center is on that helicopter with them. So they can't be the one that says, your self-defense claim, like, oh, they raised up an RPG at the helicopter, you need to fire on them. That's where the whole tactical versus operational control is. And kind of where I'm going with that is, with Hexeth being so far removed, him ordering whatever helicopter or whatever unit, like, hey, I want you guys to blow up this boat or vessel or whatever. That still, obviously is an illegal order. You should have to face, you should face the courts in that, right? I would probably go more towards, hey, that ship, if that missile was launched from the ship, then that TAO, the tactical action officer person, would have more culpability than Hexeth, in my opinion. I don't know how you feel about that.
Those internal roles, and this is also to respond to Eon Hand that says something about military operation classification. Those roles might be relevant to like what facts these people have access to, but they're not determinative. Like the military can classify whatever they want to classify. They can say tactical control, operational control. Those aren't binding, in my opinion, on what the law is, what the law says. It's the courts that ultimately will decide what the law is and what it says. And, imagine that like Trump made some designation that's like only people who are of this murder classification can possibly be charged for crime. And wouldn't you know it, we haven't put anyone in that classification. So you can't just be creatively, militarily designate things to get away from the base rules, which are.
It's not.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm just being more broad that I think that what the Defense Department might choose to designate in these different categories or buckets are largely reflective of the features of those rules that are inherent to the roles, not to their designation as such. I'm not implying that you're saying that it's the designation that's making the difference. I'm not suggesting that you're saying that, but I want people to understand.
Oh, I just meant the
roles.
The decision, where the decision falls in that moment is the only reason I brought up the whole thing.
I'm not suggesting that you're saying otherwise. I'm only saying that.
Okay.
I don't want people to hear this as like, I think that the military, by carving out particular categories, is able to define the law or a cabinet in some way by sort of artful drafting of these different roles or categories or missions. Or another thing, when we talk to Avi, if you watch the whole thing, he asks like, wait, why aren't the rules of engagement dispositive for what constitutes reasonable self-defense in the case of an alleged murder or war crime of a military official? Well, it's because the military doesn't get to decide for themselves when self-defense is justified. Like, imagine it were otherwise. Imagine the executive had the power to designate whenever it's justified to do something by putting it in their rules of engagement. Okay, we've designated anytime someone says something anti-Trump, deadly force is justified, and you write it and you put it in the rules of engagement. And so
just to be clear, because I must have missed, I jumped in halfway through your stream with him.
Yeah.
Are you saying that he was saying that they've basically called like the drug runners actions as a imminent, threat of force that constituted the justification for self-defense?
No, what I'm saying is Avi was like, he's running this self-defense argument, and part of his rationale was that a particular tactic that drug boats use of like charging, that the rules of engagement of like some part of the U.S. rules or something somewhere said that this was justification for deadly force, and it said so in the rules of engagement. And he's like, therefore, it's trivially lawful if, by definition, this tactic that is alleged to have been deployed by the boats occurred, then it's obviously like definitionally reasonable to use deadly force in response. My response to that is A, we don't know if this tactic was used, and B, that it's a totality of circumstances inquiry. It's not enough just to have the general conduct, even though some conduct is probably like almost certainly in every instance going to be justified self-defense, like shooting at someone, right? But C, the Defense Department and the executive doesn't get to decide for itself when force is reasonably necessary, right? If that were the case, They would just always say it's reasonable and necessary, or like any kind of bad faith actor could take a pen to the rules of engagement and just add in like fucking insane shit. So there's a problem. Like people will also do that for the Chauvin case. They'll say, "Oh, but he was taught to put the knee on the neck." Well, even if he was, and people will often overestimate or will say things that aren't true about what is shown in the manuals or whatever. Even if you were taught that, that doesn't make it an objectively reasonable use of force. And it doesn't mean that he wouldn't have to consider other factors such as like the amount of time he's on the person, this person's size. So self-defense is always like a very fact-bound inquiry. A lot of these are, and you can't get around it by artful drafting of military rules or internal executive compliance codes. This is all me just saying. I'm not suggesting you said that, but I don't want people to hear that. But I do think these roles and the different levels of knowledge are relevant. And obviously someone who is in a role of like what you've defined as operational is in most cases going to have more kind of like context maybe than like the tactical person who's doing the things that is being asked, right? And that'll be relevant, but not because the military has designated as relevant, but because it plays an objective role in the mens rea, causation, and authorization analyses.
Right. Yeah. I don't know if maybe I just need to rewatch your conversation.
I'm gonna make an edit of it if you want to, but it wasn't. It was just meant to talk to the audience and be like, always be skeptical of conservatives, who cite training and manuals from the very branch of government or state which is having its conduct be examined. It would be like, the president makes his own rules for what's. Yeah.
I will say though that I mean like I don't know exactly what you mean by make their own rules. So the CJCSI 3121.01. So that's the Joint Chairman Chiefs of Staff's manual on kind of like all the ROE, RUF, self-defense. So I mean like
that's binding on you guys.
They do de facto. De facto
that binds you
making its own rules.
I agree that those rules are binding on you guys to the extent they're legal. Just to be clear, but only to the extent they're legal. So you have to follow them, and if you don't follow them, you could face internal punishment. But only to the extent that they're legal, and they could write anything they want on that, right? Like the Joint Chief of Staff, the Joint Chairman, whatever. He can write something that's like, you can kill any civilian for any old thing in the rules of engagement. Now, no one's going to write that. It's a hypothetical, right? But that wouldn't make it so that you had to do it, right? Or it wouldn't give you an excuse if you did do it, right?
Saying it would not obligate you to do that.
But it wouldn't obligate you to do it. It would also.
No, I'm saying I'm understanding you correctly. Right. You're saying that it wouldn't.
It wouldn't obligate you, and you would be bound to not follow it. Like you would be duty bound not to follow
it.
If it was illegal, right? And so nothing can get around that inquiry unless someone is willing to say that the Defense Department defines what the law is. They can't get around the underlying legal analysis by artfully drafting and be like, oh, we don't have to worry about that because it's in the manual, or we don't have to worry about that because we designated it a foreign terrorist organization, or we don't have to worry about it because these people are breaking the law according to what Trump says, or because they're associated with Maduro because Trump says it. Now, ultimately, a court might give deference to some things that the executive says, right? Like I'm sure that courts would give appropriate deference to the executive in terms of like what constitutes a threat, intelligence reports about what's going on. I'm sure they would give some measure of deference. The difference is it doesn't decide it. They're not bound by the executive's determinations. It's the court's determination to say what the rule is. What the law is. In the case of a court-martial, maybe it's a little different there, but it also will be a court to determine whether or not the rules of war apply, or whether court-martials apply, or whether it's reviewable to the civilian courts at some point. So all of that is a way of me saying mistrust people who claim that something that the executive branch promulgates decides the question as to culpability, because they could write whatever they want in their manuals, wouldn't change the statutes of Congress or the obligations of the military to follow the law.
I appreciate you going so far in depth with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would say, if there happen to be any high ranking officers watching this, yeah, we should definitely observe what Hexes did with the admiral. You know, sensibly just threw him completely under the bus. And they, not just for their fear for their own career and their own life, they should have that moral obligation to do the correct thing. It's a little insane, in my opinion, with this current administration and the crazy shit coming out of sec death mouth. Basically every military unit is tight-lipped, and basically just, essentially just going along with the flow, if you will. It's absurd.
Well, I appreciate you
That's just the way it
guys.
is.
Just stay frosty. Hurry up and wait. What are the phrases you guys say? And I appreciate that.
Okay.
Just stay loyal to the Constitution, as I know you guys will. And we'll try to get through this together.
Hopefully
We're
at
all
least
in
the
this.
majority of people do.
I hope so as well. I really do hope so as well. But we're all in this together, and I appreciate your commitment to loyalty to the Constitution.
Yeah, I'll be almost done. All right, I'll see you.
All right, later, brother.
Thanks.
Bye. All right, last caller. We did not get to anything I want to talk about. Maybe we'll do another stream either tonight or tomorrow. What up?
Hey.
Hey, man.
I want to address your points about the Hunter Biden pardon.
Oh, great,
because, this kind of triggers me. And I want to ask 3 questions, and I hope we can get some clarification
Sure.
by answering those. The first question I would ask you is whether the president ought to treat every citizen equally. What's your opinion on
No.
that? No?
Yes, that's my answer. No.
So there are how would you justify that?
Well, the president should treat differently his direct subordinates who are citizens than other citizens. He should treat differently people who are within the country that are like conducting war against the United States. If there are individuals, in the United States who are like vital to a particular national security interest, maybe like doctors and nurses in the context of an emergency, maybe he should treat them differently in promulgating some regulations. Basically, there's innumerable and infinite amounts of ways in which the president should be treating citizens of the United States differently on some things.
Okay, I thought more about the general value of one person, or but okay.
So maybe you're referencing. So I'll help you out there. So there's this concept of equal protection of the law, and that all citizens should be treated equally in some sense, in the sense of like that the law applies to them equally. And that I agree with. And I agree with I also agree with the notion that when it comes to certain fundamental rights, he shouldn't treat people differently. And when it comes to certain protected classes, or I should say certain suspect classifications, he has an affirmative obligation to not classify in such a way as to undermine or intentionally discriminate certain characteristics, certain types of classification, certain suspect classifications. So the equality principle applies to the application of the law, but not to the equal treatment of all citizens. That's different.
Okay. Can I ask my second question
Yes.
before that, to then maybe clarify where I wanted to go? Does the president have the is the president required to protect all citizens equally from political persecution or prosecution?
No.
No. Okay, why not?
I don't think that he has an affirmative obligation, except to the extent that he has an obligation to refrain from political prosecution himself or being a party to it. And so I guess he has some obligation to protect it in the main against political prosecution, given the obligations of Article 2. But the president, like any political actor, is allowed to prioritize the biggest problems.
Well, I totally disagree. I think that it's the president's duty to ensure that his constituents and everyone who lives in that country is protected by him from, for example, political prosecutions or like crimes in that. Well, I don't think that those are crimes, but
there's limited hours in the day, and it wouldn't be an abdication of his responsibility to focus. If there was like a rampant scourge of political prosecution or some other issue, he would have to make tough choices in the context of limited resources, and he might be able to justify his concentration on a particular form of corruption or a particular kind of political prosecution, or one in which it's a bigger significance to the country as he sees it, in keeping with his obligations. And so I don't think that he has an affirmative obligation to treat literally every citizen equally when it comes to political prosecution, in the sense of an affirmative obligation to protect against. He's going to have to make tough choices to prioritize, and that's true of any executive and indeed of Congress. They have they're going to have to choose which level of corruption to prioritize with their laws, their time, their attention. In the case of law enforcement, right? It's not the case that the president also has an obligation to enforce the law that would be faithfully executed. That doesn't mean that he has to, every single law needs to be enforced equally. Like there could be some laws, the violation of which are considered more problematic than the violation of other laws, and so the president's priority in enforcement of some laws versus others is just another one of those responsibilities that we have to give to the executive in certain contexts, and the mere not equal application of law in the sense of applying one law and enforcing it more than other laws. And this applies also to like the examples that you're bringing up in terms of political prosecution, corruption, whatever you want to put in there, wouldn't necessarily be at odds with his general obligation to take care of the law be faithfully executed. Hope that makes sense.
So let's give an example. If, for example, for whatever reason, a president had to face a decision where 50% of the Department of Justice went after black people for political reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Would the president be obligated, in your opinion, to let go of those 50%?
It depends is the answer. So
on what?
So if the alternative is also like, if there is no other confounding reason under the Constitution to maintain them in office, then I think that the answer is yes. But even then, it's like, so I'll give you an example, right? Say, for example, that the termination of these 50% employees would ultimately prevent the enforcement of some other obligation that he has. Let's say these prosecutors are violating, yes, a bunch of black people's rights, but those prosecutors are like also necessary for some other constitutional end. For, let's say, but for those prosecutors being in place, there will be no future election or something. The reason I'm answering this way with a ridiculous hypothetical like that is to say there are some circumstances under which I would think it would not be a violation of his oath of office to maintain certain people in office who happen to be violating their own oaths if there's another constitutional need of urgency. But if there's not, which there almost certainly would not be, I think he does have an affirmative obligation to fire such people if he has the power to.
Okay, so I think this is an interesting point because in this case, he has an affirmative obligation to protect his citizens, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that with this obligation, he has to treat every citizen equally. Like, for example,
I don't agree with that.
if there were people with different skin tones, I would say that he had to fire every single prosecutor that went after a black person, regardless of the skin tone. Because, for example, if there was a person of color with lighter skin, and the president said, well, political prosecutions in this case are okay because this person is not as black as other people, this would be pretty fucked up, right?
Are you asking whether it'd be fucked up?
Yeah.
I mean, I think your hypothetical is something about racial discrimination and him not doing something. I think it would be fucked up to not do something in general about racial discrimination within your administration if you have the power to do something.
Okay, but in reference with my point, like,
Okay.
the president is obligated to protect those black people regardless of their skin color equally, right?
It depends on what. On the basis, like, he has a responsibility to protect individuals from certain things. But
yeah, in this case, political prosecutions, which we are talking about.
Okay. Yeah. So in general, he has that obligation, but he doesn't have the obligation to protect against political prosecutions equally as to all people. And the example of that is just the following, right? Like, does any given president, you would agree, he doesn't have to pardon everybody just because he pardons one person, right?
Yeah.
And before he's able to fix a situation of political prosecution, he needs to like investigate it or have someone investigate it if it is, right? And so we're not just gonna assume something is political prosecution. He has to actually investigate it, right? And he only has limited capacity to investigate, right?
Yeah, but for example, a lot of Biden's pardons were.
Let's not apply yet. Let's not apply
okay.
yet. Let's stay. So given that there's a lack of ability to perfectly enforce and protect against political prosecution. Now, if you could just know all the political prosecutions that exist, I would say it's an affirmative obligation, right, to fix that constitutional error and pardon everyone he is. But in reality, as is the nature of the executive, he's going to have to pick and choose what decisions are more priority. So even though in the general, yes, he has an obligation to stamp out all corruption, just because we need to start somewhere, he doesn't have an affirmative obligation unless he is able to enforce it without any additional burden on a wider scale to like pardon all victims rather than just starting with some or the worst. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't know that it's totally on point to the Hunter Biden case. If what you're getting at is, does Hunter Biden have an equal right to have his case adjudged for political prosecution? The answer is yes. Is that where you're going?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not the issue.
Biden had,
because Biden also has he has multiple obligations. So first of all, he doesn't have an obligation specifically to use his resources to investigate Hunter Biden as opposed to anyone else. That's number one. It's just because, so that's the first response is he could, as an act of discretion and within his obligation under Article 2, choose to spend his resources to some other victim of political prosecution, and doing so would not be inconsistent with his oath of office. And I'm going to ask, do you agree, yes or no?
Can you repeat that?
So, notwithstanding the president's general obligation to do what he can to eliminate all political prosecution, which I think is grounded in Article 2, because I think it's illegal, and the reason for that is simple. I think it's illegal to have an unconstitutional to have political prosecutions. I think that's illegal and unconstitutional. And because the president swears an oath and is tasked with faithfully executing the laws of the United States, he therefore has an obligation that Article 2 imposes on him to prevent political prosecution in general and to, where possible, stamp it out. Now, sometimes he's without authority, right? He probably would be without authority in a lot of state contexts to do that. And so it's all contingent on his legal authority. But we're talking about pardons here, which he generally has legal authority to do, right? So the reason why I'm asking you this second level question has to do not with whether or not he has that obligation, but in any given instance, given the limitation on resources, just because he has an obligation to stamp out political prosecution where possible and where he has the authority, doesn't necessitate that every single allegation of political prosecution he treats equally, because he's limited in resources and time, and therefore is unable to perfectly enforce this maxim and has to start somewhere. And so that's why I ask you the question, which I want to answer to, is he doesn't have an affirmative obligation to investigate Hunter Biden's political prosecution allegation, correct?
Yeah,
okay.
I agree.
So given that, there is no obligation for him to consider Hunter Biden's political prosecution allegation. There is, I think, no failure in that responsibility were he to choose not to even think about it. And that's separate from, does Hunter Biden have a right as anyone else to be considered for a political prosecution? The answer, of course, is yes. It's kind of meaningless because it's just what the president chooses. But that's well within the scope of his discretion, that is Joe Biden's, to just not consider Hunter Biden. And he wouldn't be violating his oath for not considering Hunter Biden. Agreed?
Agreed.
Okay. So then what's your next question? Sorry.
I think you brought up an interesting point, which is resources, and I don't think that you get the way I think about it, because in my brain there are no resources needed from Biden to look at his own son. So the resource investment is rather low. And you said that if Biden had knowledge of corruption, he ought pardon every single victim of political prosecution, right?
Right. So what you want next is like assume that there's no cost because he already knows it, right? And so at that point, does he have the discretion to toss it aside? Well, I'll say number one, the fact that he wrestled with it means that at the point at which he could have just not wrestled with it. So the fact that he was taking the time to examine it and think about it, that's his own statement and his press secretary. I think the facts here belie this assumption, but I'll take the assumption in good faith and assume that he just knows it and he doesn't need investigation. And so there's the question of resources. And of course it's a pardon. It's fairly easy to do. It's nominal. Just write it down and sign it. And so we're really not talking about any meaningful constraint on his ability to do that here. And so given that, doesn't he have an obligation to pardon, right?
Yeah, I need to ask one question.
Okay.
When did the statement come out in which it was referenced that Biden wrestled with the decision to pardon?
After his decision to
Hunter?
pardon, multiple news stories. The one I just cited to this other person was ABC, in which this was December.
At which date?
When he was
December?
wrestling?
Yeah.
So the stories came out after he pardoned, but he wrestled with it before he pardoned. I'm not understanding what the timeline problem is.
For example, if he got news from Trump saying that he would go after Hunter like the day after he was wrestling with it, and he then made his decision, I think that at the point where he made his decision, there was no resource investment at that point. You get what I'm saying?
So you're suggesting, irrespective of his decision to wrestle with it, he could have, in a resource neutral way, come to that decision anyway, or come to that conclusion anyway about the need to pardon.
I'm saying that from that point on, where Trump openly said he would go after Hunter Biden, there was no resource investment needed. And I think that the thought of pardoning certain people doesn't necessitate resource investment.
Well, the mere fact that Trump promised to go after Hunter does not mean that it's political. Agreed?
Agreed.
So, presumably there's some, I'll grant what you're saying and just say, suppose that it was self-evident to him that that Hunter Biden was a victim of political prosecution. He wasn't for part of it because he actually did do crimes. That's one big issue you're going to have, is that the pardon extended to non-covered things.
I agree.
Okay.
But I think it was already published that Trump would try to fuck with Hunter Biden.
Yeah, but Joe could have, if he really cared, he could have kept the convictions on the stuff that it's already been charged and only pardoned stuff that hasn't been convicted on.
Don't you think that
he could have done that, right?
I'm not totally into. He could have done that, yeah, but I'm not.
He could have
totally
pardoned for some stuff or not.
System.
Well, no, so just take it on. I'm representing to you that the president can pardon a person for some things and not others. So you could say something like,
yeah, sure,
yeah. So he's pardoned. He didn't have to pardon Hunter for the crimes for which he was convicted in a fair court in front of an impartial jury. He didn't have to do that.
That's true.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in which case you need to be able to, you need to account for that.
I totally get that, and my argument would be that I don't know how to phrase it, sorry. Like if you took an ordinary person with the same charges Hunter Biden had, he wouldn't, with the same crimes committed as Hunter Biden, this ordinary random person wouldn't be charged with the same things as Hunter Biden. Like the punishment is unusual, right?
I hate this argument for reasons, but I can grant it still doesn't fall through. Like, for one, I mean, you're referencing the gun charge, which was sort of novel, but novelty is not enough to make it political. Trump was charged novelly, and that doesn't mean that it's political. Or he was charged. There were, but some of the theories on Trump's charges in New York, and in D.C. in the D.C. election case were novel. Doesn't mean they're political. So novelty by itself doesn't make it political, and doesn't make it a miscarriage of justice at all. And I now, as it happens, I think that it's a kind of stupid charge. That's me. But even were I to grant that the gun charge was unusual and novel, you have to account for the tax crimes. Those aren't unusual. They're not novel.
But didn't he already repay the taxes?
Doesn't matter. It doesn't make it not a crime. I don't understand why the fuck. So if you steal something from someone's house and then you give it back 5 months later, does that make it so that you didn't do a crime?
No.
Okay, so then why are you saying that he repaid it?
If there's a way that is introduced from the government to address those crimes, like if there was a law in place that said if you bring back stolen goods within
there's a law that doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. In fact, Trump got in trouble in the New York case because he overpaid taxes. Why? He overpaid taxes to hide his violation of New York election. To hide the payment to Stormy Daniels and for the business records falsification. So there are crimes when you pay the IRS too much that are crimes if you knowingly falsify stuff. So it doesn't matter. If there were a provision of law that said if afterwards you pay it back, it's not a crime, then we'd be talking. Such a provision does not exist. And given that it doesn't exist, why consider it?
Okay, I get that.
Do you grant it? Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. So all we're left with, so we need to account for the convicted, fair tax crimes that Hunter Biden committed. They're not political prosecutions. They're not unusual. Yep. And he was pardoned for it.
Okay, I get that.
So you agree that at least some of the pardon was corrupt, at a bare minimum?
I actually have to think about it.
Are you at least agnostic on some of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
But in general, like my point still stands that him in general pardoning Hunter Biden should be okay, right? For for protecting him from political prosecution.
Okay, so even if I were to grant you that all the charges were political, and even if Biden had not pardoned Hunter for the usual and clearly guilty crimes of tax, so I'm saying, assuming the pardon were tailored in such a way as to only reflect the potential of political prosecution and didn't reflect any other intent, didn't reflect any other of the charges that were fair, right? So even assuming that everything were political, right? Even assuming, by the way, that the tax thing was political, right? But put that aside. Assume that everything that he was convicted of and Biden is completely correct, that it's all political, and that there actually is a reasonable basis to pardon Hunter, and that Hunter is the victim here. Even if it were that case, if it were that strong, even if it were abundantly obvious, even if it were trivially obvious that everything that Hunter Biden faces is unjust and that he's actually innocent of all these things, right? I'm assuming the worst facts. Not only is everything Hunter Biden is facing politically motivated, not only are all of them unusual, not only were they instituted for the sole reason of going after Joe Biden, and not only that, he's actually innocent of all. Even if all those things persisted, it would still be corrupt to pardon him in the way that Joe did.
At this point, I completely disagree.
Okay, well, let me tell you. Well, let me tell you why. Because regardless of Hunter Biden's merit to receive a pardon, Joe Biden has another obligation not to do a corrupt. Thank you so much, Ice Beans, for the raid. Joe Biden has an affirmative obligation not to be motivated by an improper purpose in the use of his official acts, which I take to be...
But it isn't improper, right?
I'm getting there, right? I'm getting there. So, notwithstanding the fact that in the hypothetical I presented, Hunter Biden deserves a pardon by any objective standard, Joe Biden cannot do so if improper purpose is present in his mind. And I assume as a default presumption that it is an unwaivable conflict for Joe Biden to make the determination, even if the determination is obvious and trivial to make. It would be no different if you were to say, like, Joe Biden considering a pardon for himself, if that were allowed, or a judge being a judge in their own case, right? It wouldn't matter how much of a reputation a judge has for fairness, how obvious it was that this person was innocent, the judge was innocent, how obvious it was that this was political against the judge. You agree, don't you, that a judge can't be a judge in his own case, right? It's an irrevocable conflict. He can't waive. It's unwaivable conflict. Fair?
Fair.
Such it is with close personal familial relationship. It's a unwaivable conflict that regardless of what he says, how much he protests, we are going to have an assumption, and it's good, and I impose that default assumption that cannot be rebut because it cannot be waived, that Joe Biden is acting on at least significantly personal motivation if it involves a close familial relationship, by which I mean son, daughter, parent. Okay, that's what I mean. Maybe cousins and shit like that, and extended family. But that's a default assumption and presumption. If he wanted to have, in my hypothetical, the meritorious, clearly deserving claim of Hunter Biden to be considered and for Hunter to actually receive his pardon, all he has to do is to defer to the independent judgment of a wise and judicious person, to which he defers the discretion to come to that determination. And if that person is wise and judicious and is cleansed of the unwaivable conflict, then the pardon will issue, and it will happen. And we'll get over the presumption, and Hunter Biden will have the same opportunity that every citizen has. He didn't do that, even though he could have done that.
Okay, let me ask you one question, because I think if you answer in one certain way, I will completely be mindfucked. If Donald Trump said that he would go in 2016, shortly before he was inaugurated in 2017, if he said that he would go after every black person in the United States. Would it be justifiable for Obama to pardon his kids?
Yeah, I mean, like, there's some examples that stretch everything. So on mass policy things, for example, like, I'm sure that some legislation that Biden signed incidentally, like, affects members of his family, right? Like, he signs a tax break or something that maybe his kid can get. There's I think a very different set of assumptions when there is no requirement to make particularized findings as to those individuals. So in the case of the promise to pardon or to go after all black people, there's no particularized findings that Obama must make with respect to his children. More to the point, the justification.
Can I just hop in quickly? Because what completely confuses me is now I feel like you maybe fucked up a bit.
No, I didn't fuck up at all. It's been
still
my long-standing position. And I actually, this exact thing I brought up to the previous caller. So for you to say I fucked up, you're suggesting I've made a new consideration that I didn't talk about before. That is what you suggested, isn't it?
No.
Did you suggest it? Did you suggest you just fucked up a little bit in that I am adding something that hasn't always been in my mind with respect to conflicts of interest? Is that what you? What did you? What did you mean when you said I think you fucked up a little bit?
I thought that you said regardless of what the crime was, even if the person was completely innocent.
Yeah.
It was not okay for the president to pardon parts of his family because of conflict of interest.
Yes, that's true.
But you don't need an auditor for the specific case, which I referenced.
There's no contradiction. What's the contradiction?
Well, in one case, it's okay for the president to pardon parts of his family, considering that they are completely innocent and considering that they are part of a group which a president says he would go after. And in one case, it's not okay for him to pardon them.
Yeah, you're just not understanding to what these conflict rules are applying. They're applying to the exercise of official power as to those individuals specifically, not large-scale policy that could incidentally benefit such people. It's with respect to findings as to particular individuals. So the example I gave in the previous call, I don't know if you listened to the full of it, but the example is, presumably any legislation that affects the broad country that goes up to Joe Biden's desk could in some effect, like, have some impact on a family member. But the point is, those decisions that could incidentally affect a family member aren't determinations as to those family members. Likewise, a blanket pardon of black people, let's say, assuming such thing were smart, I think that it would be ridiculous to do that pardon, by the way. But we're just taking it and consider it as imagine, pardon all black people for all things. It's so ridiculous. But to the extent that is not truly a situation in scope of the kind of a presumption that I'm talking about here, that being individualized determinations and the use of official power as to individuals. That is because it isn't as to individuals. Now, if you could make a blanket pardon that said, I'm making a pardon for all people who are going to be politically prosecuted, great, I would support that shit. The thing is, there are determinations that have to be made with respect to individuals in a way that the kind of black, but I don't know, I guess maybe the black person pardon would need that too. I mean, you have to define what black is, and then we'd be into this fucking thing again. I don't know, but because the pardon just sounds so weird. But that said, just know that there's a difference here. One is, pardons on the basis of individualized determinations and as to particular individuals. That's where the presumption, in my opinion, applies. And kind of policies that broad in scope and with respect to social stuff, to which individualized determinations are not needed. And that is what's at issue in the Hunter Biden pardons. And even if it were the case that I would grant that, I would grant that such a pardon were possible, this pardon of all black people. and that there were certain cases in which my principle didn't apply. It would just be the exception that proves the rule. But the true answer is the pardon that you're suggesting isn't in scope of where the default presumption applies, and therefore it's not a defeater.
Okay, but can you extend on this a little bit? Because to me, like, I don't know. Can you? Shit, I forgot the words. Like, to me, everyone who was pardoned by Biden because of the fear of political prosecution was like independent of their own actions, of their own personhood. They were just put on that list because Trump made a list, you know? So it was independent of their political, of their acts they've done. It was just, here we have a list, like here we have a list of all black people, and everyone who is on that list gets a pardon. Similarly, everyone who was on that list for Biden, everyone who was mentioned by Trump, who he would go after, all of those people were on a list, and he just pardoned everyone on that list, right?
If the only through line on that list is the fact that they're named, then how would you possibly come to a reasoned decision about whether it's a political prosecution, unless it's informed by some prior about something more specific to their circumstances? In other words, if the only unifying factor is that Trump promised to go after them, as in that they were named, I mean, I'm assuming he also promised to go after actual criminals, which he did. He did promise to do that. So in what respect would a president who's faithfully executing the law of the land say, well, I'm not pardoning these people because they're of their own circumstances and my intuitions about their cases and what they've done and what Trump thinks they've done, but just because Trump named them? It's a preposterous thing to suspect that that's what actually is being proposed here. What's being proposed here is not similar to the black people name, where that's the one trait that's being going after that is independent of determinations as to those individuals, where it's just their presence on a list. Surely to come to an informed decision about the propriety or impropriety of giving a pardon for political prosecution, it would entail some kind of determination as to why it's political, right? Just the mere fact that Trump named someone, Trump is going after some criminals. They're prosecuting criminals who actually do criminal things that aren't political. So you need a way to separate them. And just being on a list, it would be, again, another abdication of his responsibility to inform himself as to the facts if he's not making determinations when it comes to political prosecution. That wouldn't be present in the black case.
Okay, so if he said, what about the case if Trump said, I will go after everyone who is allied with Biden? Would this be in scope of what you mean or not?
If everyone who's allied to Biden, and then what? Biden pardons for everything, all Democrats?
Yeah, for example, if Trump said, I will go.
Yeah, so in that specific case, it's violating his oath in another way. It's just far too broad. I mean, so if you're just pardoning all Democrats because of because they are Democrats or because they consider themselves aligned to Biden, then what you're doing is you're just not. It's too broad, and because it's too broad, it's also a violation of your oath, because you're not considering the things you ought consider in a case of pardon. Like if you just, it would be like saying, I'm going to pardon all criminals right now. Like that can't be. That has to be an abuse of power, and that can't be the. Now, will the courts be able to determine that? No, but I would certainly vote to impeach a president that just pardons just cause, or maybe because of fear of political prosecution, but does so in a way that is totally untailored. Now, because the right answer might be there is no way to isolate the pardons that you need to isolate to sort of obviate the fear of political prosecution. And here's the other issue too. Pardons are just backwards facing to past conduct, and so it really doesn't protect that. The fact that they'll find something to go after someone, and they'll claim whatever. But I don't know. I think you're stretching. I think your case, you're making, what's the word? You're proving too much. By your lights, then, no pardon is corrupt. Right? If Trump pardons his entire family and he says, well, I think it's going to be political prosecution.
Yeah, and I think he would be justified for that if there was the Democrats saying that they would go after his family. Then yeah.
Okay. I mean, really?
Yeah.
By the way,
I mean,
the Democrats are saying that.
Yeah. Then this obviously, just for them saying we need to go after them no matter what, then of course that shouldn't be done. There should be specific cases.
Yeah. The Trump have a theory. They have a theory for why the Bidens did a crime. It's a preposterous theory, but they come up with something. They write something down. They don't just say nothing. They don't say we're going after the Hunter Biden for nothing. They don't say we're going after Shifty Schiff for nothing. They give a reason.
But do they actually give a reason prior to them, or like at the moment they are saying we are going
Yeah, they give a bullshit reason. They say Hillary Clinton spied on my campaign. They say this is sedition. This is a conspiracy against my administration and Russiagate, and they planted fake evidence. They give some bullshit reason. So distinguish it.
Yeah, I think I have a problem.
A determination needs to be made, right? Someone needs to make a determination. And if Trump said something like, oh, I've determined it's political, you would still say it's corrupt. And one of the reasons might be because you determine it's not political, because you think Trump actually did that shit, whatever. But the problem is Hunter actually did that shit for some of the pardon, just to keep that in mind. But another problem is you would never be okay with Trump being the determiner of pardons regarding his own children. You would be outraged. Not just because you think his children aren't deserving of it, but because Trump made the decision. It wouldn't be hard for you to come out. Everyone was like, oh, he's going to pardon his own family. Trump, that is. Trump actually never did that. Well, it depends on what you consider family. He did pardon a Kushner, which I guess is, by law, a family member and other related people. But you get my point. That the oh my God, I just spit on my mic. That was gross. No one watch that. You would never accept that he would determine for his own self, but he probably will, and it will be good to criticize it because he shouldn't be able to determine. It would be like, by the way, same thing with Joe Biden interfering with the DOJ prosecution. So I'll ask you that question: if Joe Biden said, you know what, fuck this shit, this is a political prosecution, Hunter Biden, DOJ, I am ordering you. And by the way, the rationale that Joe Biden gives, his main rationale isn't future political prosecution. It's past political prosecution. Biden says that Hunter was singled out politically in the past, that they tried to break his son in order to break him. He says that Hunter was unfairly prosecuted. He says that he believes raw politics infected the process that led to his son's conviction. So just keep that in mind, that Joe Biden's determinations are password face. I don't think all that is true. No, I don't. No, I don't. I answer the question. No. The answer is no.
Trump asked Zelensky to make up charges for Hunter Biden. I think this is public, right?
And what is that? How does that relate to his conviction on tax-related offenses, some of which was investigated prior to the Zelensky call? The investigation started in 2018.
Shows the state of mind. If you openly say of Trump.
Oh, so now every Trump prosecution. So you couldn't have, because Trump did that call, the entire DOJ was infected with that purpose. And every prosecution, we don't have to make determinations as to particular prosecutions, as to what their motivations were, just because Trump said that, had that call. By the way, that call to Zelensky, and it wasn't just to Zelensky, it was also to Prosecutor General Lutsenko and during the administration, and also to other Ukrainian officials, and to President Poroshenko,
I think
etc.
so. if Biden said, "Hey, we'll find something to get Trump on, we'll make some shit up," I think this would infect every single thing they
Trump
did from
didn't
that point on.
say that.
Wait, what was the? Am I making shit up?
Do
Or
you think
am I
Trump has
confused?
ever said the phrase "go after them over nothing"?
Not exactly after nothing.
We know it's political prosecution because of circumstantial evidence and because of the bullshit narratives. But he doesn't come out and say it. He says, I heard that there's something criminal going in with the Bidens and Burisma, and go and take a look into it. He didn't say, charge my enemies over nothing.
Okay, then
how that factors in is it should tell you that there's no getting around it. In order to get to come to determinations as to whether something is political or not, it requires going into the facts and understanding the purposes and all that stuff. And the question is, so here was a question on the DOJ. If Joe Biden said, hey, this is a political process, and it started with Trump, like, assume that he took your view, that it was political, it was a politicized process, and instead of pardoning him, I'm just going to order the DOJ to dismiss it. I order you, Merrick Garland, order your attorneys to dismiss this case. Corrupt or not?
I think this would be corrupt, yeah.
Why?
But
why is it corrupt?
Because there's a difference between the president making a determination for himself and ordering a department that should be separate from the White House to do something.
When you say should be separate, that's just like a norm, I guess, but that doesn't, he has the power to do it. You understand that?
Yeah, but
there's also a norm.
For that norm, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, I think there's a good reason for that norm, but
is there a norm regarding who to pardon?
There ought to be a norm. There ought to be a norm. The problem is everyone's been corrupt with their pardons, but that doesn't justify not establishing a norm. And if it weren't a norm, not to get involved with the DOJ, although that norm has now been broken by Trump multiple times, in my opinion. But it's not just because he's involving with DOJ Maine. That's not just the reason, man. It's because it's more significant than that. So I'll give you an example. Would you say it's more corrupt for Joe Biden to order Attorney General in the case that I just said versus any other case in which he's not? He says, I'm ordering dismissal in this prosecution of some other matter because I've determined it started politically. And Merrick Garland, you have to do it, otherwise I'm going to fire you. Which one? Are they the same level of corruption, or which one's more corrupt?
My personal view would be that they are equally corrupt.
That's insane. You don't believe that? They're equally corrupt?
Yeah, because the president has to treat everyone okay.
Oh
under
my
this
God.
circumstance.
But if Trump did this, you would never say this. You would never say this. If his own son was under indictment and Trump ordered the dismissal of the son's indictment versus some other case, a random case, everyone would glom on to the son because their intuition is, of course, that the fact that it's his son and he made that determination is incredibly more corrupt because it's of the conflict.
Can I give you an example of what I mean? Like, in case Trump had to dismiss one of two cases. Either he dismisses a case in which there's a drug trafficker in which dismissing the case would result in him getting billions of dollars for whatever reason. And the other case would be his son. I think
you're making it more difficult. Wait, hang on a second. Hang on a second. Why are you making the case harder in that sense?
What do you mean?
So all you're doing, you're making the case easier for yourself. You're saying, oh, now that I've made it financial corruption obvious there, now it's not as clear. But obviously, that's not what the fuck I was trying to isolate. So you bringing up potential for financial corruption is short-circuiting the issue that we were trying to isolate for. The issue that I was trying to isolate for wasn't comparing financial corruption versus family corruption. So that's just a distraction. The issue I was trying to isolate for was, surely you can't say that all of the corruption that you're putting on the potential for Biden getting into the DOJ is the fact he got involved in the DOJ, and where the son aspect plays no role. So by introducing the financial corruption and comparing to the son corruption, you're just obscuring that. But you haven't answered for the first one, which is clearly you would agree, wouldn't you, that it isn't just him getting involved in the DOJ that's contributing to your assessment that it's corrupt. It's not merely that, because if you acknowledge there's a distinction between regular person for which there is no prima facie case of some kind of improper purpose, where basically what I'm isolating for and which I'm challenging you, don't try to avoid it, just answer the fucking question, and that's what I'm challenging you to do. The one case that we're talking about where ordinary person, no prima facie improper purpose, and one in which, but he gets involved in the DOJ, he does violate that norm. That's what we're isolating for. And the other in which it's Hunter Biden and he's also getting involved in DOJ. Which one do you see is more corrupt?
The case in which it's about the son.
Yes. So clearly it is the case that the fact that it's his son, that there's something about it being his son, notwithstanding that he had the power and equalizing for the breakage of the norm on the DOJ, that there is something wrong in your head with, and something corrupt about him presiding over a decision that he has the power to do, and notwithstanding and putting aside the norm on the DOJ, that there's something corrupt about him making the decision with his official powers with respect to his own son. Because that's obviously true, my guy. That's obviously true. It's not, it doesn't matter at what point it's an official power. It doesn't matter if it's the power to prosecute. It doesn't matter if it's the power to, direct the DOJ in that respect. It doesn't count, obviously, when it's like a broader policy that incidentally affects the son. So, for example, him signing a legislation where he knows that his son might benefit because his son, let's say, is a rich person and he passes some tax break. But if it's a broader policy where someone is incidentally benefit, then that's just kind of the same presumption doesn't apply. But when they're it would be the same thing, by the way, of awarding government contracts, right? This wouldn't be difficult for you, right? It wouldn't be difficult at all. You would, if let's say that Biden was given the power to award contracts, right, for the government, and Hunter Biden was a vendor that he is applying for the contract, right? And maybe Hunter Biden really does have the best vendor and is the most reasonably priced. Do you think it would be corrupt for Joe Biden to not recuse himself and award the contract to Hunter Biden's company? The intuition is so obvious.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, of course. So that should speak to you. It's the same thing with pardon. It's the same thing with prosecution of power. And so changing the nature of the power isn't the problem. The problem is, what is the purpose of exercising that power, and who's involved, and is it an individualized determination of the kind to which the presumption applies? And when it's those cases, awarding a contract, interfering in a DOJ, there's no problem with your intuition. What I think is happening is you're letting the true accusation as to Trump with respect to political prosecution and the horrible reality of what we're seeing and witnessing affect your judgment as to corruption in the pardon case, just because you think it's vindication given everything that's going on. But the pardons happen before the political prosecutions, notwithstanding the promises to do it, and you have to consider it on its own terms. Obviously, in context of those threats, but there's a level of conduct that the president should aspire to, and actually not just aspire to, ought do, and even in the face of a meritorious awarding of a contract, meritorious and justified dismissal of a case, meritorious and justified pardon, that there are certain conflicts that are unwaivable. A judge can't be a judge in their own case. Guess what? I'll ask you the question. A very fair judge, a very honorable judge, can he preside as the judge over his son's criminal trial with the death penalty?
No.
Under any circumstance?
No.
Of course. That should be totally clear to you. In the pardon context, in the judge context, in the dismissal context, in the contract context, it doesn't matter.
Wait, there would be one context in which, to me at least, it would be okay if every other judge who could preside on that case was somehow corrupt and took money to convict his son.
Oh, sure. If there's no alternative, then maybe we can talk. The thing is, there was an alternative here. There was an alternative.
Which was which was it?
I already told you. I don't know why you're making me, but I will say it again. is to delegate the decision about whether to pardon, to promise and then do and act what a particular person who is independent, wise, and judicious, to pick someone like that to delegate the decision making. And if it's meritorious claim, a wise and judicious person selected by the president should come to that determination and recuse himself from that decision. That was available to him. Not everyone has a personal relationship with Hunter Biden. Not everyone has a financial connection with Hunter Biden. There are judicious, wise, moral, ethical people that he could have given the discretion to come to that determination. He didn't do that when it was available to him. So your example of a situation in which there's no judge otherwise who can preside, thankfully, I don't have to answer for that because there was an alternative in this case.
Okay. Okay, I'm totally sorry. I'm completely fucking this up. However, I think, would you say that Biden would be justified to preemptively pardon Comey to save him from whatever fucked up shit is going on right now?
If by justified, you mean, do I think it's a good idea and ethical under my own view? Well, no, because I think it's stupid and he should. I don't think he should do it. No, and I have my reasons for it.
Okay.
I think I think by doing that, when Comey has done nothing wrong, and accepting it, I think that is dishonorable, and it actually is a disservice. I think because regardless, they're going to pick somebody, and so you're not going to just fucking pardon everyone who they could potentially go after. And some of these cases, I'm sorry to put, it seems callous to say, but the more on the nose it is, and the more desirous that Trump wants to do it, the more obvious it's politically corrupt. And so for purposes of like expediency, like if we really, the first reason why I don't want him to pardon is because he doesn't deserve a pardon because he didn't do anything wrong. And so you shouldn't pardon someone who has done nothing wrong in general, right? Now you say, well, he's under threat of potential prosecution politically. Okay, I guess, but like, is this going to move the needle overall? Is it a good idea for the country? No, I don't think it's a good idea for the country. Now, it being not a good idea for the country, does that make it corrupt? No, I don't think so. But I do think that is not justified because I think it's dumb, and I think it's even though it would help James Comey, I think James Comey does nothing wrong, and it's despite the burden on him, and I'm sorry to say it, I think it's better for him to defend on his own in the justice system, and for us to rally around him and defend it, because we're going to have to rally around somebody. And so whether it's James Comey or someone else, like, you're really not, all you're doing is changing who it is. It will be someone. And we'll be rallying around it. And so being particular in that sense, I think is just not helpful. And so, and it's a potential vulnerability, because you're like, oh, you pardoned him. What did he do? I didn't agree with the pardons of the J6 people either for that reason. It seems arbitrary. They didn't do anything. So the traditional things aren't there, and I don't think it's helpful for the overall state of the country. It just helps them out, I guess, but I'm sorry, I don't think it's right. But I don't say that means it's corrupt.
Okay, I think I made my point clear. I think you convinced me to some extent that there might be some corruption, but considering what's going on right now, I wouldn't, like, if I could see into the future and know that this shit was going on, and there was like this pretty high chance that Trump would go after.
You think the corruption is justified?
Yeah, I think that's the case.
I think it's a high threshold to try to justify corruption as morally correct, and I don't think the particular health and safety of and convenience, even though this is callous to say, of one person justifies corruption. I think to justify corruption, we're talking like societal implications. We're talking about like, healthcare not arriving. We're talking about like, we're being invaded and someone needs to do something a little fucking shady. But the thing is, the more selfless an act is, the less likely it is to be corrupt, right? If something truly is motivated for a purpose for broader society, then it's less likely to be corrupt. So justifying corruption is like justifying an action where there's an improper purpose and where the benefit isn't for the greater society. The benefit is just for Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden stays safe from a Trump political prosecution. But why is it that like a good? Why does protecting Hunter Biden personally justify corruption?
Because I think if there's a chance to somehow save citizens of the United States, even if it takes corruption.
Yeah, why don't you
it's
pick another
worth it.
citizen who's not Hunter? Pick someone else. Like I didn't call those other
We had
the Fauci
we had
ones.
the
I didn't call
argument earlier.
Yeah, just pick two other people who aren't your son, and it would be the same, right?
Okay. Yeah, but for
Okay.
them you had to invest resources and
No,
you had to
come
get
on,
against
come
some
on,
knowledge.
man. If it's the position that, well, this will save one other person, Pisco. Okay, I'll do you one better. Pick two other potential targets of Trump who aren't your son, and then I'll take the position of, so you're going to justify corruption here for save one person, but in my alternative world, Joe Biden picks two people who aren't his son.
Was it the question whether Biden should choose two people who aren't his son or Hunter? Then in this case, it would obviously be the two people.
Okay, then that's what he should have done. And so it's not justified, right? Like, if he could have done something better, it would be trivially easy for him to do something better and avoid the corruption. Then he should have done that. I don't understand how you would say it's justified to do something when it would have been trivially easy to not do something corrupt and then do something even better than what he did. So in what sense is it justified if that is not necessary to achieve some end, that you could achieve a better end by not doing it and get more people safe?
I think that the list of people pardoned by Trump were like the top people pardoned by Biden were the top people
there were others
promised to go after.
You said one. You said Comey. Wait, you said Comey. He could have pardoned Comey. He didn't.
Yeah, but I don't think that Trump.
Yeah, he always has.
Openly
Comey. Yes. No. Comey, Clapper. He's always gone after his people. Comey, Clapper. Obama himself. Why didn't he pardon Obama?
Because of the immunity ruling, right? It wouldn't make any difference.
What do you mean it wouldn't make any difference? I'm giving you, there were alternative people who Trump has said should be targeted.
Obama, even though he's immune for everything he's done in office?
What do you mean? Yeah. You think it's going to stop Trump?
Well, then he would fuck himself if this went up to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court then reversed the immunity decision for Obama, it would also reverse the immunity decision for Trump, right?
No, he'll just say it's unofficial. He'll just burden him. He'll just do a political prosecution. If it's not Obama, he could go after Hillary Clinton. He's talked about Hillary plenty of times. There were other people he could have pardoned. My only point is the corruption wasn't necessary for anything. And if it's not necessary for something, and if there were other things he could have done trivially that were better, at least one other alternative that was not corrupt and saved more people, then how could you say it's justified to do this? For what end? Now, unless you think corruption is justified just for the benefit of one person. I don't think that's true.
I think it's about the thing you addressed earlier. It's about investing resources, and Biden invested resources to figure out who the most likely targets were. He pardoned those, and then he basically invested zero resources to put Hunter Biden on that list. It's basically just that.
So your position is it is a corrupt, and so you're going to yell at everyone whenever people are like, Pisco says you're corrupt. You're going to be like, well, it is corrupt. We just need to bite the bullet, say it's corrupt, but that we like it. You're not going to say that.
Maybe.
I don't know if you're going to say that. I don't think you'll defend me and say, no, he's got a point that it's corrupt. I think most people don't want to buy that it's corrupt because they don't want to think of their Uncle Joe. I have a soft spot for Uncle Joe. We all have our soft spot for Uncle Joe. Very few people want to admit that it's corrupt. And the fact that you'll say it's corrupt but justified, it makes people feel uncomfortable that they would say that and they would justify it. So they only want to really fight on the corruption stuff. And so do I think that you'll defend me on that? No.
How about we say it would be corrupt if it wasn't for the it would be corrupt if it weren't for the circumstances.
No, because I don't grant that, because that's my whole point.
Okay. Then I'll say, okay, it's corrupt, and you beat me on that. One last thing, I wanted to give you a little Christmas present.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's a book. If you have time to read it,
Oh
it's
sure.
called "Thank You for Arguing." I
Thank you
don't
for
know.
arguing.
Yeah,
Just DM
it's
me.
okay.
Is it a physical book
Shall I?
or is it a PDF?
However you want to get it. I can. You can basically make an Amazon wish list and hide your address, and then I'll just pay for that for the
Hey
book.
man, look at this. I know I yelled at you. I just listen. Sometimes I'm a little antsy right now. I didn't get a backup coffee, and
It's
I'm
totally fine.
caffeine
I
deprived.
actually made some pretty stupid points.
No,
I
you're
think.
good. You're good. I sometimes I get a little crazy, and I don't want you to think that I don't appreciate you pushing.
No.
And it's good questions. I mean, you're pushing me on like on some avenues to make sure that it's airtight, and I think it is airtight, but you know, maybe someone can catch me on something. But I think that you asked some good questions, and I do appreciate it.
Okay.
It's
Let me
thank you for
just.
debating. You said.
Thank you for arguing.
Arguing.
I actually DM'd you once when you were in voice chat at like
I'm really bad at
3
responding.
It's fine. Yeah, just post your Amazon wish list. I think you could definitely benefit from that book because it describes the 3 main aspects of how to build an argument.
Hell yeah.
And it goes into detail as to what, for example, Greek philosophers said about arguing, and let me check if I can. It's the German link, but I think it should work.
German.
Yeah. Like, however you want to do it, just post your Amazon wish list, and
Hell yeah.
I will buy it for you. Because it also addresses things like how to figure out what your audience is and how to address it. Like, do you remember the debate with Ryan, where the 3 judges were completely confused?
Yeah, so stupid. Yes, I remember.
And I think
I think people who give me advice on that shit
book,
piss me the fuck off. But yes, I'll consider that while I peruse it.
Okay, because I think this would be very helpful. Maybe even if you go back to practicing law, I think it might help because it also teaches about persuasion. I don't know how to.
Oh yeah, practice is a very different beast in terms of people think that like the way I debate is how like I practice, and it's not the case. I'm like exceedingly polite in my emails, and everybody we're all
Don't you insult the opposition? It would be hilarious.
I'm very nice to the opposition. Sometimes actually you have to like warn the client, like, listen, if you see us being polite with the other side, don't take that as like we're not on your side. This is just how it is, and it's the best way to, because believe it or not, a lot of litigation is almost like working with the other side on discovery stuff, coming to agreements on the scope of discovery, oftentimes disagreements, oftentimes it's not. I remember we got like a color coded email once. It was like one of the most unhinged emails we ever got from opposing counsel. And so yeah, not everyone abides by that norm, but frankly, a lot of litigation is emails, communications, comms. That's one of the reasons why a lot of people like don't fall in love with practice as much, is because a lot of it is like remembering deadlines, making sure you're communicating all the time. And obviously like discovery kind of sucks sometimes, but you'd be surprised how much is resolved by the parties outside the presence of the court and the judge, and how much like the emails are tactical in such a way to build a robust record of you trying to comply, of you being reasonable. There have been conversations, like entire 30-minute Zoom calls we've had of like, listen, they're being ridiculous. This is insane. But I don't want to fight them on this, because if this goes before the court, like, even though they don't have a right to this, let's just give it to them. Because our whole thing is we're looking reasonable. We're doing this and this and this, and that might be different in a different case where we really want to play hardball. But I don't know why I got onto this. I was saying, oh yeah, that the nature of practice can be different. And listen, I'm not gonna act like I been in practice for decades or whatever. But I was always very polite, and hey guys, so we're working on the brief. We got so and so working on this part, and and yeah, sure, yeah, can do. That's usually because you have to be nice to the partners and stuff. But even with opposing counsel, it's never like, tell me. This is really a debate thing. It's not representative of practice, or of like depots or arbitration or anything.
Do you
But I
know
do
what
appreciate
logos, pathos, and ethos are?
it. Vaguely, yeah. I mean, like, it appeals to someone's feelings, appeals to their rationality, appeals to their concern for others or something. I don't know, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. It's actually pretty well described in the book, and I think this could actually help you if you consider debating in person, because it actually gives some great strategies. And, for example, analyzed the way Trump talked and the way Bush talked, and what rhetoric structures in their sentences they used to indirectly navigate the way the conversation was going, which was extremely interesting. So yeah, that's it. One last thing.
Yeah.
I'm at the moment pretty bored, and I wanted to challenge myself if I could pass the state bar.
Oh
And I
yeah.
wanted to know if there was some way to practice if I had to start from zero, from scratch.
So there's bar prep classes. I did Barbary when I was preparing for the bar. But they're kind of expensive. Usually what happens is your firm or will either pay for it or subsidize it. Some people, their law firm does it if they're doing public interest. And so, to be honest, I don't even actually know what the cost is. I imagine it's some thousands of dollars for the actual official Barbary, Kaplan, whatever the various different bar prep courses are. I was able to pass bar with flying colors on 70% completion of Barbary. But obviously I have law school backing that up, right? So if you're really going from zero, there might be some bar prep books. It also depends on the state. There's the uniform bar examination, which is a component of a certain state's bar, which is somewhat translatable, but there are oftentimes state additional forms that you need to do, or state specific law questions that aren't covered on the UBE. Then there's written portions and the ethics, like MPT, which it could be separate as well. And so it really depends on the jurisdiction that you're talking about. But yeah, the official courses are probably a bit pricey.
I thought so.
Yeah. Check.
For example, I currently am doing my master's in physics, and you can actually look up some lectures of, for example, the MIT or from Harvard and stuff like that. Is there anything like that for law?
Oh, I have no idea, because I just did Barbary and I just listened to them be like, oh shit, there was a meme for what is it the rule on, oh shit, I totally forgot that area of law that I'm trying to think about right now. I don't even know it. It's called, oh my God. Hey, hang on, give me a second. What is it called when you buy a product? and where perfection is a doctrine. I don't even know the doctrine. Wait, perfection doctrine legal. That's a doctrine in in security secure transactions. Yeah. There's there are like these funny professors that they hire that just come up with like these different phrases and sayings, and you'll be up to your neck in it. I think it'll be difficult for people to go to law school. And you don't need to go to law school to do well on it or anything, but I think that the evidence portion would be hard for anyone who hasn't taken an evidence class. I don't think that for a lot of people evidence is intuitive. And I'm very glad that I took an evidence class in law school. Evidence is actually one of my favorite classes. But no, I recommend seeing if you can find lecture. If you have particular questions of areas of law, you can raise them with me. I usually like talking about it, but I might not remember all of it. I have some of my bar prep stuff, but I don't know if they give you. They sent you some books, but most of it's online now these days. But I don't know what like the best book to get for bar prep is because everything was included in the class. It's only 500. Adaptive bar is $500.
Okay.
So maybe it's only 500.
One last language question, then I need to hop off.
Yeah.
Why is it called Supreme Court justices and not judges?
I don't know that. Maybe because they're like better. Wait, I don't know. Hang on.
I actually asked that like 10 different lawyers, and no one could give me an answer, and this is like completely confusing because
it's weird. In New York, our Supreme Court is our trial court, our court of general jurisdiction, New York Supreme Court, and they're called justices. But our highest appellate court, the equivalent of the Supreme Court, but in the state, is called the Court of Appeals, and they're called judges. I actually corrected, I think, a partner. It might have been a senior associate or something, because in our New York brief, it was some like impact litigation or something. They referred to the member, like an opinion from a certain New York Court of Appeals judge as justice, whatever their last name was. And in my red line, I'm like, for your information, they're referred to as judges. And they like initially didn't believe me. And they're like, no, this is wrong. And then they like checked it like, oh, fuck, good catch. And that's how they knew it was a real one on that particular, red line or whatever. But yeah, no, it's weird. I don't know. Is it justice? Yeah, it looks like it's justice. Judge is a more general term. Justice is a specific title used for members of the most senior courts, signifying a focus on the principles of fairness and equity. That's what AI says.
So you couldn't make that argument that they are not judges, and therefore
they're still judges. They're still judges, but the question is their formal title justice or judge? In the case of New York Court of Appeals, their formal title is judge, even though they're not the senior judges. And all of the trial court judges who are in the non-official sense of the word, all the trial court judges who are part of the Supreme Court are called justices, but it's the trial court. It's not the highest court in the state. So it's a weird little quirk in New York.
Okay, then just send me your Amazon wishlist and I'll get you the book.
Appreciate you, man.
Bye-bye.
Later, man. All right, guys. Good shit. That was some good shit. I did nothing that I wanted to do, but I loved talking to y'all. I got super triggered by that one guy. This motherfucker. I don't think he's trolling, but he might be. He might be. People are debating with him in the Discord. Join the Discord if you want. Follow the channel. We'll have some edits coming out soon. And the revamp, just some adjustments to the on-screen elements, as well as YouTube chat coming soon. On screen. YouTube chat is going to be free. I love you guys. I'm gone. I got to go. I haven't had anything to eat. I need more coffee. Bye. Corrupt morally or legally? Corrupt, as I take it, is a assessment that can have legal implications. But it's kind of like a political assessment. And the one that I'm referencing isn't that it's thereby necessarily illegal. Although I do think that most corruption is unconstitutional. So, both. But bye. I love you guys.